Mumbaikars are facing a lot of problems because of the rising sea levels and because of climate change. Some parts of Mumbai have been already submerged and some parts are getting flooded every year, and this is now getting beyond our control. If we don't do anything soon, there will be a huge problem to us.
हम गणेश केवाट, हम वेस्ट बंगाल से बोल रहा हूँ। ये साल ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण में हम लोग के खेती बाड़ी पूरा नुकसान हो गया है। खेती बाड़ी करके हम लोग यही संसार धर्म सब जो खाना पीना है सब हम लोग के खेती बाड़ी में से होते हैं। और ये साल इतना ज़्यादा बारिश हुआ है जिसके कारण से हम लोग खेती बाड़ी आधा आदमी नहीं कर पाए और सब खेती सब खराब पड़े भी है। इसे आधा हुआ है आधा नहीं हुआ है।
मनोज, मैं यूपी का रहने वाला अहमदाबाद में रहता हूँ। यहाँ का मौसम बहुत गर्म है और हमारे यहाँ भी ऐसा है कि इस साल बहुत बारिश हो चुकी है तो सब नुकसान हो गया। तो हमारे पापा मम्मी बहुत परेशान हैं। इसकी वजह से हम भी तकलीफ उठा के यहाँ आए हैं कमाने के लिए।
A very pleasant good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to one and all who has joined us today for the Ahimsa in the Environment, Making Peace with Nature event by Go Dharmic. Thank you from bottom of our hearts for being here today, for everyone who has been a supporter since day one, to all the new faces who have joined us for the first time. I extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of GD, on behalf of the GD family. Today would not be possible without the support of all our volunteers, all our community members, and also our event partners, Supreme Master TV, Akshay Patra UK, Climate Healers, Plant-Based Treaty, and the Quadrant Group. Trust us, all of this would have been just a dream if it was not for your immense support. We're all here today because we all need to act now to help and protect and heal our planet. This is our little endeavor to bring Ahimsa, which is non-violence, as one of the most core values to combat climate change and protect our planet. Lastly, taking any more time, I would like to welcome Hanuman Das, the founder and chairman of Go Dharmic, as he speaks about making peace with nature.
Thank you, Sanu. Just want to test my sound and make sure everybody can hear me okay. Let me know if you can't. Namaste, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I want to speak a little while about making peace with nature. You may notice that my sound is slightly different from what it normally would be. I've been suffering from a good bout of COVID and just recovered recently, so I may have to pause in between speaking. But the importance of the message today and what we're talking about and what we're trying to do is such that nothing should stop us, nothing should ultimately get in the way. Thank you to, like Sonu mentioned, everybody who's helped us to convey the message of making peace with nature. It's our most important work. Many people would know Go Dharmic from humanitarian work in the field of serving people directly who are struggling for food, who are unable to get access to medical attention or support and help in that way, as our Dharma is to do that work. But I also think that there's an even more important Dharma of protecting our planet, protecting our environment, of doing whatever we can to make a difference for our planet, which is obviously telling us that so much is going wrong. I'd like to start today by reading a letter which I recently drafted for the leaders of heads of state and leaders of countries who have arrived in Glasgow for the World Leaders Summit, which at COP26 today. But for the next 2 weeks, we have so much happening in the UK, in Glasgow, in peace with nature. We will be planting 108 trees dedicated to you and each of the other leaders attending COP26. We will be planting the mangrove trees in the delicate ecosystem of the Sundarbans in eastern India. The Sundarbans is home to the Bengal tiger and is teeming with biodiversity. Unfortunately, like the delicate ecosystems worldwide, the region has been disproportionately affected by climate change and has suffered greatly from flash flooding and cyclones, deforestation, global warming, biodiversity loss. All of these mixed with poverty create a desperate situation for those who are living here. I started Go Dharmic 10 years ago here in the UK with a simple mission of creating a platform for ordinary people like myself to serve and help people in need. Our Dharma is to be compassionate to the earth, ourselves, and our fellow living beings. Today, our organization Go Dharmic has delivered relief aid to over 5 million people, to vulnerable people globally, and has been helping people in affected regions who often find themselves in disastrous situations. We have seen families neck high in water, homes destroyed, children desperate for food. We have seen families struggling and their children desperate situations. Although I'm proud of these relief efforts, which are taking place during the most difficult of times, there is undoubtedly a better way. We must prevent these catastrophic events by causing less harm to nature. Nobody is being left out. We see flash floods across Europe, forest fires in the United States, disasters across Asia. Each and every one of us will be affected. All of our relief efforts will not be enough if we continue with our current mode of living. So I request you to consider the idea of Ahimsa, non-violence, as a rule for governing our societies. Ahimsa is one of India's greatest gifts to the world. We need to embrace this idea of Ahimsa at every level. This is not just a rule for Hindu yogis or Buddhist monks. This is a rule for all of us to genuinely live in a symbiotic, cyclical way with nature. Not just consuming and polluting, but nourishing each other and leaving as light a footprint as possible with every choice we make. Do we ask the question, how can I cause less harm? Animal agriculture, factory farming, including meat and dairy, are among the most significant contributors to climate change. Breeding billions of animals for slaughter is violence to our earth. A vegan diet is probably the single biggest way to reduce your impact on the planet Earth. Not just greenhouse gases, but global acidification, eutrophication, land use. This is all violence, and it is so wasteful. Our harmful way of living needs to stop, and we need to reconnect and replenish nature. We were fortunate to grow up playing in gardens and parks, where there were so many bees and butterflies and other pollinators around us. Today we see a loss of so much animal and insect life. Today there's a mass extinction of species caused by us, with a staggering 1 million species currently facing extinction and 70% reduction in wildlife since 1970 alone. There is still lots to be hopeful for. Our youth are showing us tremendous leadership and concern for our earth. Together we can change our priorities for the future course towards less harm. We need to follow the edict shared by the ancient Mahabharata, which states, causing no harm to any living being, or at least as little harm as possible. This is the way of life which represents the highest expression of Dharma. This is the rule by which I live. So there's a lot for me to reflect upon there. And, you know, whatever this event is, whatever we're doing, it's all a message from the heart. It's all the idea that non-violence, India's greatest gift to the world, must be embraced not just by monks and spiritual people, but by each and every person in society. whether that's a business leader thinking about the next venture, how can it be a factor to be considered that we must act less harmfully towards nature? Whether that's a parent thinking about raising their child in a less harmful manner, the products that they use for childcare, the way that we bring up our children to understand what violence means, whether it's our own diets. Today is World Leaders Summit in Glasgow, COP26. What is the food being prepared for the leaders of our countries, the biggest leaders in our world? Are they choosing to eat a non-violent diet? Is it environmentally friendly? Or are we just speaking words? We heard the message in the letter from Oxford University that it's proven scientifically that the biggest way to reduce our harm on the environment is to choose a vegan diet. Making those steps towards a less harmful diet is not the choice of the religious. It's not the choice of only the spiritual. It's the choice of the human being who wants to do the right thing to carry forward this message of goodness. And that's what the message of Go Dharmic is all about. It's about Dharma is love for all beings, and we must protect our earth. We must do whatever we can to try and help each other. And if we are not doing the best we can during this difficult time where it's so visible, London, I was traveling through the station and the floods came in within minutes. Central London tube station was underwater. Images of Calcutta being flooded and cyclones bashing the eastern coast of India in such a terrible way. We must do what we can to try and help make a difference. So I think nature is not going to leave anybody out. And our current model of living needs to change. We must reduce the harm that we are causing at every level. I want to read something which is very important, and it was a message from Martin Luther King. And he said, it really boils down to this, that all life is interrelated. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied into a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one affects all indirectly. Did you ever stop to think that you can leave for your job in the morning without being dependent on most of the world? This is the way our universe is structured. This is the way it's interrelated quality. We aren't going to have peace on earth until we recognize this basic fact of the interrelated structure of all reality. So we are all one. Maharaji Neem Karoli Baba shared this one powerful message which resonated with me, is that Sabek, all one. And our lives have been driven by separateness, individuality, one over the other, creating a system whereby we are driven by ego. And that needs to change to eco, where we can think about us all as one, where every decision I make affects everybody else. And it's easy to think about this in philosophical terms, but not very easy to practically live up to those examples. And Mahatma Gandhi said that what we are doing to our forests is only a reflection of what we are doing to ourselves. And I truly believe that Mahatma Gandhi's expression of non-violence succeeded so well in political arena, but now we need that same non-violence to help us for the environment and to reduce the harm that we cause in every aspect of our lives. It's easy to think, yes, on paper, making peace with nature, large talks, COP26, but what about the reality on the ground? What about the beautiful people who live in Uttarakhand, in the Himalayas, and have caused so little destruction to our environment, but suffer the most from its impacts have not benefited from the industrial growth of the last 200 years, but suffer when the cyclones hit or when heavy flash flooding occurs, or when there are cloud bursts that are caused by environmental climate change. So all of this is affecting the poorest people in the world. And even when I think about representation at events such as COP26, almost a quarter of the world's population has roots within the Indian heritage, which has a close link to non-violence. And that is the important message which we convey. But at COP26, at the event itself, representation for that diaspora is very low, maybe less than 1%. And therefore, events such as this, events which highlight the importance of the value of ahimsa, non-violence, are very crucial, very important. And we must push that word out forward. And this is why we're all here today, to spread that message. For really our future generations, yes, climate change will affect us in our life, but what about our children? What about their children? What planet and what legacy are we leaving for them? I request everybody listening to take the choice of removing animal products from their diets. This one thing alone will make such a big impact. So that is a major ask and request from me, to say no longer consume animal products. They are one of the biggest contributor towards environmental damage and climate change. So that is my last and final request. I wish everybody a wonderful day ahead, a wonderful upcoming Diwali. Thank you for being part of this event, and wishing you all lots of love. Ram Ram.
Thank you, Hanuman. We have a small video from our mangrove plantation, which is happening at the Sundarbans region in West Bengal. So we're just going to play that now.
আমি দেবব্রত মণ্ডল, গো ধার্মিক ভলেন্টিয়ার, পশ্চিমবঙ্গ। COP26-এ আসা প্রতিটি দেশ এবং প্রতি দেশে থেকে আগত নেতানেত্রীদের প্রতি আমাদের ভালোবাসা এবং শ্রদ্ধা। আমরা আপনাদের সবার জন্য 108টি করে ম্যানগ্রোভ ট্রি আমরা প্লান্টেশন করছি এবং তার কাজ চলছে। ভারতবর্ষের বার্তা বিশ্বের কাছে প্রেম, ভালোবাসা এবং অহিংসা। আমরা এখানে 10,000-এর বেশি ম্যানগ্রোভ আমরা লাগিয়েছি এবং এই জঙ্গল ফরেস্ট যেটা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন, এটাকে আমরা নাম দিয়েছি ধর্ম ফরেস্ট। এবং এখানে আগামী দিনে আমরা 2 মিলিয়নসের বেশি ম্যানগ্রোভ আমরা এখানে লাগাতে চাই। সুন্দরবন হলো বিশ্বের একটা অন্যতম গুরুত্বপূর্ণ স্থান এবং ওয়ার্ল্ডের বিগেস্ট ম্যানগ্রোভ একটি এখানে আমরা দেখতে পাই। তো আসুন আমরা আগামী দিনে সুন্দরবনকে রক্ষা করি। সুন্দরবনের গুরুত্ব বিশ্বের কাছে অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, কারণ পরিবেশ দূষণ রোধে সুন্দরবনের ভূমিকা অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ এবং জলবায়ু পরিবর্তন রোধ করতে সুন্দরবনকে রক্ষা করা অত্যন্ত প্রয়োজন এবং গ্রিনহাউস গ্যাসের পরিমাণ কমাতে এবং গ্লোবাল ওয়ার্মিংয়ের পরিমাণটা কন্ট্রোল করতে সুন্দরবনকে রক্ষা করা আমাদের একমাত্র উদ্দেশ্য। আসুন আমরা সবাই মিলে সুন্দরবনকে রক্ষা করি এবং আরও বেশি করে ম্যানগ্রোভ প্ল্যান্টেশন এখানে আমরা করি। এবং প্রতি বছর এখানে বিভিন্ন রকমের বন্যা, ঘূর্ণিঝড়, দুর্যোগের সম্মুখীন হচ্ছে বিভিন্ন সময়ে এবং এখানকার মানুষরা প্রতিনিয়ত ঝড় ঝঞ্ঝা প্রকৃতির সঙ্গে লড়াই করে এখানে এরা বেঁচে আছে। আসুন ওদের পাশে আমরা দাঁড়াই এবং ওদের জন্য একটা পার্মানেন্ট সলিউশন আমরা খুঁজে বের করি। থ্যাংক ইউ।
আমার নাম সঞ্জয় মণ্ডল।
হ্যাঁ,
আমার পাখিলা বাড়ি। এই নদী বাঁধ প্রত্যেক বছর বন্যায় এবং জল উচ্ছ্বাস হওয়া, তারপরে এই লোকের আমাদের এই চাষের জমিতে নোনা জল ঢোকা, আমাদের চাষবাস ঠিক মতন হয় না। প্রত্যেক বছর একটা করে খরা কি বর্ষা হয়, এ নিয়ে আমাদের গ্রামের মানুষ সবাই হয়ে পড়ে, উচ্ছ্বাস হয়ে পড়ে। এবং এই নদীর ধারে যেসব গাছ লাগানো হয় কিন্তু ভাঙনে সব চলে যাচ্ছে আমাদের নদী বাঁধটা।
সুন্দরবন প্রচণ্ড বন্যা হয়, এখানে চাষবাস করতে পারি না, আমি ব্যবসা করে খাই, ধান সব ক্ষেত নষ্ট হয়ে গেছে।
আচ্ছা, বন্যা কি প্রতি বছর হচ্ছে এখানে?
বন্যা প্রতি বছর হয় এরকম, মানে এরকম বন্যা কোনো সময় দেখিনি, এই বছর যা বন্যা হয়েছে।
আচ্ছা, আর হচ্ছে নদীর বাঁধ কি ভেঙে প্রতিদিন?
হ্যাঁ, প্রতি বছর কম বেশি হয় সব জায়গা।
ঠিক আছে।
আমার নাম ঝুমা সানা, গ্রাম পাখিরালা, এখানে থাকি আমরা। নদীর বাঁধের সমস্যা, আমাদের প্রতি বছর নদী ভেঙে যায়, চাষবাস হয় না, আমরা খুব দুর্ভোগের মধ্যে থাকি প্রতি বছর, আমাদের খুবই অসুবিধার মধ্যে থাকতে হয়, চাষবাস হয় না, ভেঙে যায়, নদীর নোনা জল ঢুকে যায়, গেলে আমাদের খুব সমস্যা।
এবছর কি চাষ হয়েছে?
এবছরে হয়নি, ওই পাশে এই পাশে কিছু জায়গায় হয়েছে, কিছু জায়গায় হয়নি। বৃষ্টি প্রচণ্ড বৃষ্টি হয়েছে, এবারে পুকুরে মাছ টাছ নেই, সব চলে গেছে, মানে ক্ষয়ক্ষতিও অনেক হয়েছে, ঘরবাড়িও ভেঙে গেছে।
আমাদের এই সুন্দরবনের শেষ প্রান্তে আমরা বসবাস করি। প্রতি বছরের ন্যায় আমাদের এই নদী বাঁধ ভেঙে নোনা জলে আমরা প্লাবিত হই এবং বারে বারে আমাদের ফসল নষ্ট হয়। সেই জন্যে আমরা সরকারিভাবে হোক আর যেভাবে হোক গ্রামের মানুষ সবার পূর্ণ সহযোগিতায় হাত ঝুড়ি কোদালে কাজ করে রক্ষা করে রাখে, শুধু বাঁচার স্বার্থে।
আর কি সমস্যা হয়েছে এখানে?
আর সমস্যা বলতে এই মিষ্টি বন্যা হয়েছে, পুকুরের মাছ, ঘরবাড়ি নষ্ট হয়ে গেছে। কেন সুন্দরবনে বাস করি তো বেশির অংশ আমাদের মাটির ঘর, আর পাকা ঘর হয়েছে, কিন্তু আরও বেশি সংখ্যক হলে আমরা সমৃদ্ধি হব, এটা সরকারের কাছে আমরা দাবি করব।
আর আপনার এবার কি চাষবাস হয়েছে?
চাষবাস সব নষ্ট হয়ে গেছে আমাদের।
So that is a little gift from us to the planet. I know, as we all say, every little helps. So we are doing a little bit, and we want to amplify this much more. So we request all of your support to help us plant the 2 million mangroves in Sundarbans. Now I would like to have on screen, I think right now, the most wanted man, in a good sense, Mr. Alok Sharma. He's been kind enough, and we are extremely humbled that he's found the time to share a lovely message for us for this event. So can we have him on screen, please?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to join you. And thank you, Dharmic, for organizing this event. Today is the first day of COP26, a seminal moment in a decisive decade for our planet. 6 years ago, the world signed the Paris Agreement, which commits us to limit global temperature rises to well below 2 degrees, aiming for 1.5. Because the science tells us that target is critical, that every fraction of a degree makes a difference. More crops failing, more coral reefs degrading, millions more lives and livelihoods affected. And that is why keeping the 1.5 degree limit in reach is so important. So over these next 2 weeks, we need further commitments to keep it alive and to protect communities bearing the brunt of the climate crisis. I'm absolutely determined that COP26 will deliver for those in the front line of climate change. And doing so requires us all to play our part. Every country and every part of society mounting a global effort to keep alive the light of hope that was lit 6 years ago in Paris. So we need your support, because faith in a common principle can encourage action. The Hindu tradition into which I was born teaches that nature is divine and that we must promote the welfare of all living beings. We have already seen the power of a concept like Ahimsa, avoiding the harm of any living things, which has inspired profound political change. And today, such faith could guide us to live in peace with our planet. Faith communities can and have enabled change, because when you speak, you influence, and when you act, you inspire. And that is why we have been working with faith communities throughout our COP26 presidency to amplify your role. And over this next vital 2 weeks and beyond, I ask you to make a clear call for action and show the world how to take inspiration from our convictions. This is a pivotal time. All of us, together, can build a cleaner, healthier, greener planet. Thank you.
That was very inspiring. And we all hope that we can imbibe some of it and make difference in our lifestyle and make this change happen. I would now like to share with you a message by Greta Thunberg, who is a Swedish environmental activist. She has shared how industrializing life on Earth has affected us all and why is it very important to act now to combat climate change.
There's something I would like to talk about. Our relationship with nature is broken. But relationships can change. The climate crisis, ecological crisis, and health crisis, they are all interlinked. We no longer see the links between them. We only see this far. So what will we do? My name is Greta Thunberg, and I would like to connect the dots. Because let's face it, if we don't change, we are f***ed. Millions have died from COVID-19. Zika, Ebola, West Nile fever, SARS, MERS. Up to 75% of all new diseases come from other animals. Because of the way we farm and treat nature, cutting down forests and destroying habitats, we are creating the perfect conditions for diseases to spill over from one animal to another and to us. The next pandemic could be much, much worse. But we can change. It is heartbreaking to know all this, but it is also our opportunity. We know what we can do. We can change the way we farm. We can change what we eat. We can change how we treat nature. Some of us have lots of choices, while some have none at all. Those with the most power have the most responsibility, and most of us can do something. So, what will you do?
Okay, I think we all get inspired by this little girl, and it's something we can just see how little bit can make a difference. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Menka Gandhi.
Hello, my name is Menka Gandhi.
Namaste, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being with us. We
I'm
really
happy
appreciate you being here. Thank you.
What am I supposed to talk, or are we having a discussion?
No, so I'll just do a small introduction, ma'am, about you, and then it's yours. It's all yours. So, Ms. Menka Gandhi, she is the Member of Parliament in India, an author, an environmentalist, an animal rights activist, also the founder and chairperson for People for Animals. Your work, we've been following for many years, has been nothing short of more inspirational. And we are extremely humbled that you have had the time to join us today. And today you'll be talking about why animal welfare is human welfare. So welcome, ma'am, and we look forward to your talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I've changed the subject. It's not animal welfare, it's human welfare, which we take for, we understand each one of us. I actually want to address it to a more Western audience, and that is about animal agriculture. When we farm animals and when we eat them, we have passed that time now where we can excuse ourselves by saying this is a personal choice and that democracy does not allow for us to interfere with personal choices or personal tastes. Murder is not a personal choice. Government regulates on that. So why should government not regulate in the larger interests of the planet on the murder of animals and on our personal choice of eating them? For the simple reason that we are all under threat by people who eat animals. Your food choices are killing all of us. If Australia is on fire with half of it, 1 billion animals being wiped out, with half of the island going under fire, it is because of the warming of the Indian Ocean. The warming of the Indian Ocean is because of excessive methane and carbon dioxide, both of which are created to a large extent by meat. Now, when we have meetings like COP and we have meetings, international meetings, everything is talked about except food. But it's food choices that are controlling what the planet does. If we are raising forests down, if Brazil is cutting half its forests, it's in order to increase cattle grazing. If we are doing things to the planet, it is 90% in pursuit of food. At the moment, our government has decided to cut down forests in the Andaman Islands. Why? To grow palm oil. Why? Because palm oil is a cheaper alternative to real oil. It doesn't matter whether it gives you cancer. The point is that it's a cheap oil that can be used to cook food with. So every choice we make ultimately is based on what our stomach supposedly wants to fill itself with. Now, animal agriculture currently accounts for 15.5% of the total emissions in the world, both in methane and in carbon dioxide. Besides the emissions problem, there is also the issue of dairy and meat industries contributing vastly to water shortage, especially in developing countries like India. To give you an example, in 2020, 337.2 million tons of meat was produced in India. Vegetables, when it comes to just water, need 322 kg per kilo of vegetables grown, which is also allowed. But if you're going to do farm agriculture for vegetables, that's how much it takes. But one chicken alone, which doesn't even form a full meal, one chicken uses 4,325 kilos of water. Pork is 5,988. Goats are 8,763. Beef is 15,000. Really, can we afford that much water for one animal? Eggs and milk add to the burden. And not only is the water used for growing these animals, but when the animal is killed, when its offal is thrown, the pollution that it causes in water, the blood, the offal, can we afford that? The point is, all nations get together and then they commit, whether they fulfill or not. They superficially commit to cut their emissions in accordance with the Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And so they focus on reducing their emissions in what are the agreed sectors, that is energy, transport, and industrial. But the emissions by the livestock sector are ignored in policy considerations and climate negotiations. Why? Because nobody wants to touch your food. As put by the Forbes climate journalist Jeff McMahon during the Paris Agreement negotiations, livestock emissions were all over the menu at the Paris Climate Conference in the form of butter, cheese, and meat, but they were nowhere to be found on the agenda. So the same people talking about cutting emissions and saving the planet were actually eating their way into destroying our planet while talking about it. However, considering the sheer volume of emissions that are a byproduct of factory farming, the lack of action in this sector is disastrous for the climate. A study by an international non-profit known as GRAIN and the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy found that 35% of the world's biggest meat and dairy companies neither report their emissions accurately nor have reduced any emission targets, either in the short run or committed to reducing them in the long run, and nor has any government touched them. Even in India, what I find really weird is that we have something called the GST. That is, what tax is it? What does GS stand for? Anyway, it's the tax that everybody pays on every product except meat. Agriculture you pay on if you want to sell tomatoes, but if you want to open a slaughterhouse and kill the animals, if you want to export them, you pay no taxes. And 90% of the slaughterhouses don't pay water bills, electricity bills, or any other bills. So why do we have that? Are they doing us a favor by having murder factories? Even if other sectors, such as energy and transport, were to cut down their emissions under a business as usual scenario, the emission by the meat and dairy industry would expand to the point where it would be impossible to meet the Paris Agreement target. In 2011, the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, reported that the global meat consumption will increase by 73% in 2050. Here we are congratulating ourselves on more and more people turning vegan and the shops having more space for vegan items, but it's not true. An average American has increased his meat eating to 100 kilos a year. That's impossible to even understand. According to a New York University report, if this projection of 73% were to come true, the emissions by meat and dairy companies will surpass those of fossil fuel companies such as Shell and Exxon. So why are they being left out of the debate? However, the power that these companies, why? Because these power that these companies yield in political circles through funding political parties and lobbying, including in India, have kept them away from the scrutiny of government regulations. In an investigation by Open Secrets, an American nonprofit which tracks the use of money in politics, it was found that most dairy companies spend large amounts of money, that's $600,000 upwards, on lobbying against laws and policies such as cap and trade, the Clean Air Act, and emission reporting norms since 2000 so that their business would not be jeopardized. That is criminal. Even in India, the Amul factory, which produces milk and milk products, has a huge amount of power with the government. Recently, thanks to Amul's lobbying, the milk that was being marketed, made of almonds or made of soya bean, made of non-animal milk, the government actually passed a law saying that it can't call itself milk. It's my organization that went to court and got a stay on that order. Otherwise, even the brazenness with which you stop milk from being called milk. And we had agreed that it would be called oat milk or almond milk. Nobody was going to claim that it was cow milk because nobody would drink it then. But still, Amul wielded that kind of power. Now, these companies that pay governments to not go ahead with climate change reduction and to leave food out of it, especially meat, milk, egg, they have spent billions of dollars on political campaigning. Most of these companies are situated in a handful of countries across the globe: US, Canada, EU, Brazil, Argentina, Australia, and New Zealand. Besides lobbying and campaigning, the large dairy and meat emitters in these regions also do one more thing. They fund their own so-called academic research with outputs that show minimal or no links between agricultural production and climate change. So they just fake their way into staying out of the debate. Though this does not necessarily entail that the resulting research is wrong, the academicians funded by these industries frame and manipulate their research questions in such a way that the answers will be favorable to the industry. And by publishing such white papers which blur the causal link between meat production and climate change, these industrial giants also manipulate agricultural researchers, think tanks, and civil society into trusting the credibility of their research. A lot of what pesticide companies do, for instance. Since these industries, the meat, egg, milk industries, are solely driven by the motive to enhance their profit, it is obvious that there will be no effort on their part to bring down the emissions in the sector. Regulating the emissions from dairy and meat factory farms is absent from the climate policies of both developed nations like the US, even countries like India, where there is no coherent climate policy at all. I mean, we're relying totally on our 33,000 gods to save us, and nobody else. There is, however, measures, lunatic measures, to reduce the methane content of cows' burps. Now, one cow, for instance, gives 600 liters of methane per day. And now the scientists are working furiously into inventing new manipulations to her stomach, so that instead of 600 liters, she gives 500 liters, which is ridiculous. I mean, 600, 500, 400, the amount of cows is increasing so much with your meat eating. And with India being the largest beef exporter, that what difference does it make even if you reduce the methane levels in a single cow? And methane has been kept out of any climate change debate, only because the three countries that control methane, India, China, Brazil, are actually very important politically, as we are the largest consumers and sellers in the world today. So we decide what we talk about. Now, methane is 24 times, not 24%, 24 times more vicious than carbon dioxide in creating climate change. And these three countries are responsible for most of it. Why? Because, and of course the US, but because methane is created by three things: coal, rice, and animals. Animals that are grown for meat and milk. So we have all three of them, and we are increasing their production, not decreasing it. So whether you manipulate a cow's stomach and you make a chicken more breast than bone, you still are doing nothing. And the amazing thing is, people don't realize that were we to stop breathing, were the human race to be wiped out, for instance, happy thought. But were we to stop doing anything that requires movement of any sort, carbon dioxide would still take 100 years to come down, but methane would disappear in 4 years, bringing an effective halt to climate change. So if we just worked on animal production and removed it totally, if we would save land, we would save water, and we would save the whole planet, because methane would just stop. But instead we are relying on, again, a genetic manipulation of the cows, the chickens that we eat for meat. The scalability of such a program, were it to even be effective, would be limited, and it goes zero ways, 0.0001% in limiting emissions. There are two stakeholders that can bring down the emissions of the industry: the government and the consumers. The government should regulate the emissions of this meat dairy industry by imposing strict upper limits on emissions by the sector under their respective climate change or air pollution acts. Countries like India, where there's no explicit law to regulate greenhouse gases, should introduce such laws to limit the GHG emissions by the industries. And to put them back into GST, we should stop exporting meat. Why are we feeding the rest of the world? Let us feed ourselves. Even if, Sri Lanka, for instance, has realized that they're destroying themselves. So they've shut down their slaughterhouses and they're importing them from India. So why should we destroy ourselves, finish our forests, finish the Ganges? Do you know that leather, for instance, which is another, it's not even a byproduct, it's the main product. And people who wear leather are really as bad as people who eat meat. It's destroyed the Ganges River. It's given cancer to millions of people because of the chromium inside it. When the Ganges reaches Kanpur, after Kanpur, it's effectively a dead body of water with nothing in it. So, first, the government has to regulate anything emitted by the coal, not by the coal, by the dairy and meat industry. And in countries like the US, where there is an existing law, more stringent measures must be brought in to regulate factory farming as a serious emitter of greenhouse gases and a serious threat to world, not peace, but world survival. But government can only do so much because government is also made of politicians, and politicians are elected by the people. So this has to be the long-term reduction of emissions in the sector can only be brought about if there's a marked shift in the consumption pattern of people. During COVID, for instance, a lot of meat eaters in India remained vegetarian during that time, probably because of Wuhan and because it became known that Wuhan's COVID problem started with its open markets of wild animals. So maybe because of that, people became vegetarian, but they became vegetarian and vegan all over the world. And then yet, as soon as COVID relaxed, people went back to their familiar patterns of eating meat. According to the FAO, 6 billion people consume meat worldwide. As long as consumption remains stable, or if, as projected earlier, as I said, by the FAO rises, the production and related emissions will continue rising, no matter whether you have COP or you have POP. A study by the European Prospective Investigation into Cancer and Nutrition, called EPIC, in association with Oxford, found that an average 2,000 kilocalorie high meat diet had 2.5 times as many GHG emissions than an average 2,000 kilocalorie vegan diet. A New Scientist magazine study also showed that a person can reduce their individual carbon footprint by 60% by simply becoming vegan. Therefore, for sustainably reducing dairy and meat industry emissions in the short and long run, consumer patterns have to shift in favor of vegetarian or vegan diet. And in the short run, it is imperative for strict government regulations in that sector so that the emissions from this sector do not exceed the target set by the Paris Agreement. And this should be what COP should be talking about. This should be what governments should be talking about. Not things they can't do anything about, like transport, but things they can do something about, which is meat eating. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a few questions, and if people would like to ask any questions, please feel free to put it on the comments. I have one already, and if it's okay, can I put it to you right now and ask?
Sure.
So someone's asked the question, how can we promote veganism in Indian cultural context?
Well, two ways. One is that we are naturally vegan. You know, really, this whole business of Krishna drank milk is not true. If you see any of the religious texts, there's no sign, there's not a single line of Krishna drinking milk anywhere. So we need to understand that. In purely religious terms, forget cultural, in religious terms, if we understand that the British brought in milk and turned it into an industry. In fact, it was my grandfather, my mother's father, who was the creator of Amul and the first dairy farm in India. So maybe I was born there to redo that particular wrong. In cultural terms, it's very simple. Culture is food. It's very simple. It's one country in the world where it's so simple to be vegan. We have the most delicious food, and we have thousands and thousands of varieties. It changes every 10 kilometers. We have a goddess called Shakambari, and once a year, 63 vegetables are offered to her. Now, any country which has 63 vegetables and variations of the same, which run into thousands, we shouldn't be worrying about eating anything else. So if we, if we could just serve vegan, be vegan, it's not difficult at all. And remember this, most of the politicians in high places, most of our judges, some of our athletes, most of our film stars, including Bachchan, are all vegetarian, and most of them are vegan. So if we could just emulate the right people instead of the wrong ones, maybe we'd do better. We need our film stars to come out and campaign. So if you can push Mr. Bachchan to come out, if you can push Anushka and all the others that, John Abraham and everybody else who are vegetarian, especially our South Indian ones, they're, so popular, and all of them are vegetarian. So if we could ask them to come out, it would be wonderful.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. There was so much information that you shared there that I think is relevant and important for everybody listening to hear. But how do you feel personally about animal biodiversity loss in India, with so many species being lost, for future generations not going to be able to see those beautiful animals and the nature of India, the beauty of the nature of India, in respect to biodiversity loss?
So yes, most of our animals are under threat. Our children are not going to see tigers. They're certainly not going to see rhinos. Even our camels have become an endangered species because there's one gang in a village called Bhadal, which has single-handedly killed 20 lakh camels in the last 10 years by sending them to Bangladesh to be cut. So, and 16 go on trucks every day. But what can I say about biodiversity loss? We're not going to be here as a planet within 100 years. So neither we nor the animals, nobody. We have the singularly bad fortune of being next door to China. And so we have become China's happy hunting ground. In the last 3 or 4 years, China discovered that donkey skins make excellent sweets. So they removed the taxes on import of donkey skins, started 4 donkey slaughterhouses in Kenya. So 8 nations are smuggling donkeys instead of gold into Kenya. 6 nations have passed laws saying that you cannot kill donkeys, but it doesn't matter. So there, as we use the cow and bell here, and the bullock, there they use donkeys. So the price of a donkey now has gone to over $3,000 a donkey when it used to be $60. So in India, we did a survey recently in Maharashtra, and we found less than 2,000 donkeys left. There in Andhra Pradesh, there is a collection center which we've just raided for donkey skins, which were being collected from all over. You just go, you cut their throats at night, you just strip the skin and you run off. And then you give it to one collection center, which exports to China illegally by calling it something else. And it's made into a sweet in China called ijayo. So we, Mongolia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, we have lost almost all our donkeys. To give you just a common, animal, it's not the tiger and the rhino that are just going. Our largest smuggling is pangolins. And pangolins are vital to white ant spreading in the forest. But they are going, and the Chinese don't do anything with the pangolin. They just stuff it and keep it. It's nice toys. Our shark skin. We were sending shiploads of shark fins for a useless soup. Shark fin has nothing of any value in it. So we passed a law banning shark skin export, but it's still going from Kerala illegally by private companies. So our children are not going to see most of life. And I'm not talking about 100 years from now. I'm talking about my granddaughter is not going to see half the animals I've seen. She may not see camels, she won't see donkeys. She may not even see the Indian dog because he's under so much threat. What she will see is those stupid Pomeranians and the French poodles and other things that the West brings into India, which also die a miserable death because they're so alien to our climate. But what do I think about it? I feel so sad. It's not just the diversity of mammals that is under threat. Which child has ever seen a frog? How many of them have seen snakes? How many, the magnificence of the king cobra? Who has seen it? Who has seen, for instance, the monitor lizard, that beautiful large lizard? Who has seen it? Who has seen the butterfly? I mean, I don't know any children who have seen butterflies. So, for biodiversity of animals to finish, first the biodiversity of trees, bushes, plants has to finish. And that is under huge threat. India now has only 8% of forests left. And the 8% of forests is directly related to the growing of meat. Because all our buffaloes, cows, and goats are feeding in the forests. Because the people who are growing them for export don't have land. So they just shove them into the forest and they eat up all the shoots. So no new trees are growing. And this 8% also is a lie. It's an average. We are averaging out Assam and the Northeast 25% with the 1% of Punjab, the 1% in Haryana, the 1% in Delhi. How can you average out trees? I mean, you can't. Suppose they were in a different country, how would you average them out? So, and all of it is 100% due to nothing else. It's not even population pressure. It is simply the animals that are going into the forest to eat. All your wild animals are under threat, especially your large cats, because the shepherds who take the goats and the cows and buffaloes so that they can eat, first poison the water holes so that all the big cats die, so that they don't lose any animals to predation. So we have already lost sparrows. My granddaughter has never seen a sparrow. And I used to have sparrows on my table, and in my library, they built nests. We had names for them. So my granddaughter will never see a sparrow. And when we had locusts last year, and we're going to have them again this year because of climate change, when they came for 180,000 hectares of grain that they ate, the only way we could have stopped them was through sparrows, but we didn't have any. We don't have any more vultures. So we have 16 vultures left in the whole country. And why did the vultures disappear? Because we were mistreating buffaloes and bullocks. So when we tied them up in carts and used them, 33% of them have cancer, neck cancer. And in order to use them in spite of their pain, we gave them a medicine, a painkiller called diclofenac. And diclofenac in their meat, when vultures ate their meat, their eggs stopped being formed. And the government was warned again and again for 20 years, saying, cut out diclofenac, treat the cows better, stop, change the yoke by law so that you don't have to use painkillers. And when you don't use painkillers, you will save other species. So when the vultures finally, they died out only because they couldn't, whenever they sat on their eggs, the eggshells would break because they were so soft. Why? Because of diclofenac. So you mistreat one animal, you lose 20 other animals.
No, absolutely.
So
with this painkillers as well, the scary part is also for ourselves when the overuse of painkillers, when we become immune to that, it's gonna.
India invented the word superbug, and that's not a new kind of large, 9-footed bug. It is the fact that we are immune to all antibiotics. 70% of India's antibiotics go to chickens alone. And last year, the UN reported that when all the antibiotics in chickens were going down, ours went up by 60%.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. We would love to hear you. And whatever we heard today, I think it's raised so many questions with us as well. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for sharing so much information. I'm sure all of us, as youth, as people of different countries, I think this is telecast is all over the world right now. We all have a lot to think about and make choices based on what is good for our planet. So, thank you, ma'am. I mean, we could not take a lot of questions. Just a quick one that there was someone, a few people who were asking how can they follow their work, your work, where can they see you? Do you have a website? Of course, I know the answer, but I would like you to just share with
No,
everyone who's watching.
I don't have anything of my own, but I head People for Animals. And I write one article a week on all these issues. I've been writing for about 30 years. And those articles are stored in www.peopleforanimalsindia.org. And we'd love you to see that site.
Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, it was a very inspiring conversation and I think a talk for us that I think very well fits into the next, our first panel of the day. I think Hanuman, with the question you asked about biodiversity, and that's exactly what we're going to talk about at the next panel, which we have.
Brilliant.
So I don't think I need to introduce what we're going to talk about. I think the loss of biodiversity is one of the biggest challenges to the society in this decade. So to take that panel ahead without taking any more time, I would like to quickly introduce the panelists. So can we have them all here? So we have Abhir Bhalla, who is the youth environmentalist, also very popularly known as the Indian teenager fighting the global air pollution. We have Helen Mugo, who is the Deputy Director of Catholic Youth Network for Environment Sustainability in Kenya. We have Gauranga Das, who is a spiritual expert, sustainability and climate change warrior, also the director of the Govardhan Eco Village founded by His Highness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. We will also be joined by Floyd March, who is the multimedia editor of the Quadrant Group. And last but not the least, Dr. K. Shiv Kumar, who is the scientist and head of Department for Endangered Species Management at the Wildlife Institute of India, and has more than 25 years of research experience of the threatened fauna of India. So over to you, Abhir. Good luck, all of you, and we look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. It's great to be here, and welcome to my fellow panelists. I had a slightly longer introduction prepared for all of you, but I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to go ahead with our topic. So, as many of you may know, today we're going to be talking about Ahimsa, which is non-violence, and biodiversity. And I thought I'll just start by, sharing a few thoughts that I had to lay the basis for the conversation, and then I'll move over to our panelists. Um, so Gandhiji had once said, Mahatma Gandhiji had once said that the earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. And I think that's really at the base of this conversation that we're going to have today, because I feel that nature and society have been forced to the brink, where we face a threat of extinction, a climate catastrophe, and the brutality of human inequality and injustice. But both, I feel, both the ecological as well as the social emergency that we're now facing nowadays is connected, with it's connected and based on the fundamental principle of economic interests, extractivism, and all of these other concepts which have sort of started to encourage human beings to exploit the planet and just carelessly sort of uh, fulfill their greed and their personal interests. And Of course, on the other hand, we have non-violence, which is ahimsa, which is an ecological and social imperative. Uh, Compassion connects us to the living earth and each other instead of separating and dividing us through violence, domination, hate, exclusion, and injustice. And we share this planet with other beings, all of whom have a right to live, a right to evolve in health, wealth, well-being, and freedom. And all beings need to share their ecological space and have the right to participate in the living processes, uh, and ensure food and water for us all. We as human beings do not have the right to take the share of other species, other humans, or even future generations. Because when we extract more from the earth, we overstep the limits of our rightful share, we disrupt planetary boundaries, ecological limits, and the integrity of species. Today, we're facing the coronavirus pandemic, and there was recently an article which I came across in The Guardian which suggested that the pandemic may have emerged in the first place because of excessive deforestation, which in turn led to lowering the zoonotic barrier, increasing human animal contact. So that's testimony to exactly this, because in the web of life, species need to sustain each other. I think that's what Sri Menka Gandhi ji was also talking about just a few minutes ago. And robbing others of their fair share deprives humans of their right, of their basic need to survive. And all of this amidst deepening crises of food, water, poverty, hunger, and starvation. Sustainability and justice are interconnected because we live in an interconnected world. And that's why today we'll be talking about ahimsa and biodiversity. So, without further ado, Dr. Shivakumar, I want to turn to you first. Um, I've heard that I've read rather that you've worked extensively in the field of biodiversity management. What really is your understanding of the term biodiversity itself? Because for a term so simple, it surprisingly seems to have a lot of varying interpretations around the planet. So over to you. I'd love to know your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Abhay. Good morning and good evening and good afternoon, everybody. Namaste. If you want to talk about biodiversity in a simpler term, all life around you, that is a biodiversity. In fact, biodiversity is like a unit. We use the kilogram for weight, or a centigrade or Fahrenheit for as a unit for a temperature to measure the temperature, or if you use meter to measure the length. Similarly, if you want to measure the variety of life which you have it in our area, or the area in where you are living, that is called biodiversity. The biodiversity may be a rich, you may be living in a rich and biodiversity area, or you may be living in a low biodiversity area. For example, people living in a city like Delhi, you may be living in a lowest biodiversity area. But if you are living in a Nicobar, Great Nicobar Island, probably you are living in the rich biodiversity area. That is what they measure. But coming to the variety means what kind of variety? It is not just a variety, it is also the number of individual on each variety of this animal or a plants. Okay, that is what we call them a biodiversity. It's kind of a unit, it's a measure or a simple term, variety of life around you. That is biodiversity, any life. It doesn't matter. Sometimes we may say that even human being is a part of the biodiversity. Butterfly, a plant, or an insect, or a dugong, or a fish, or elephant, tiger, whatever, all kind of a life, even starting from the invisible life, like a protista. That's what in India, for example, India has about 140,000 species of plants and animals. Majority of them, most of them are animals. We have about nearly 19,000 variety of plants. We call them a species, not a variety, because each species again may be having a different varieties. So this many animals and plants we have it in our country. That's why this wonderful and country is one of the mega biodiversity country in the world, because the Indians are rich in diversity. How? Because we speak different language, we follow different culture and tradition, and maybe in a different religion, but we are Indian. That is a diversity. Similarly, India has such a huge diversity of species with the abundance of certain species in higher number. This became a 17 mega biodiversity, one of the 17 mega biodiversity country. But the challenge here is among this 17 mega biodiversity country, except few, majority of them are either a poor or a developing country. And if you look at that social and economically, look at the status of people, majority of the people who are living in a poverty or a low economic condition are living this kind of a mega biodiversity country. For coming to India, I travel a lot of places in India. We do research and we train forest officers managing a biodiversity in our country. Whenever I visit, for any remotest forest area where people live there are rich biodiversity in which inside that forest people are living. They are very happy and very peaceful. And maybe for our perspective, they are very poor because they don't have any money. They may not even having a stored food in their house, but they get food from the forest, whatever is available. They may need food for today and tomorrow. The third day, they may look for food and tomorrow, like that. But they live in very peaceful. They live in happily, and their health, life also very healthy. So that clearly indicates that if you have a rich biodiversity, then you get a good food, good water, good air, then it makes you more healthy. The moment if you get a healthy life, then as we always say Indians, uh, health is the wealth. Okay, so the moment if you get a good health because of the rich biodiversity, because the biodiversity around you support you, never harm you. So they are interlinked and also they serve you humankind like anything. As Gandhi madam mentioned like that, the biodiversity actually provide a lot to the human being. Because of our greediness, we start destroying those without understanding their role. If you really want a good water, good air, and good food, then definitely we need a good variety of life around us. Then only we can have a peaceful and healthy and happiest life.
Absolutely. I think that's a very interesting way to conceptualize biodiversity in the larger scheme of things. It's very simple, and it's also a lot more than one tends to think about it. That first comes to mind. So with that, I think Gaurangadas ji, I want to turn to you now. We're looking at two different aspects on this panel: ahimsa and biodiversity. And Dr. Shivakumar spoken about the biodiversity part. I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about the non-violence or the himsa part, because as an
Sure.
environmentalist myself, when I think of the link between biodiversity and violence, the ideas of deforestation, hunting, and such other violent practices in the environment come to my mind. But it's surely not as simple as that. So what, according to you, is the role of non-violence in environmental conservation at large, and more specifically in preserving the earth's biodiversity?
Thank you, Abir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much to the host for staging this event subsequent to the announcement of the Quebec Declaration at the UN Biodiversity Conference. So it's an opportune moment. I hope that with today's panel discussion, we are able to have a catalytic effect to create positive action. So why should the biodiversity be in the spotlight? Well, biodiversity is not just a mere detail, but it's an actual necessity. The ecosystem functions and services it provides supports all living forms. It is the core to sustainable development, economic growth, and human health. So the COVID-19 pandemic is a crude reminder that by being violent towards biodiversity, we threaten our own survival. So this kind of biodiversity loss can destabilize ecosystems. This will affect our nutrition security. It will promote disease outbreaks, and it will increase vulnerability to natural disasters. So one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss, which at times is not given the attention it deserves, is, as you have rightly said, Abir, is violence. So violence is like a ticking time bomb. So though progress has been made to put biodiversity on the path of recovery, but without practicing non-violence, these efforts will lead only to temporary result. So we can compare it to a hen laying golden eggs. Instead of feeding the hen, if one decides I will cut the head with the idea that there will no longer be any need to feed the hen, and we will keep the other half of the body so that it can continue laying eggs, it will not work. So this is the unfortunate situation we are in. Non-human life is also sentient. They experience both suffering and well-being. So biodiversity is multifaceted, but for today I would like to focus on a specific area using the case study of Govardhan Eco Village, which is in Palghar district, 2 hours away from Mumbai airport. So, population boom and changing dietary habits have increased the demand of animal products, leading to industrial production of animals. Most factory farmed animals are confined in cages for long durations, they are given improper diets, and they are subjected to various painful practices. Welfare of farm animals is certainly linked to food safety. Stressed farm animals increases the transmission of various kinds of zoonotic diseases and release more pathogens. And during the transportation and slaughter, it happens even more. So we have to protect these farm animals if you want to decrease the spread of the diseases. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations statistics indicate that 77 billion farmed animals are slaughtered each year for human consumption globally. This equates to 211 million animals each day, 8.8 million animals per hour, and almost 2,400 animals every second. Just think about these numbers. Statistics also indicate that agricultural productivity has increased substantially over the past 50 years. Still, some 800 million people are food insecure. So by 2050, food production will have to feed over a 9 billion population with proportionately more demand for meat and dairy products. One third of the global food production is wasted or lost annually, dumped in landfills, and they are polluting our environment further. In case of animal products, despite the intense suffering which animals are going through and the loss of life, a portion of that also ends up in landfills. So the industrial production of animals is resource intensive. It has negatively affected rural community livelihoods. This is a clearly unsustainable production that has been continuing on the pretext of temporary profits and consumer demand. Another concern is the use of pesticides in agriculture that is polluting the environment and affecting our own health. I consider this as part of violence. 25 million people per year suffer from acute pesticide poisoning in developing countries, and pesticide runoff has caused killing of fishes and death of other aquatics and animals. As mentioned earlier, biodiversity is a vast topic, and the loss of smaller species can also have a tremendous, huge impact on the planet and the balance of diversity. Therefore, it is evident and it is extremely clear that we need to invest our effort to reinforce sustainable values, which is respect and care for nature and biodiversity in order to have a sustainable planet. So, what are some of the solutions to this crisis? At Govardhan Eco Village, non-violence is practiced by us by caring for and feeding with love and care. Proper care and attention is accorded to all living forms. Bulls are engaged in plowing and irrigation system. They are cared for and fed with love. We have also developed smart agriculture techniques which combine science, technology with time-tested indigenous knowledge in a circular economy concept. We incorporate the use of chemical free pesticides in farming and the use of agricultural biodiversity to help cope with pests and diseases and to increase soil quality. This also ensures that aquatics are protected from any pesticide runoff and plant species also flourish. The soil microorganisms are the center of the waste management process through soil biotechnology. To promote flora and fauna, we have established a nursery that also serves as a habitat for various bird species. We collaborated with Bombay Natural History Society for this. So the consequential benefits are to the human health as well as to biodiversity. So the public awareness forums and campaigns are also effective for promoting a non-violent, sustainable world by emphasizing dietary changes and harmonious attitudes, fostering simple living, high thinking. Govardhan Eco runs a rural development program whereby the neighbors, indigenous groups, and the other farmers are sensitized on sustainable farming practices and non-violence techniques. And this non-violence to biodiversity helping them in their livelihoods. Govardhan Eco Village conducts tours for students, for corporates, for researchers, around the campus, and people come from all over the world for this. An essential part of this is showcasing the culture of loving the farm animals with practical sessions on feeding and cleaning the farm animals. In the science field, there are various alternatives that have been developed to meet dietary needs, such as the UN awarded Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat for the technological innovation in plant based and cellular alternatives to meat, fish, and dairy products. So, therefore, we have created a brand called Hari Bowl. So, you can visit our website, Hari Bowl Milk. And I would like to end with two quotes. We keep making choices to borrow from the future to live well today, but we don't need to make those choices, said Rice. When things are unified, they are beautiful. What makes music beautiful? It is harmony. And what is harmony? Unity in purpose. So let's be united with love and compassion towards all living entities and live in harmony with each other. That is the antidote to overcoming this violence with respect to biodiversity. Thank you, Abir, for giving me a chance to share my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. I think there's so much to learn from everything that you said, and definitely, I think an understanding for all our viewers that violence is not just limited to conventional violence, but also in our ill treatment of animals, which or even in our in the manner in which we grow our plants, our crops, and all of that. I think it's in a these days people talk of a circular economy, but I think we also need to start talking about circular responsibility towards that economy. So without further ado, I now want to turn towards Helen. Helen, you've worked on nature based solutions and have worked with young people. While I can confidently say that the environmental message seems to resonate most deeply with young people, what do you think are some of the ways to encourage those from older generations to care or act on on issues of climate change, on or not just older generations, even people who are indifferent? Until recently we had several world leaders who even outright denied climate change. So how do we speak to such people?
Okay. Thank you, Abir. Thank you, everyone who's listening. The key word for me to reach out to older generations and to all those who are denying the reality of climate change and loss of biodiversity and all the other environmental challenges we are facing at the moment is communication in a way that they understand, in a language that makes sense to them. While for young people, social media, internet is a great way of reaching out, and the terminology they use makes a lot of sense to them. For the older generation, we would have to use ways that they identify with. For example, meet them in their communities. They have their own ways of gathering, they have their own groupings. Let us go and meet them physically there. And as we have a dialogue with them, as we converse with them, let us use words and language that they understand. For instance, if you're meeting farmers in the rural setting, the word, even the terminology climate change may not make a lot of sense to them. But if you explain change in seasons, because traditionally we know we plant during these months because that is when we have the rain. We harvest during this month because that is when it is dry. That makes a lot of sense to them. They already are experiencing extremes where when they think it's going to be dry, it's flooding. When they think it's going to be raining so that crops can thrive, they have drought. So that would be an approach that will work for them. So tell them, this is what we are talking about when we say climate change. These extremes that you're experiencing are climate change. So let's go beyond social media meetings that they may not fit in, that they may not really understand, and scientific terminology and technical language. Let us speak in a language that they understand and meet them where they are. Another way would be, for example, through faith communities. There are many religions and spiritualities where people gather, especially the older generation. Let us use this their leaders here, the faith leaders, and people that the older generation will understand and can relate with. This will go a long way to helping them understand the challenge we're facing of climate change, the threat it is posing to biodiversity, the kind of violence that that we are directing at nature and all of creation. And interestingly, they also have solutions. Some of them are already implementing solutions, even without using scientific language or technical terms that we may use. For example, if you look at the where I come from, people, there are many indigenous communities, and they had ways of dealing with these challenges. So if it is crop farming, for example, what plants can we grow that will live through this? Can we avoid using chemicals and pesticides and so on, and use indigenous seeds and methods of farming that that will help us to adapt to the situation as it is? So it is key to reach them where they are and use language that they understand, Abir.
Absolutely. I think you've made several interesting points, which I will circle back on to, and I'd like to discuss with the panel at large, in a few minutes. But before that, Floyd, I think I want to turn to you. You're our in-house media expert, and as someone who comes from Delhi, I'm extremely frustrated by the manner in which the media only seasonally covers the air pollution problem, for example, in India. And I find that a large part of the problem lies in the lack of awareness about climate change. Arguably, a key stakeholder then is the media itself for building this awareness. So as a journalist, you must be only too familiar with the pressures of conflicting media interests. Stories of elections and political drama tends to take precedence over stories of forest fires and rising sea levels. What then, according to you, do you think can be done to convince the media to spread the message of climate change, to stress on the importance of biodiversity, and to carry this message all year round rather than just seasonally or just when there's a specific occurrence? Because at the end of the day, it does have a day-to-day effect on such events. Does tend to have a day-to-day effect on people's lives.
Yeah, sure. First of all, thanks for having me on today. Really appreciate it, and I think it's really good to get kind of perspective from somebody in the media in the background, because normally you just see the content that goes out. So thanks for having me on. And I think non-violence is kind of central to biodiversity preservation, but I think everything everyone else has already said will be more than good enough. I don't think I could could mount up to that challenge, but I do think it's essential, because everything we do at the moment is harmful. So we need to kind of shift completely the other way, and I feel like the media is kind of a key role, as you said, in that, because obviously from a UK perspective as well, nearly 50% of UK diversity has actually been lost since the Industrial Revolution. So something has to change, and I think the media is a big part of that. I think one of the biggest issues the media have at the moment is kind of the people getting their news off Facebook and things like that aren't kind of like a verified source. Because if you've got one article that kind of says climate change is bad, you'll be able to find one just as easily that kind of denies climate change. So it's about kind of disseminating that information better. But I think in terms of the question that you asked, I think it's really, really important that people kind of look for it, because in mainstream media, it definitely is kind of the 24-hour news cycle that kind of the day before we say, oh, we need this to go out, this to go out. And it's actually quite easy to forget the importance of talking about the environment. But if there's a massive forest fire, it's okay, this is newsworthy today, let's get this out today. And then it's forgotten by tomorrow. But I think this is a role where kind of independent media has such a huge role. So where I work at Quadrant Group, we're an independently run media company. So we don't have to focus on the big political stories that are happening each day. We can actually each day focus on everything that's happening in the environment. And that's what we do. So the one thing I would encourage is people to look for more independent media outlets for, say, specifically for the environment. Of course, you'll have the Guardian, the Times, the mainstream news outlets all across the globe that you'll go to for your daily news. But if you want to look for things specifically environmental or biodiversity, those things are out there. It's just about looking for them. But I go back to what I said with the issue the media has at the moment. It's really difficult to find a independent source that you can kind of trust. Because, for example, if you see the BBC, okay, this is going to be true or this is going to be a verified source, but you never know what website you're going on. What they could be telling you is incorrect. So it's really important that people look for the right media outlet. But I would definitely encourage everybody to look at kind of independent media because we are out there. we're just tricky to find.
Absolutely. I think we need a lot more independent media, nowadays. But before I turn back to the rest of the panel, just to follow up for you, Floyd, we are talking about the different forms of violence, and of course it's been said that information is power. Now, given that, do you think that nowadays, with there's of course still people in parts of the world who do not have the best internet access, if at all, but for those who do, and who do have access to that kind of information and knowledge, do you think there is just as much, you correctly said that there is, for every website which says climate change is real, there's a website which says it's not real. So would you say fake news or any sort of information on the net can be manipulated to constitute, to lead people in the wrong direction, to tell them that we have plenty of biodiversity, all of this is a sham? So how does one tend to avoid that? How do you sort of figure out what's right and what's wrong?
Yeah, well, that's the $1 million question, really. If we could solve that question, would be all right. But as you say, fake news it travels 5 times faster than real news, so that's the problem that we face. So I think the main thing that you should kind of look out for, if like an article doesn't have a quote or doesn't have a source, then I'd probably say tend to avoid it, unless you're reading an opinion article, which is fine. Obviously, that's a lot different. But if you're reading a news article and there's no source, there's no kind of quotes, there's no links to where that source is from. So say they're quoting a government report that apparently is saying that climate change isn't real. Obviously, alarm bells should be ringing that that's fake. But if there's no link to that report from the government, then just avoid it. And then once you've read from that site, just avoid that site and kind of move on to the next one. But obviously that's easier said than done, because a lot of people do believe what they read, and we're all guilty of that at some point. And the most dangerous part is sometimes you won't know that you've read fake news, so it is really, really difficult. So I kind of don't have an answer for it, but definitely the main thing to look out is for sources linking back to different reports and quotes from people, from MPs, from councillors, from people that are real and are the people that can be trusted and be believed, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I think this may seem a little off track, but I think it's very important, because it's the kind of information that's out there on the net. I think it's very important for our viewers today to know what's real, what's not, and how to trust, and know what they can trust, really. But now I want to take this to the panel at large, because when one tends to think of climate change and how the impact that it's having on the biodiversity around the planet, one tends to think about global warming, industrial vehicular emissions, ideas of carbon neutrality, and institutional responsibility. The latter two, I'm hoping, will be discussed at COP26, which just started today. But all of this is happening in a world where there is increasing polarization, media sensationalism, which we just touched upon, and the rise of right-wing nationalism. So, and this is open to anyone really on the panel. Why do you think that nonviolence is central to biodiversity preservation. Because we need to understand, we've of course had Gauranga Das ji and Dr. Shiva Kumar who've explained this, but to all of you, I mean, is there anything that you'd like to add? How do you think we can make this link directly relevant? Because something that I've realized as an environmentalist is that human beings tend to be selfish. Until you can tell them why it's important to switch off the lights, until people realize that there were coal shortages in India a few weeks ago, nobody really cared to switch off their lights and fans, right? So everything has to be tied down to people's day-to-day lives and how it's impacting them. I think that goes a long way in making people understand why they need to care for an issue or act on it. So anyone,
Yeah.
Dr. Shiva
Thank
Kumar, I
you.
think you're,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Abir. It's excellent question. In fact, this is what a need of the hour also. People should understand what are we doing it. As Helen mentioned, the climate change is the one issue. If we really want to solve this climate issue, the nature-based solution will be the best solution because it is sustainable and cost-wise also very, very cheaper. So nature-based solution means what? Biodiversity. The biodiversity is the most important and probably the only solution for a climate change. If you really want to bring back the biodiversity, then what are the problems we caused for their degradation that should be stopped? For example, as I told you earlier, India has a wonderful and a rich biodiversity, but it doesn't mean that all the entire biodiversity is doing very well. The many species are threatened, and because of the greediness of the people, that is what the responsible for bringing down the things, and then climate change further added. And if for example, the one solution we always quickly found at a policy level, we want to protect their habitat, because we call them as a protected area. We do have about 5% of Indian land mass protected, and then remaining another 18% land mass also getting some kind of protection. So the government of India trying their level best to keep about 23% of our land mass exclusive for a biodiversity. But the thing is, whether these biodiversity is still doing very well or not. Are the biodiversities are doing very well? And then coming to the aquatic system, marine ecosystem, not only the global community, India, and everybody doing really bad in these things, taking care of marine biodiversity. India is really doing very bad in this. Actually, we don't have a much of the marine ecosystems are protected for their diversity because we believe the biodiversity conservation is the long-term investment for the future generation. Whatever development we do nowadays, whether it's hydroelectric project that can satisfy the electricity requirement of the current generation, maybe the next generation, but the river will take care of the hundreds of future generation. So if you destroy the river and build a dam and then use that utility, that is not the way. Dasap already mentioned. Ahimsa meant what? That's what. Because our ancestor left this earth for us. We should also take responsibility to not leave this earth as such for our future generation. That's very important. But a lot of good things are happening nowadays. At least I know about in Indian side. We use the biodiversity conservation as a piece for with our neighboring country. So that is another way of going for ahimsa and peace and all those things. We call them a peace park. The protected area or joining with our neighboring countries are peace park. The government of India right now working very hard to manage those protect biodiversity, conserve them, not for the only sake of conserving the biodiversity. Using a biodiversity, of course, biodiversity is promoted peace. So that's what peace park we want to do that. So I want to end this talk saying that there is a challenge, as I mentioned earlier. The global community, the poor people are living in the rich biodiversity region. That is the biggest challenge for biodiversity conservation in the global level. Though developed country should come forward to help the developing and poor country who are actually going to take care of the biodiversity for entire global community. That's something we have to do it. The sacrifice the poor community will do for conserving a biodiversity should be compensated by the people who are rich in the society. That's a very important thing. We can do it. It is not a big thing. So we can still do that. So biodiversity conservation is the best solution for climate change. That's what my conclusion.
Okay. Gauranga Das ji, I think you wanted to come in next.
Yeah, yeah. So actually, Abir, it's a very important point that global diversity is on a steep decline, and almost average 68% of decline in numbers of mammals, birds, fishes, plants, insects in the duration of 50 years from 1970 to 2020. So the loss is unprecedented in history. It is no signs of slowing down. We have lost almost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years due to habitat loss. 30% of plant pollination network has disappeared. Almost 23% of the species and 16% of habitats are in good health only. And this comprehensive assessment reveals a very unfortunate fact that almost 1 million animal and plant species can go extinct within a decade. Every year we are losing 10 million hectares of forest cover equivalent to Mexico. So the major causes need to be analyzed. Then only solution can be implemented. And the major causes are the change in land and sea use, primarily due to agriculture and deforestation. Number one. Second, there is an exploitation of organisms, especially the wild species. Third, the climate change caused due to rise of almost zero point 0.7 degrees Celsius due to higher greenhouse gases emissions. And number four, there is a pollution in all the ecosystems, whether it is land, soil, water, and air. And the secondary causes, however, cannot cover the primary cause, which is the undue human influence or violence caused by neglect or harm. So in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna diagnoses this as undue greed or lust born out of the mode of passion. And he says, Kama esha krodha esha rajoguna samudbhava mahashano mahapapma vidyenam ihvairinam. Lust, which gives rise to greed when desires are fulfilled, or gives rise to anger when unfulfilled, both causes violence. This violence manifests pragmatically in the form of climate change, deforestation, species exploitation, pollution, neglect, the cleansing of inner environment of this primary enemy by sincere spiritual practice and meditation replaces lust, karma, with prema, where prema means selfless service and love. Situation is gloomy, but life is all about hope. And scientific evidence proves it's possible to rejuvenate Mother Earth with, with regenerative practices. And therefore, UN has actually brought in what is known as the faith-based organizations to play a major part in Faith for Earth program. So we are part and parcels of the Lord, have natural responsibility to take care of Mother Nature. Spiritual activism can be centered around three things. First, eco-ethical, integrated, sustainable solutions. Everything is highly interconnected in nature, and respecting this interconnection, we should practice ethical and moral values based upon spiritual principles to counteract undue desire for enjoyment and exploitation. Systems inspired by these principles then are symbiotic for sustainable development. We at Govardhan Eco Village contribute to all the 17 UN SDGs by practicing symbiotic sustainable development model. Second, the stewardship, inspired by service, focuses on taking environment to evolving better spiral by reforestation, regenerative practices. The same service attitude is extended to all fellow beings overcoming exploitative nature. We have created the Vrindavan forest spread over 15 acres and a large green canopy in the rest of the 90 acres. We have more than 165 species of trees, 65 plus species of birds, 55 plus species of butterfly, which validate the positive results of this stewardship. Third, minimizing exploitation with sustainable waste management inspired by circularity is not only a strong spiritual proposition but also an economic one. We handle 100% of the solid and liquid waste in GB, resulting in over 1650 kilos of organic manure, 5,000 cubic meter of biogas, and 78% energy consumed, saved, or generated by renewable sources. As they say, where there is a will, there is a way. And even if the scale is small, at least we should begin with a good intent, and that's what we have tried to do. You can visit our website at www.ecovillage.org.in. Thank you, Abir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be sure to check out that website. I think we're running a bit short on time. We just have 5 minutes left. So I'm going to dive into the audience questions. I think one question that we have, which is open to anyone, but I think, Helen, maybe you want to come in on this, is what are some of the steps that can be taken by individuals at a ground level towards conserving or restoring biodiversity?
Okay. Thank you, Abir. I think the most important thing is awareness as a first step. As we said, a lot of people either do not understand what is happening, some are getting access to the wrong information. And I think a change of lifestyle is very important to everybody. As much as we point fingers at industries and developing nations and those who are causing damage at a larger scale, I think at individual level, we need to change our lifestyles. Small things, for example, how much plastic do you use as an individual? Avoid buying things in plastic if you can. Carry shopping bags when you can. Avoid PET bottles. Buy your drinks, with alternative containers. Reuse and recycle whenever you can. Use energy in a very conscious way. For example, we have a lot of sun. Use solar when you can. If you have to use the lights, switch them off when you can avoid it. Construct in ways that you can use. Because nature has given us so much resources, so let's do make use of them as much as we can. Let's also reach out to those of us who have information. Reach out to those who we have access to, our communities. Garang just mentioned faith communities, and our faith leaders and faith communities have a lot of reach and a lot of have a voice that many other people may not have. Many people will tend to listen to their religious leaders more than political leaders and so on. So let's use that channel also to reach out to as many people as we can. When we get an opportunity, let us choose leaders who are wise and who have no selfish interest, who have the humanity at heart, so that all the decisions and policies that are being made locally until global level, like the COP that is starting now, will make good decisions and policies that will have a positive impact. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think those are sound words of advice, because you're right. People can tend to listen to spiritual leaders more often than political leaders. So I think you're onto something there. Another question that we have is that a lot of environmentalists don't see livestock farming as one of the main causes to climate change and hurting the environment. And and many of them are still meat eaters. So how do you explain this to them? Well, firstly, before anyone else comes in, I'd say, I think there's increasing awareness about the fact that livestock farming can be very detrimental towards climate change. But I think but there's also a lot of good that comes out of it. It's more problematic when it really goes into the meat consumption side of things. But that's my personal take. Dr. Shivakumar, do you have any views on this?
Yeah, quickly I will say that people must understand even exploiting plant also is not a ahimsa, in fact, because plant, you must understand one thing, that plant also having a life. It has everything. In fact, it has a feelings also. So we should eat what exactly we want to eat. We should not waste the food, first of all. That is a very important thing. And the second thing is coming to the non-vegetarian food, for example. Yes, then what is the alternative? We have to see that. We are already drained out the resource on the land. Even if you want to promote agriculture, where will you promote agriculture? We have to destroy the rich biodiversity region and then go for agriculture, because many of us agree that poor land use patterns. So right now, the rich biodiversity regions having a place where we can actually expand our agriculture activity. Whether you want to kill the other tree and then go for a food tree, that we have to decide on that. And yes, we have to find out the things, even the livestock farming, for example. If we want to, it is harming the environment. All of us knows. We know very well that consumption of animal product, it is energy efficient, it's not the energy efficient. Coming to the law of thermodynamics very clearly indicates when the energy transforms from one trophic level to another trophic level, when you eat a plant, you are consuming the energy efficiently. The moment if you are eating as animal, you are not consuming energy. That is another philosophical things actually we are talking about. But coming to the life here, for example, fisheries, there are millions of billions of people are directly dependent on the fish resources. Whether we are going to stop eating a fish, then we are going to feed those people, because we have to think in those things also. So which one? Non-vegetarian food means whether you are adding all the, even food, fish also included, but fish also has the life. I remember when I was doing research on fishes in the Ladakh region, and the Buddhists don't kill fish. Although they eat fish, they don't kill fish, because they say fish can't express their feeling. It can't express. Other animal can express. So that kind of things are there. It's really a very sensitive and need a lot of debate. What I can say that we may go for a very sustainable kind of livestock farming that is not harmful to the environment. That much only we can think about that. Completely stopping any kind of those things, it may be again further determined to the overall biodiversity of the country, because animal need a plant. When you exploit plant, then what will happen to the animal? That is, we have to see that forest plants are habitat of the animal diversity. If you are really concerned about animal, then you should also equally concerned about the plants in which they are living it, or that they're providing food. So both are, for me, it's equally important. We shouldn't, anything is sustainable is okay, unsustainable not acceptable. That's what my, thank you, Abir.
Absolutely. I think that's really the central answer to our entire conversation, and I think that's a perfect note to conclude with, which is that we need everything. We can't have anything in extremes. It needs to be, not excessive, and it needs to be in moderate amounts, especially until we can find a sustainable solution, like you said. In my context, when I talk to so many young people about the issues of air pollution, waste segregation, I tell them exactly this, that we don't need to try and be like Ferraris. We should not try and go from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds. And we don't need just 1,000 people living a perfectly sustainable lifestyle. Instead, we need millions and millions of people, if not billions, living an imperfectly sustainable lifestyle. Everyone needs to do their bit, as long as it's slowly but surely increasing day by day. So I think that's a good note to conclude with. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining this panel, and take care, stay safe, and have a great day. And yes, thank you so much. Back to the Go Dharmic team.
Thank you, Abhir. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Dr. Shiv Kumar, for the amazing session. So now we have our next panel already here. So the panel is very interesting, very close to us. It's called Food is Climate, Why Ahimsa is Essential for Climate Justice. I will not do the introductions here. I will just name, and I think the panelists will be doing the introductions. So we have Mr. Sailesh Rao, Glenn Mirza, Dale Valkonen, Bhavani Singh Shekhawat, and Anita Krajuk.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the panel.
Hello.
This is so close to my heart. We're talking about why food is climate, which happens to be the title of Glenn Mirza's book. This is something that I have been working on for 15 years. I used to work with Al Gore, and I kind of split off from him because he wouldn't talk about why food is climate. And I regret that, because I think I could have done more just staying within and helping him see the reason. Because there is so much that we are ignoring that needs to be addressed, and we are still continuing to ignore it. It's unfortunate. That's the way it is at the moment. But we are going to have to change that. Because Ahimsa is essential for climate justice or climate healing, because Ahimsa is non-violence. And it's only through non-violence that we can reverse climate change. It's violence, which is fundamental to the system that we are in, is essential for heating the climate. And that's what we have been doing. And we've all suffered a lot as a result of that. It's not just animals who have been suffering, but human beings have been suffering too. So many people are going hungry. 800 million people are going hungry. And that's estimated to double because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Right? So there's so many people are going hungry, and yet we are taking food and feeding our animals, and the animals are then being killed. And I mean, the number of animals that are raised is 80 billion land animals and 1 to 3 trillion sea animals that are being killed every year. And then we eat those animals, and the people who eat those animals get sick, and then they suffer. And COVID-19 was caused by animals. That has killed so many millions of people already. So all this suffering was done so that we could heat the climate. And that's what has happened so far. For the last 10,000 years, we've been heating the climate. And now we have reached a point where if we continue heating the climate, we are going to die. It's as simple as that. So this is not about just preaching Ahimsa. We have to start practicing it from the very core of our being. I'm Sailesh Rao. I'm with Climate Healers, and I work for my granddaughter. And she has asked me for 2 simple things. She was born in 2010. She's asked me that by 2026, when she's 16 years old, there should be more wild animals on Earth than when she was born in 2010. So far, it's been going down, down, down. We need to bring that back up. Otherwise, we won't be able to meet what she's asked me to do. Second thing she's asked me to do is that by 2026, when she's 16 years old, we should not be routinely hurting animals, because every time we hurt animals, she hurts. It is so intrinsic to her. The suffering of the animals comes to her. And so she conveys that to me. And she's convinced me to put everything I have into this project so that we address the cow in the room. The cow in the room that we have been ignoring. Even at COP26, after all this, 25 years, 25 times we have met already, and still we don't have animal agriculture on the agenda at COP26. And animals are still on the menu. When will we learn? When will we start becoming serious as humanity, as adults in the room? Our children are looking for us to solve climate change. I'm an engineer, and as an engineer, I look at every problem and I look at how to solve problems. That's what I'm trained to do. I'm a systems engineer. I'm trained to solve problems. Okay? So I'm looking at the science of climate change, and I see all this creative accounting so that we don't have to address animal agriculture. Don't count this, don't count that, because it's part of the natural cycle, this and that. As an engineer, I count everything. You have to count everything, and you have to look at what is causing climate change. So I have there's a 1-minute video that I'm going to play for you. It's an animation from the cow in the room.
Methane is a greenhouse gas that causes climate change.
So much is being emitted that life on Earth is collapsing.
Know where most of it comes from? Me. But it's not my fault. It's yours.
There are over 1 billion cows now!
To feed us, you tear down forests to create new grazing land. But we need trees to capture greenhouse gases. The climate disaster is human-made, not cow-made. but you can slow it. You can stop it. You must stop eating meat.
Me too.
A plant-based diet is good for all us animals and the climate. You can make a difference. Transform to a plant-based diet.
Thank you, panelists, for being here. Glenn, you have written the book, Food is Climate. Tell us a bit about how did you write that book, and what is the thesis of that book?
There we go. The thesis of the book is the thesis of your paper, which is that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. And the creative accounting that you mentioned does not include the amount of greenhouse gases caused by pasture maintenance fires set all over the world on close to 40% of the Earth's non-ice land surface. It does not include in the oceans when fishing nets trawl on the bottom of the oceans, kicking up the sediment at the bottom of the oceans and reducing thereby the carbon capture potential of the oceans. Doesn't include that. It uses creative accounting to account for methane, which has an initial global warming potential of 120, but the UN and other organizations typically use numbers like 28 because of the fact that methane degrades over time. The fact that methane degrades over time is irrelevant, really, because the methane is being emitted constantly into the atmosphere. They might as well use the half-life of carbon dioxide, which after all, almost half of that is reabsorbed by trees each year, trees in the ocean. It doesn't count the nitrous oxide with a global warming potential of 300 used to grow the feed that's then fed to the animals that we eat. It doesn't account for the natural inefficiency of using grain to grow animals, to eat the animals instead of using the grain directly to feed humans. And most importantly, it doesn't account for the carbon opportunity cost, which is the cost that we all suffer by not having forests and instead having grazing land for the animals. And it doesn't count the degrading of the land and the reduced carbon capture of the grazing land. So when you add all those things up, you realize that this is the lion's share of the problem. And cars and boats and airplanes and energy plants are the smaller share of the problem. So I wanted to make those points in my book, Food is Climate. And in the book, on the front cover, there's a satellite map that shows in red where all the pasture maintenance fires are. Let me try to get this in the picture, right? And when you see where all the pasture maintenance fires are, you notice that they tend to abut against the vast desert from the Sahara Desert across to the Gobi Desert. Now, I've seen that image all my life. The desert around the Middle East, spreading to the west to Africa, to the east to China. And I just assumed that was the way the earth was created. Well, it's not how the earth was created. 10,000 years ago, that was forest. So what happened 10,000 years ago? Agriculture, including animal agriculture and the grazing of goats and sheep and cattle. And so that's what we've done to that part of the world over 10,000 years. There were other factors, but certainly one of the main factors was cutting down trees and grazing animals. And nobody believes that if the whole earth looked like that humanity could survive. We wouldn't have food. So we have to stop before it's bad enough that we have the Sahara Desert. We don't want to have the California Desert and the Amazon Desert. And we have to stop this same process of destroying life on Earth, destroying the trees, which are our friends, in the interest of hamburger. So that's why I wrote the book.
Thank you, Glenn. Such an important contribution. I think, who was it who said it's the most important book of the 21st century? Was it Dr. Michael Clapper?
Dr. Clapper.
Dr. Clapper said that.
I have to point out in all modesty that the century is yet young.
Correct, at least until now. Now, we know, I think everyone knows that there is a cow in the room, that we need to address the cow in the room. We cannot keep ignoring this issue. We all know that. And Anita, you have been working so hard to get governments, city governments, national governments, religious institutions, and everybody to sign the plant-based treaty, acknowledge that this is where we are headed, and we need to be doing this together. So, how do you see the progress of this plant-based treaty? Do you think at COP are they addressing it?
Thank you, Salesh. We feel that the Paris Accords need to have substantive agreements that are solutions oriented, because right now the Paris Climate Accords are just talking about empty targets with no serious implementation plans. So we developed the plant-based treaty starting in April after we met with Sephora Berman, who is chairing the fossil fuel treaty, or the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and it's environmental groups set up this treaty that they want the Paris Accords to include. It doesn't address animal agriculture, so we filled in the gap by saying, okay, well, there's a fossil fuel treaty that needs to be negotiated, but also a plant-based treaty. And the good thing about the fossil fuel treaty is it gave us a model to organize effectively. So basically, we're using a bottom-up approach to get 10 million individuals to sign, 10,000 groups, 10,000 businesses, and 50 cities. And this bottom-up pressure is geared towards national governments to negotiate a global treaty. So it has 3 principles in the treaty. First, don't make the problem worse. No new deforestation to expand animal agriculture, no new animal farms, no new slaughterhouses. We say animal farms and not industrial animal farms because big companies like Cargill are introducing programs like Hatching Hope, where they're trying to get 100 million people, mostly in Asia, to adopt backyard chickens. So any progress we make in the Western countries would be obliterated by greedy companies like Cargill, which are based in the U.S. and other animal feed companies. So it's very important for us to really work on that principle. Do not make the problem worse. Do not continue to deforest the earth. As Glenn eloquently said, no more pasture fires. So we need to stop that. And then the second principle is redirect. So redirect from subsidies and taxes and public information campaigns from promoting the problem, which is animal agriculture, to stopping those programs and then promoting the solution, which is a switch to a plant-based food system. And then the third principle is reforest the earth, restore the mangroves and so forth. So these are the 3 broad principles which we are asking national governments to negotiate a global treaty. So far, we have almost 20,000 individuals who have endorsed, over 400 organizations, including climate healers and Extinction Rebellion in Rome, and Fridays for Future in Argentina, and PETA and Viva, and lots of organizations have endorsed it, and in defense of animals. And then we have over 200 businesses, and we have 2 cities, Boynton Beach in Florida, which is, as you know, Florida is facing inundation from sea level rise in the near term. And Rosario, the 3rd largest city in Argentina, have endorsed. We're also getting scientists. So we have a couple of IPC scientists who are endorsing it, and celebrities. So today we're releasing a video by Moby asking world leaders to negotiate the treaty at COP26. And to answer your last question, no. I mean, the methane agreement that was introduced by the U.S. administration is quite empty. It just targets, but not really addressing the core issue. 30% of methane emissions come from animal agriculture, according to the IPCC. So yeah, so there's we're currently at the IPCC at the COP in Glasgow along with Salesh, and it's basically us who have to put this on the agenda.
On the negotiators. But the one excuse that we keep hearing about this is that it's going to change the economic system, and people are going to be losing jobs if we start addressing this, and they're going to go hungry. So, Bhavani, I know you work with Akshaya Patra, and you have addressed hunger at the grassroots level so efficiently. So do you think it is possible for us to feed everyone healthy, immune-boosting vegan food with what we are growing right now if we took animal agriculture off the agenda? I mean,
well, thank you, Sailesh. I think to begin with, it's fair to say that we have a situation where our civilization is in crisis, and I think the Eat Lancet Commission last year categorically said that we could wipe out 200,000 years of human history if we do not really address our food systems, because not only do we face climate crisis, we face ecological destruction, we face rising obesity rates, rising hunger. Food is threatening our future, and nowhere has this been more apparent than in the last 10 years, where we are beginning to see alarming effects of what we eat. And this is a cumulative impact. At Akshaya Patra, we simply believe that food can truly transform lives. And Akshaya Patra is Sanskrit for a pot of food that never runs out. So how do we really create a world where this pot of food never runs out? Because strangely, we have a situation today that there is enough food in the world, but not enough for everyone. And by food, I mean compassionate food that is devoid of any violence at all. And to me, that has been fascinating, because over the years, as we started looking at it, we realized that if there was everyone looks for a silver bullet. And we believe that there is more data in the world today than information. There is more information than insight. There is more insight than knowledge, and there is more knowledge than wisdom. So the tons of data that we have, I think everyone knows that there is a problem. The question is, what do we do about it? And will we only start acting when we begin to see the impact of it right at our doorstep, in our own families, with our loved near and dear ones? Is that what it's going to take to change this? And then we realize that the fundamental issue we have, and Akshaya Patra has been operating for 20 years. We serve close to 2 million children every morning. It's the world's largest program of its kind. But the fact is that it's a global problem, because we have forgotten that food has a context. From the time this world was created, whichever way we believe it was created, and the time when the systems around us were also created to support life, both human and non-human, on this planet, there is enough evidence that we were also told that food is contextual. In other words, when you are trying to create a better world, because the world is in crisis, what role can food play? And within that context, we've been only trying to solve for hunger. And look at the travesty of it all. Over the last 120, 150 odd years, where we have tried to improve the problem of hunger in the world, the problem of hunger has gotten worse. So it should be very obvious to us that economic development and solving for human problems are not necessarily collinear. If you look at the UN SDGs, hunger remains one of our top two problems after years and years of development. And also in countries like the UK, where we see a lot of it, solving for hunger has created another problem. And I am of the belief that we shouldn't solve for hunger. We should solve for better nutrition. We should solve for better food. Because in our quest for solving for hunger, we might be creating a nutrition problem. If we solve for nutrition, we will solve for hunger. And I think we've got it all the other way around, because in our quest for solving for hunger, and there are a lot of people who've done amazing work, on this, Caroline Steele, etc. And they said, we do not even today know the real value, the real cost of food, because what we think is cheap supermarket food is damaging not just the environment, but damaging our futures. So it's damaging our current, it's creating difficulties for our future. And if our present and future is destroyed, we'll only be looking at the past. And that's really, really not being truly human in my view. What we realize is that food is contextual. And by context, I mean, if we feed not only our children, say at neonatal or prenatal stages, well, but we also feed them better between the age of 6 and 16. And that's what Akshay Patra has done. We have forgotten the fact that children need better nutrition, not just when they are 3 or 4 years old. They need better nutrition when they are learning to think slow, when they're in the context of the classroom. School meals is one of the least addressed problems when it comes to the food systems in our world. We look at food in ways that is probably counterintuitive to begin with. And at Akshay Patra, we believe that if we feed children in the classroom better, they are going to create a world that is better for all of us. So if you really want to solve for all of our 17 SDGs, I'm of the view, and it's a contentious view, it's an extreme view, I understand, feed your children in the classroom better, because they are the ones, like Sailesh, you say, you live for your granddaughter. If your granddaughter eats better when she's trying to engage with education in the truest sense of the term, she will create a world that will be better for all of us. And I think that truly is the context of food that we must appreciate, we must understand. And within that, compassion plays probably the anchor, the ecosystemic role. Because if we want the world to be compassionate to us, how can we be violent to the world that we interface with? And if we are violent outside, we are going to be violent within. And clearly, this is not just philosophy. If you last 100 years of data points in that direction, but we must glean that insight from that data. We must glean that knowledge. But most importantly, we must arrive at the wisdom that allows us to think, act differently now, and create a world that is much smarter, much better, and truly more natural for our children and our grandchildren.
You're bringing up the system side of how we need to be addressing this. Because the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals has goal number 8, which is economic growth. And I've always looked at that and said, why is that there? I mean, if you had zero hunger, no poverty, good health and well-being, and all the other goals are met, why do we need to grow the economy? Where did that come from? It's anytime there's a redundant goal in a systems perspective, from a systems perspective, I see that as something that's been put there for nefarious purposes. So you need to take it out. So I've been asking the UN, please take out goal number 8. It's useless, and replace it with goal number 18, which is zero animal exploitation. So when you make zero animal exploitation as a goal, suddenly all the other goals become easy to meet. And we can actually meet zero hunger very quickly as soon as we say that. And then we can meet all the other goals easily, right? So In any engineering project, when you have multiple goals, you have to set one goal and say, I'm going to meet it. Then I know you're serious about completing that project. And so I've said, let's meet goal number 2, zero hunger. Let's do that as a species. And that is how we change systems. So we need to go from a system that is now designed for heating the climate to a system that should be designed for healing the climate. And that's the exact opposite. It's a non-violent system that we are going towards from a completely violent system that we are in. So that's the kind of future that we should be looking towards and working towards. And I know, Dale, you've been working so hard on creating this kind of future, and you have been doing this year after year, along with your mentor, Stuart Scott, a good friend of mine who passed away recently. So tell us more about Facing Future and what you're doing there. Mr. Muted. Dale, you're muted. Sorry, Dale is muted. So I'm going to play a video of Animal Hero kids asking for something.
It ain't so crazy what I'm about to say. Kindness is here, bake a vegan cake. I'm freedom here, see this happy face. Saving them, we're all family and friends. Because I'm happy when the world is vegan, like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like kindness is the truth. Because I'm happy, clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like that's all we want to do. Hey, here come good news, vegans where it's at. We'll give it all we got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, we'll be just fine. No offense to you, it's the end of killing time. Here's why. Because I'm happy that the world is vegan, like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like kindness is the truth. Because I'm happy, clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Yeah, clap along if you feel like that's all we want to do. We'll be happy when the world is vegan. We'll be happy.
Support us. Come join us.
Hi.
You're back.
think
Dale.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Take it away. We can hear you, Dale. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. All right. Well, for years, I worked on the school food issue in my local district, and they were serving, pepperoni as a default on all the pizzas, for example. It was quite a battle to get the school to change and to get a culture to change. But we did get a lot of the meat and the processed meat, which is heavy with nitrates, out of the nutrition for schools. Our position was that lunch is a subject. What you teach in school, you teach math. You don't say, well, maybe 1 and 1 could be 5 or 6. 1 and 1 is 2. And if that can be looked at as, this is where we teach our children what to eat. This is what they bring home to their families. If they're getting hot dogs, they think that's the real thing. If they're getting vegetables and they're getting salads, then they think that's the real thing. So it was a great battle, some of which we won and some of which we didn't win. Years before that, I used to work for the ASPCA, and the issue was compassion. Could you care about animals enough to take them out of these appalling cages? Could you care about veal calf, which never got to move, a baby animal that lives in a crate its whole life and can't even turn around? But it wasn't a seller. Money is the big thing. Nobody was buying compassion. Now we're at a point where it's not about compassion, it's about our own survival if we don't stop eating meat. So I'm somewhat more hopeful that people will listen when their children's future is at stake. Food is cultural, and we need to change the culture in all kinds of ways, in the school lunches, in our neighborhoods, everywhere that we go. When we order vegetarian food in a restaurant, it sends a message. We have to be more active. We have to be activists in simple ways everywhere to move this forward. The other part of it is technology. Many people thinking that, wow, you can solve our way out of this by carbon capture or brightening the clouds, but wow, we could stop eating meat and return the carbon sinks to the ocean and to the land. We think we can fish farm. No. As soon as you inundate land with water and you put organic matter on it, like manure, you've created a methane source. So it's not a solution. Fish farming is not a solution. Certainly the overfishing in the ocean has to end, and we have to create marine sanctuaries. Return the ocean to the ocean. Otherwise, we won't have any fish. So we're very short-sighted in this. I think Sailesh mentioned subsidies. We should be talking to all our governments about subsidies and about the Farm Bill in America. We have to subsidize the sustainable agriculture, the organic agriculture, the use of the land that is not using pesticides and fertilizers. And by the way, fertilizers are widening the ozone hole. We need to go to another system of farming, and fast. Long ago, small farms were put out of business by large industrial operations in order to provide fast food, the fast food revolution, which sadly goes to many poor people who can't afford better food, who live in food deserts where fresh food is not even available in certain neighborhoods. And the McDonald's is on the corner and it's cheap. If meat is not cheap, if it's not subsidized, it can go a lot faster. Refrigeration is a huge waste of energy, and meat has to be refrigerated. Vegetables, not so much. So for so many reasons, animal agriculture is a failure for our climate, and I hope it will meet its demise as soon as possible. And I'm grateful to be here on this panel with all of you.
Animals off the menu and put animal agriculture on the agenda. And it is important that we do that as quickly as possible. And we can do this. We can solve this problem. Okay, you pointed out the system that is being corrupted by money. Money is a game that we play among all of us, and we can always change the rules of that game and change the game of money. so that it is sustainable from the bottom up, so that it takes care of everybody from the bottom up. You don't have to play this game where it is scarcity based and you make sure that people are starving so that they are forced to do these jobs that no one else will do. Yeah, that's why we have the system we have now. But we no longer have to heat the climate anymore. We don't have to fear our animal relatives because we are so much more powerful than all of them. So we can now learn to live in harmony with nature, with all animals. When people ask me, so what are you going to do if you have 100,000 tigers running around? Back like they did in the 20th century, early 20th century. Won't they come and hurt us because we are all sitting in cities? And I say, well, if Google can track 2 billion human beings and know exactly what you're thinking, certainly we have the technology to track 100,000 tigers and make sure that we stay out of their way. So it's quite simple. I mean, it is possible, right? These are all problems that we can solve. And so it's time to put the cow on the agenda, put animal agriculture on the agenda. And it's about time that the UN, COP26, and COP processes get serious about this. So that's all I'm calling them to do. Just let's get serious about it. We can solve this problem together as one humanity. We can solve climate change. And as a systems engineer, I know that because I study these things and I know what is feasible and what is not feasible. So we can solve this, but we have to be honest about it. We have to practice what we preach. It's not just saying something and doing the exact opposite. Okay? We cannot talk about Ahimsa and then have beef ramen on the agenda, on the menu over there. So it's time to acknowledge the cow in the room. It's time to address the cow in the room and take it seriously. Because it is, to me, it's a waste of everyone's time if we don't deal with our problems seriously. So each of you, I'm going to give you some time to wrap up. If you think you have something you want to add, please do so. Glenn, start off with that.
Yes, well, since you're in Glasgow and there's a climate summit going on, I thought I would make the point that we've been having these climate summits now for 3 decades.
Mm-hmm.
And even though animal agriculture, as your paper proves, is 87% of greenhouse gases, what they've been doing for 30 years is focusing exclusively on the 13% of the problem, fossil fuels, and they haven't even managed to reduce that. So at some point, the insanity has to end, and they have to look at the real source of the problem. And the real immediate source of the problem is animal agriculture. But what stands behind that is 2 things. It's culture and it's economic interests. We have to ask the people of the world to be willing to change their cultures. It really isn't that hard to do. I grew up in a culture having with July 4th picnics and McDonald's and all that. And when I was 17, I stopped doing it. And therefore, at 65 today, I'm healthy instead of likely dead. And so people have to, in a grassroots movement, challenge their own cultures. The other factor is economics, where you have governments that subsidize animal agriculture, in effect penalizing the growth of healthy human food for humans. And, we have to try to, at very least, level the playing field so that if they're not directly subsidizing the growth of organic food grown for humans, at least they're not subsidizing animal agriculture. At this point, although I would love to have Dale's solution of subsidies for organically grown food for humans, I'll settle in the meantime for just no subsidies at all. Level the playing field. Stop helping animal agriculture with government dollars. And so we have to concentrate, I think, on both both things, trying to create a grassroots movement so that the people of the world go vegan and diminish demand for animal foods and protect the oceans. And at the same time, and this moves more slowly, confront governments to stop subsidizing the people who are causing the problem.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, Anita, how can we help you spread the word about plant-based treaty in Glasgow?
Thank you. So I think that one of the things we need to focus on is the methane emergency. So the pre-industrial concentrations were 800 parts per billion. Now it's 1900, so more than double in 2020, and it's fastly growing and increasing. I think it's like we need to work together with the environmental groups. I think it's the climate crisis is the result of both animal agriculture and fossil fuel industry, and the environmental groups say it's mostly fossil fuels, and a lot of vegans are saying it's mostly animal agriculture. I think it's probably best to just work together and see both those issues as needing to be addressed. Otherwise, we're not going to survive. We really have to look at both those causes and work together. And right now, I don't see us the two movements working together enough. And so I think one of our biggest challenges is just uniting. And let's do everything we can to do that. There's a lot of there are some uniting forces like Greta, but she needs to speak out more about why she is vegan, because she is vegan for the environment and climate and ethical reasons. So what you can do to help, please go to the plantbasedtreaty.org website and endorse as an individual, group, business, or city. Let's just, it's going to be very exciting in Glasgow working together. And, I really look forward to it. And just, thank you so much for including us in this panel and just working together at COP. It's been amazing working together.
Thank you, Anita. Yes, you're absolutely right. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, no? So we can do two things at the same time, address both issues. Address the whole thing. It's a systems issue. We need to address everything. Bhavani, any last words for us?
Yeah, clearly it's a systems issue, Sailesh, and it's a systems issue from many contexts. So we have an emergency right now that we must deal with, but we must also pay a lot of attention to all of the emerging agency that we could possibly have with young people in the classroom. I think it's absolutely important to not just introduce plant-based eating or compassionate eating when the children are very young, and then after key stage 2 or primary years, it goes back in or relegated to the background. I think we should bring it back straight into the curriculum at GCSEs and A levels, which is what is food doing to our lives. And these young people, I can tell you very quickly, will then do the advocacy for us and will become the voice that will be impossible to ignore. So it's really one of the areas that has remained unaddressed. What we do with our curriculums in the classrooms at GCSEs and A levels, what sort of information, education we are providing them, which we must change right now. And clearly, it can be introduced fairly quickly. It can be implemented fairly quickly. The impact of it is phenomenal because people like us will keep talking about it. We will be institutionalizing changes even. But unless and until this becomes really a pest of power phenomena, if, for example, the world can stop shaving and sort of growing a mustache in November, why can't, for example, just to begin with, 2 days in a week completely meat free, and see the impact that it has on how children think, behave, act, and do? Sort of things. We need to start making these changes as quickly as possible and building the agency for these changes as quickly as possible, because the data is all there for us to see. It's about time that we created the evidence of change that will then allow people to say, you know what, let's complement it and let's give it the momentum it needs. So thank you for having me here. It's been a fantastic discussion.
Before I say bye to the cow in the room, and make sure that she gets to COP. You're muted there.
Sorry. So, I would say that the direction of our evolution is toward compassion if we are to survive. Our connection to nature is what has destroyed us. And unless we renew our connections to nature, which includes the animals, we will not survive. That has to be very clear. If we continue to recognize that we have a sewer system, but all these billions of animals do not, so we're creating all these pools that are producing methane.
Right.
And the EPA says that animal agriculture is the primary driver of methane. It's right there. And yet it is not addressed in the way that it should seriously be addressed. The IPCC report said methane is a big problem. We need to look at it immediately. And I hope that in this conference, we're here in the COP right now, that they will take that to heart. If they don't, we're cooked. We're done. We either are compassionate toward the animals or we die.
Yeah, we are going to do it, Dale. I know that. I have full faith in humanity. We are going to come together and make this happen. So all of you, please go to the cowintheroom.org and sign up with us. Watch what we are doing. You will see day by day reports on what's happening. And it's all going to come from her mouth. Because the animals need a place at the table, not on the menu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the session. Not take a lot of time. Have amazing session right at the beginning. How World Organization did to bring the which is non-violence climate. So we moderating founder and chairman of.
Hi, I think Sono, you're having a bit of audio issues, so I'll just jump in and just take it to the next panel. The next panel is regarding religion and our environment, with particular attention laid to non-violence and ahimsa for our environment and why that's important. So, Stanley, if you please invite the other panelists to join me. I'd like to share something first from my own personal view and my own understanding of the importance of religion for our environment. The majority of people on the planet are from a religious background. So to solve the environment crisis, we need them on board. We need religion as a force for good for our environment. And from my own understanding, I love the idea of Sanatana Dharma. Hinduism is the religion that I'm a part of, but the idea of Sanatana Dharma is for all living beings. Sanatana means eternal, and Dharma is way, or duty, or responsibility, or path, or religion. So the eternal path is for all of us, not restricted to a particular group of people, or culture, or particular group following a certain tradition. It's for all living beings. It's for our earth. It's the way for all. And as a part of that, I'd like to share that a verse from the Mahabharata, spoken by the words of a very amazing teacher, Savitri, and she defines what I believe to be the best definition of Sanatana Dharma, when she says, Adroha sarvabhuteshu karmana mannasagira anugraha cha dhanam cha satan dharma sanatanaha, which means never displaying malice through thoughts, words, or deeds, acts of kindness, and giving in charity. This is the Sanatana Dharma. So, as we go into this next panel and discuss the idea of religion as a force for good in reducing the harm that we are causing to our planet, I really wanted to set that forward as that perhaps religion is the highest form of kindness to the earth, and we have to use that as a force. And just when Maharaja Yudhishthira was at the top of the mountain and he was asked to come to heaven, he chose to care for a dog. He chose to care for the animals. He chose to stay on earth to serve and to be compassionate. And that is the path that I request that we all choose, not the in search of heaven for ourselves, but in search of heaven here for our fellow living beings. So, Stanley, please do welcome in the rest of the group, and we can share. And we've got some wonderful speakers, and I'm looking forward to talking with you. Namaste, and thank you for joining us.
Namaste.
Namaste. Good morning.
I'm really pleased and thankful to each of you for joining me and joining us here and giving your time towards making a difference today and in the future. I believe we're one panelist unable to attend or may not be on yet, but if she joins, then Dr. Hasna can join. So for me, religion is a very powerful force, but the word immediately comes to something divisive. The word is different people or different groups of people. Which religion are you part of? Rather than, the word realign or the word for all of us as a force to kind of collectively understand as one how faith can be transformative. So, Marites, I would like to come to you first and request you to say some words on how Feng Shui can be a powerful force in this way, or some resources or ideas from Feng Shui to help us realign with nature and the environment.
Yes, thank you so much, Hanuman, and of course the rest of the panelists. I would like to say congratulations. Wow, this is such a great event. I have learned a lot, and I would say, I am not an expert in the whole, talk about this, the whole facet of the information today, but I gained so much information. I knew a little bit, but this actually opened my eyes. So thank you so much for this event. I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot of this in the future. Now, as a feng shui master by profession, what I can share is that, do you know that at the beginning, I am brought up into a Roman Catholic family, and doing feng shui in my country, not like forbidden, but it is really not supported in the past because being a Roman Catholic tradition. But never mind, because I wanted what I wanted to do, and maybe destiny has really allowed me to put me into the right path. In the course of my meeting His Holiness the Dalai Lama, attending all this pilgrimage in different parts of the world, I have begun to understand, the Hinduism or the Hindu understanding about environment and what it means to the natural world. So there was a time when every moment, whenever we have to see His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the 14th, in Dharamsala in India, we are told not to, or we are advised, preferably, to eat only vegetables or not to eat eggs, few hours before seeing him. And at the beginning, I didn't understand it, but of course, we just have to follow what we are being asked to. But then later on, it really opened my eyes that in terms of the key teachings being provided to us, whether it's Hinduism, whether it's Buddhism, the Ahimsa principle of non-violence is always there. So most of us actually believes that all living things, whatever your religion is, are sacred because they are part of God, as is the natural world. So most of us actually believes that non-violence means showing respect for all life, humans, animals, and even what we eat, and put it into our body. And I must say this because of my practice of feng shui and because of me shifting even simple diets and giving up something. In the first year, I gave up eating meats, pork. In the second year, I gave up eating chicken. Year after year, I made it a habit to myself because I believe that these are all karma. All actions bring consequences. And the belief in reincarnation draws on the idea of karma. The law of karma is not only limited to one's lifetime, but many lifetimes. If people do negative things in this life, they may pay for this in the next generation. So for me, the thought of killing an animal, putting it into my plate to eat, really has scared me. And I am only, I would say, a better person now because of that practice as well.
That's really amazing to hear, and I think it speaks volumes for the fact that on the previous panel they spoke about changing one's culture according to what we believe to be right. In the Upanishads, the Katha Upanishad has a wonderful discussion where it talks about these two ideas of shreyas or prayas, that which is pleasurable versus that which is right. And if we always question the right path over perhaps what might be the pleasurable path. I always feel that, and especially like when we look at COP26 and how the whole thing is there happening right now, and I've been a part of nearly every one of the COP meetings for the last 1 year, and very little discussion or place has been there for discussing things like animal agriculture or non-violence, the violence that we cause to the environment. It's much more based on transportation or things which are not directly linked to the way we live as human beings. So I'd like to invite Kalakanta Dasa, please, to share some thoughts on this topic from your own personal experiences and your own heart's voice, if it were, as to where we are with this idea of non-violence in our environment.
In midst of all of you, and very glad to hear from Maritas Allen on how her journey, how she gave up meat, and uh, her belief in the concept of karma, incarnation. I think these are such wonderful insights that you shared. In continuation with or rather sharing my thoughts on this topic, this is the aspect of how Ahimsa plays and how that can be developed as an approach towards climate change, and with all the hue and cry going on as we're seeing in Glasgow. And for all of that, I think some great steps being proposed, great proposals are being shared. So I think some of them are very straightforward. Things like taking meat off the menu, encouraging vegetarianism, encouraging minimalistic lifestyle. These all are proven to have a direct impact on climate change. But I think what is often missed out, or rather not highlighted, is the fact that to sustain our march towards achieving the goals that we want to see towards climate change, in terms of, say, promoting vegetarianism or minimalistic lifestyle. Uh, the 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 most important aspect is that these lifestyle changes can be sustained only if there is spiritual education provided to the people. And here is why. Let me share. I'll just read this from. This is. I'm quoting James Gustav Speth. He's an attorney and an environmentalist. He founded the Natural Resources Defense Council in the United States of America, and he was the dean of the Yale School of Forestry and Environmental Studies. And in an interview with a British radio presenter in 2013, and this is what he said. This is so important and so relevant. And he says, open quotes, I used to think that top global environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that with 30 years of good science, we could address these problems, but I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with these, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation. And we scientists don't know how to do that. I think so. When I came across this, this was so striking. The root cause of all the problems that we're seeing in this environment, which is leading to climate change, is all, if you see the values driving these changes is greed, selfishness, control, apathy. And if these values have to be wiped out, because only then you can have a sustainable impact. If these values have to be wiped out, there has to be a provision for spiritual education, a spiritual education by which a person is able to have as Maritus, she shared, all living beings are part of God. Yes, this is the understanding of all the scriptures, that every living being is a part and parcel of God. We have an eternal relationship with the Lord. It is not just that human beings, this planet belongs to human beings, and we can exploit the earth and the all other animals for our benefit. This is such a narrow-minded outlook. The moment one has a vision, and this is exactly what Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Pandita Samadarshina Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Kavi. This is the fifth chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, where he says, a Brahmana, a learned person who's spiritually awake, he can see all living beings are spirit souls. They're part and parcel of God. They need to be respected. So there are laws of karma. So there will be consequences on my actions. If I do not behave responsibly, I may have the choice uh, uh, to act the way I want, but I don't have the choice to choose the consequence of my actions. So there are laws of karma. There are certain activities which are considered sinful. There are certain activities which are considered as pious, and so there are certain of them which are considered transcendental. So all of this awareness, there has to be a provision for educating the people in mass on the spiritual values by which they can have a positive outlook, a transcendental outlook, and at the same time they have a remedy to overcome the dirt which is sitting within our heart, which is the cause for all this negative activity which is going on. Cruelty, no compassion, so much of selfishness. How do you get rid of these things? So these are things that needs to be addressed, and I think which is where this becomes fundamental to all other initiatives. And I'm very glad that there is a forum like this where people can come and share their thoughts about how the religions and the scriptures and spiritual wisdom can help people to adopt proper mindset and make progress in a way that everybody is included and everybody's welfare is taken care of.
Thank you so much for that. Definitely, I really concur with what you said there. And really, as Mahatma Gandhi said, the world has enough for everybody's need, but not enough for a single person's greed. I really feel that greed is has become a way of living, has become the religion of our times, and we have to kind of lessen the grip of greed and personal ambition over collective. Satish Kumar said a lovely verse where he said, we need to move from egocentric to ecocentric and look at that way. Dr. Hasna Ahmed, I'm glad you could join us and thanks for coming on. I'll just come to you in just a second after Dr. Espen. I'd love to hear your thoughts. You've spent a long time in faith and sustainability as well as studying religious philosophy. How does this connect for you in terms of us all as one community and using faith and how do we connect faith to sustainability in a non-violent manner?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, I'm representing the World Resources Institute here in Washington, D.C., where I direct the work on faith and sustainability. And as a global think and do tank, we typically work with governments and businesses, but also with faith-based organizations, simply in the realization of, well, 81% of population have a relation to faith. Faith are huge moral players in regards to how we live our life. Faith own a lot of assets where they can also be active when it comes to being more sustainable. So not only preaching from the pulpit or in moral conversations, but also showing the world that it's actually possible to do something to change the world in a more sustainable way. Faith in general, no matter what denomination, have a care for creation, have a care for the living, a respect for the living. And of course, when we see how the climate changes, when we see how social injustice grow, when we see how equity is a challenge because resources are scarce somewhere and lavish other places in the world, it's super important that players that want a more sustainable, a more just transition of this world, hereby faith players like the ones we have heard from up until now, that these voices are heard not only inside the faith community, but definitely also at a COP, in conversation with leaders, when it comes to financial institutions, divesting, so we see a better focus on how money is spent globally in investments to increase sustainability and not destroy our planet. So there's many aspects of how the faith-based voice can change both the individual mindset, but of course also how we work together, how we promote a peaceful transition with respect for the individual, how we increase sustainable living, not just for the wealthy, but also for the poor, so we get a more balanced society. Therefore, it's important that we have these discussions on how can faith, both with their own assets, as I said, do something and show the world it's doable, but also create a space among leaders in general and also grassroots to mobilize into action. Seen from our perspective at the World Resources Institute, having the third sector on board, and by the third sector I mean the faith-based organizations, the faith in general, is necessary if we are to deliver on these basic goals that are set up with the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but also with the Paris Climate Accord, which of course is a focus during the COP. And if we integrate this voice, if we integrate the faith as a partner and a player we want to move together with, then we can both increase the moral aspect of sustainability, of a peaceful transition, of a respectful transition, but we can also do it with many other aspects. And I just want to touch on one point to illustrate it. When we look around the world, when it comes to food waste, 1/3 of all food in the world is lost. If food waste was a country, it would be the third largest emitter of CO2 in the world. And food waste is not just an environmental climatic problem, it's definitely also a moral problem that we can address as people of faith or non-faith, but as people that are respectful about the resources that we are given, that we are taking care of. So food waste is both an internal, a personal, a private matter, but it's definitely also a societal matter where the faith voice needs to appeal to its followers. Why is it we need to be careful about the resources we are entrusted with, as well as a societal and a governmental level?
Absolutely important and brilliant what you said there, especially food waste. Our organization, Go Dharmic, is volunteers 10 times a week across the UK and also many other places where we try to reduce food waste and redistribute that to vulnerable communities. And I think just here in the UK, it's more than 45% of food goes in the dustbin. And I think you're absolutely right that it's a religious duty to speak up against that violence. Food waste is also a violence that we cause. It's not necessarily only, the direct violence, allowing that waste to happen. And I've always felt that, I know France has recently done it, but for Western countries in particular, with such high levels of food waste, it's so easy just to say, give the food away on the last day before it goes off. It must be handed out. One click of a button, one policy change, and then you've cancelled. You've put the liability on all of those food vendors to ensure that charities and food banks, vulnerable communities, are able to access that food before it gets thrown away. And I think not having the value of trying to reduce harm, being there, is one of the core reasons for why we don't address that so easily. And so I'd like to come to Dr. Hasna Ahmed and ask you, thank you for joining us. And I wanted to really ask you about the idea of eco-hajj or pilgrimages and how we can make our religious pilgrimages less violent through the harm that we cause and more environmentally conscious, if it were.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum and peace be upon you all. Brother Hanuman Das, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by giving you the translation of Surah Asr from the Quran, the declining day. By time, indeed, mankind is in loss, except for those who have believed and done righteous deeds and advised each other to truth and advised each other to patience. So time is what we're racing against right now. I'm here in Glasgow at COP26. Just got my registration today, and it's just everyone's trying to figure out how we can halt the impact of climate change, the climate catastrophe. And the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "I'm in this world like a rider who halts in the shade of a tree for a short time, and after taking some rest, resumes his journey, leaving the tree behind." Ahmed Tirmidhi. So in terms of, us as human beings, we're on this earth for a transient. It's a transient journey that we're having here, and the impact of our steps, ensuring that we step lightly on this earth. There are four main concepts that environmentalists really, Islamic and environmentalists really focus on. One is Tawheed, which is the oneness of God, and recognizing that God is the creator of the planet, the universe, all beings, all the beautiful biodiversity that we have. The other is Mizan, which is the balance. The third is Maslaha, which is understanding, the public interest, understanding that people have to think and consider others. And I really like what the previous brother was talking about when he was saying that people have become selfish and greedy and self-focused. And I think that is so relevant today, because if we think about all the great faith traditions, and if we're trying to promote peace and harmony, violence, we all know that violence is not the solution. this session today is looking at the approach for non-violence, an approach to tackle climate change. And I think violence is not the solution to anything, but history really shows us that this time and time again, we see it, that it's not the solution, but we don't listen, we don't observe, we don't reflect, and we continue on our own trajectory. And why? Because we've forgotten our position in the universe. We've forgotten that we're merely insignificant specks in God's creation. Our arrogance, our self-interest, our greed and desire have brought us to the position that we're in today. A climate catastrophe, imminent financial crisis, the COVID pandemic. It's just brought the world to its knees, and yet we're still wishing that we can continue as normal. I mean, it broke, there's 1.8 billion Muslims. And as you know, there's a convergence pre-COVID of about 3 million each year for the Hajj, which is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. And, it's something that's very, very special to Muslims. So not to be able to attend the Hajj in 2020 was just unheard of, because we have the Kaaba in Mecca where the Muslims will converge on, and it was empty, and it was it's just something that's unheard of. And I know that in other religions like the Hindu religion and others, you have pilgrimage as well. So for me, the importance of greening the Hajj is to give that opportunity to the Muslim community to recognize how important the environment and the planet is to us as Muslims. And it's like, taking that moment to recognize this and then utilize that to really give Muslims the opportunity to think, consider, reflect, and then hopefully change their habits, because I think it's about small steps. It's not about overnight you decide, okay, I'm going to become an environmentalist and I'm going to change this and that and the other. It's very much about us as the individuals, us in terms of how we work within the community, and then nationally and internationally, the impact. So, for instance, travel agents, they have a huge role to play in terms of how they identify. Could be, eco-friendly hotels, looking at the flights that people are taking, carbon offsetting, all sorts of things. And then as individuals, how we take things like, water bottles which aren't plastic, and refill, and all these sort of things. So these are just small things that I'm talking about, but I think the most important things, if we come back to the conversation about non-violence, for me, one thing that I'm really reminded of is our blessed Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he delivered his final sermon, which was the Khutbah Wida, which was on a Friday on the 9th of Dhul Hijjah, and this was during the Hajj time. So he gave this khutbah, and after that was the last Hajj, the Hajj that he was able to take, and then he passed away after that. And he spoke about the universal values of fairness, justice, equality, and economic justice, which we should all incorporate into our lives. And he particularly said that all mankind is from Adam and Eve, and Arab has no superiority over non-Arab, nor a non-Arab has any superiority over an Arab. Also, a white person has no superiority over a black person, or a black person has any superiority over a white person, except by piety and good action. So it's our deeds and our actions which are important. So our gender, our color, our faith, all these things shouldn't matter when we recognize the fact that we've only got one planet, and we have to work together to save this planet. And the other 2 points, very quickly, if I may, that I wanted to mention was, when you're looking at the idea of climate change and non-violence, for me the difficulty there is that when you look at why climate change happened in the first place, and the industrialization, the industrial revolution, pollution and the impact of that. And, in the global south, they had no role to play in that, but they're the ones who are having to deal with everything. So, this idea of the concept of loss and damage and setting up a fund, a fresh fund to really support the global south, I think that's absolutely vital. And the other thing is the concept of demilitarization and climate change, because I think that's something that I feel is really, really important. And I know that a person by the name of Daniela Torino of the War Resisters International, in her recent articles, she proposed putting climate disarmament within the framework of the UN agenda for 2030. And she said there can be no sustainable development without peace, and no peace without sustainable development. And she mentioned, a couple of points which I really feel are important. One is educational programs centered on the principles and methods of non-violence for the achievement of climate justice, implementation of national level recommendations of UN resolutions on women, peace and security, and youth, peace and security, and ratifying and sustaining the implementation of the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and the demilitarizing of borders and recognizing in international law the category of climate migrants and refugees, because that's what's happening. We're all having to deal with, the largest migration in history, and because of the impact of climate change. So I'm going to leave you there. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan Ahmed. That beautiful references from the Islamic tradition which you shared, and I really like again that point that you mentioned, that this is one journey for all of us, and that we are all, regardless of creed, color, tradition, all facing this same path as one direction. And I felt that our organization, Go Dharmic, when we say Go Dharmic, many people think that, okay, this is a closed group, perhaps this is the Hindu response only. It is a Hindu response, I say, but it is also all of our response, because perhaps the most religious thing you can do is to care for others, to care for the planet, to care for the environment, to act in such a way. So when we actually say Go Dharmic, we're actually saying have this spiritual understanding, or the awareness to serve those around you, and open and widen your heart. Because can a person, which is my next question, can we truly be spiritual if we don't feel the suffering of others, if we don't feel the people in the global south who are suffering from cyclones and cloudbursts and starvation? People we've had in Calcutta, in West Bengal, with the last cyclones were hitting, people living in water up to their necks from the deforestation that's being caused there, and the damage and the climate change which is impacting them, and how we can live lives of privilege without feeling deeply their suffering. As a religious person, as a spiritual person, is it just words? Are we just really facing the reality and doing everything we possibly can to make a difference? So perhaps I can go that way on the screen as I see you also. Dr. Espen, would you like to respond to that as perhaps religion as social justice and as a means for reducing the harm we're causing?
Yeah, thank you. See, there's of course no doubt that that aspect is incredibly important if we want to change some of these injustices that we see in society today. We need, with our own actions, to take a moral responsibility for our neighbor. We need, with our own actions, to take responsibility for creation, for the planet we are on. And we need to discuss these moral implications, both in regards to peace and justice, injustice, not only as a thought example, but also when we try to change, for example, the development in the global south. This means that at many levels, we need to engage stakeholders, we need to engage youth and women, we need to engage with indigenous people, with First Nation people, so the voice is heard. This is not just a question about how we act in our own consumption or on the street where we are living. It's very much also a way of showing that in all these processes that are necessary when we change a society and try to change a society, that the leadership on that entangles and involves respect, peace building, and so on. And we see that many of these trajectories are sensitive. We see that the peace challenge is sensitive when projects are developed also within sustainable development. So there are many aspects of this where we need to be cautious, where we need to be mindful, but of course also act, because if we only say the words and don't change with our own actions, then it becomes hollow. And that's also why our appeal very much as a secular player, World Resources Institute, our appeal is, of course, to the faith-based organizations to show how they can take action with their own assets, using science-based targets for faith to establish their emission baselines on their land or their buildings, transportation, or food waste. Show their followers that if we set targets, we can actually deliver, but also as faith-based organization, we can challenge leaders of the world, businesses of the world, to say, well, if we can as faith-based organization, then you should also do it as governments or businesses. So there are incredibly many aspects and layers in this conversation that is not only about how we use the planet, but also how we use ourselves as stakeholders into that conversation on both a moral, but also a financial and a political level.
Thank you very much. Kalakanta Dasa, would you like to share something on this same topic? Sorry, you just unmute there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. I think that was a very important point. And the question being, how can you be spiritual if you cannot feel the suffering of other living beings? I mean, at least to start with fellow human beings before you can think of the suffering of other living beings, which is much more broader sense. I think this is very fundamental, and the concept of compassion, feeling for the suffering of others, is something uh, uh, that is very vital to the Sanatana Dharma. And as we have seen in the, I mean, this is one example that I can share. The last COVID, there are many organizations which came forward to. I'm also aware Dharmic is also being distributing meals to the homeless and the needy. And as part of the Akshay Patra Foundation here in the UK, we are very happy to support Dharmic's initiatives, and also independently, the whole this being the values that we cherish. Akshay Patra Foundation reached out to about close to 20 million meals. They reached out in India, and here in the UK, we've reached out to about 650,000 meals here in UK. So I think these are actions, and I'm also aware in many other ways that people have come forward, feeling for, and this is very crucial. I mean, if I cannot appreciate the uh, suffering of other fellow human beings, of course, it also requires a consideration on what best can be the ways of alleviating their suffering. But there must be action, there must be concern for the relief. And I can see that there is a question here which has also come from I think one of our audience, all world religions preach compassion, but do not consider consuming animal products as an obligation. How can we change that? I think this is very apt and to the point. If I respect the uh, fellow living entities, it is very easy to appreciate and have respect for fellow human beings. But if that were to extend, uh, as one of the panelists also shared, that we have a vision that uh, all living beings are part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. They have the understanding in the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedic literatures to cite. It is based on the understanding that every living entity is a spirit soul and is currently we are spiritual beings in human bodies, and there are spiritual beings in animal bodies, there are spiritual beings in plant bodies. So all of them are actually spirit souls. They have a higher existence beyond the bodies that we are able to see. So if I can, and the proof of when we say something, in fact, when this discussion comes up, unfortunately, sometimes the argument is that only human beings have spirit soul, and the other living beings, they do not have spirit soul. Such unfortunate understandings become a barrier in terms of practicing true compassion, because the Bhagavad Gita is very clear about what is the symptom of the soul. The symptom of the soul is the presence of consciousness. Because the soul is present in the body, the consciousness is spread all over the body. If any part of my body, if somebody pinches, I can feel the pain, or I can feel happy if somebody is relating to me in a nice way. Likewise, an animal is also feeling pain when it is being cut, when it is being uh, somebody is using a knife to cut the throat of an animal. Are we not seeing pain? Are we not seeing the animal is also expressing joy when it is in having a good time, when it is being loved and cared? So when they're able to, when we are able to appreciate these symptoms, this is the proof of the presence of the soul. Even plants do respond to pain and pleasure, and this is all recorded. This is all part of many scientific studies. So one can easily appreciate the presence of the spirit soul, and which can be seen by the presence of existence of the consciousness. And if we are able to appreciate this, and given that all of them are spirit souls, why is that? Uh, uh, it brings a responsibility to treat other living beings with respect. So it also encourages one to think in terms of uh, uh, being being very clear about eating, especially with respect to, because this is something that is often missed out with respect to just a single item of diet, which can bring about such a great change if we can have meat off the menu towards climate change. Unfortunately, this is not given the stress that it requires. But yes, these are conversations which are very helpful in pursuing. So these are some of the my thoughts I would like to share.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Hassan Ahmed, would you like to share a final message? We've just got a couple of minutes each, so it would be nice to hear something from you. Sorry, you just need to unmute.
You've unmuted me. That's fine. Sorry. So my suggestion is that we think about something that Imam Ali said, Hazrat Ali, and he said that be like the honeybee anything it eats is clean, anything it drops is sweet, and the branch it sits upon does not break. So this metaphor, it really beautifully exemplifies what it looks like, in practice, that we as human beings really need to be much more conscious of our environment and how we deal with it, and the importance of walking gently on the earth. And other point that I want to make, which goes back to what Dr. Esben was saying, was the issue of food security. For me, what is really clear is that there is enough food to feed everyone, but in terms of the amount that we produce, 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted, and that's equivalent to the same amount produced in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. So, this is something that we really need to think about. And, we've got about 690 million people who go to bed on an empty stomach each night. And, it's completely inconceivable to me how we can allow this to continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maritas? Just need to unmute,
Sorry, am I okay now? Hi there.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just would like to add to all the valuable information that's been presented right now as I was listening. It's truly honorable that we are in the same platform right now, disseminating this information to the world. I just would like to also share to you a bit, if I have maybe 2 minutes of your time.
Yeah.
You see, as we were talking about the religion, the climate degradation, all this breakdown leads to famine, poverty, forced migration, which is really the ultimate form of violence. So therefore, education our future. I am a mother of 4, so it's starting from our own family, what to feed our children, what to tell them, little things really mean a lot. And all of this really needs some action. Therefore, by presenting to you or sharing to you what we have done, in fact, in Africa, we have a project called the Great Green Wall. And this is basically the aim is restoring land and, of course, the climate infrastructures around it, by hopefully stopping and reversing these ongoing issues of destruction of farmland, failure of crops, climate refugees, crop failure leading to hunger and famine, and of course, climate migration and refugees can be helped. And we all know that the destruction of natural habitats, we all know that different animals thrive in different environments and each has its own natural habitat. So when sudden major changes affect a natural habitat, some species cannot adapt or move and die out. So humans have caused changes in some areas, floodings, extinction of animals and flora. And of course, in the last 50 years, human beings have practically destroyed maybe 50% of all forests and woodlands. And the reason includes, of course, the need of timber, constructions, and fuel, and more space to grow for crops. So most species, including humans, need the oxygen from trees to survive, and the increase in carbon dioxide resulting from deforestation contributed to the greenhouse effect. So the part of our project called the Great Green Wall, the value chain built on the trees production, such as the mangoes, for example, shea, baobab fruits, and oil, this is our part of contribution. So every one of us in our own little way, be involved, go and check out with your community. Go Dharmic has an incredible platform. We as well is sharing to the public our Great Green Wall project, which would aim zero carbon, zero deforestation ingredients for the industry, such as the shea butter and mangoes foodstuff. Without the green wall effort, it will quickly vanish as people will cut the trees for charcoals, cookings, to realize the economic value for their survival. This is why what we do is very important. And this, for example, the shade tree, to those who are not familiar with it, these are unique byproduct which are used in the global industry. And at the same time, we are also delighted to inform that through these initiatives, in fact, we have gotten support and have won or as a winner through our chairman, William Quinby, the winner of planting 1 trillion trees in the Sahel and Great Wall Challenge, which will lead the way to regenerate 1 million square kilometers of the Sahel and the Great Green Wall by 2030. The countries involved to take part in the Wall Challenge included 11 countries, such as Ethiopia, Sudan, Chad, Nigeria, Mali, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, and Senegal to the west. More African countries have since joined the initiative, totaling over 20 countries, with additions of Algeria, Benin, Cape Verde, Egypt, Libya, Somalia, Gambia, and Tunisia. In addition to these countries, important international partners providing financial support, including Ireland, the European Union, and the World Bank, has already pledged over 14 billion US dollars from the estimated 30 billion US dollars to achieve for the year 2030. So what I'm trying to say, my friends, is that, little things step by step. I have a longer presentation about this, but maybe it will come later. But as a mother, I have two sons. They are all data scientists. They are involved into blockchain technology. And I just would like to share to you 1 minute video that they have created on how our youth and even how my young children was involved into creating a non-fungible tokens. So to raise more funds, my son, through his company, has created an app. So if one donated something to plant a tree in the Sahel region of Africa, they can in fact have also can be seen it or through augmented reality, and it goes like this. So this is the project of my son. This is about the company of my son is called Caloscope. So what they do with the great NF trees or the non-fungible token trees, if one would like to make a donation, they can create a digital NF trees to act like certificates of contribution. So this could be the largest land regeneration, reforestation, and carbon capture project in the world. They will be created in a carbon neutral blockchain, so that contributors can trace their contribution as well. So, as the great Latrus once said, a journey to 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So, thank you so much for being here with you and sharing that.
Thank you so much. And thank you to each of you for the incredible work you're doing in your own ways. I genuinely believe that everybody's belief is different, from person to person. Even the way that we see out of our eyes is different. The way we see a TV screen is different from each person. And we all have our different ways of seeing the world. But rather than belief, we also have to move towards more of a focus on values, on the values of non-violence, on the value of kindness, compassion, friendship, love, service. And those values are dharma, what we understand as the religion or the path, or so rather than the separative thought of that my belief is different from your belief, our values are the same in the sense of compassion is the universal value. It's the universal love. And I think I just want to end on this panel by just sharing another line from the Mahabharata, which I shared earlier. And it's from Tuladara, a voice who's speaking about how one should live in life. And he says, causing no harm to any living being, or at least as little harm as possible. This is the way of life that is the highest expression of Dharma. And that is the rule by which I choose to live. So I think embracing that kind of an idea where we try to walk a path, regardless of religion, of how we can tread softer on the earth and rejuvenate it. And sisters and brothers, thank you for being on this today. I really enjoyed listening to you all, learning from you, and I hope we can all engage again soon. Take care. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Thanks, everyone. We should get together after.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Absolutely.
All right.
Cheers.
So I'm not sure if Sono is able to. Sono, I think having a sound issue with your audio.
Can you?
Yeah, no worries. So I think we are good. Professionals can join us and lead the next panel, I believe, which is ready, and the team is waiting. So Stanley, we can pass over straight up. Great, thank you.
Hello, and namaste to everyone all across the globe tuning in today for this wonderful panel that we have in store for you today. So my name's Krupesh Rani. I'm the London Assembly member for Brent and Harrow. Was recently elected in May, and before that I've been a councillor in Brent since 2010 in the London Borough of Brent. So that's enough about me, but we've got some fantastic panelists with us today to talk about this important topic about non-violence and the environment. And I'm going to ask each of our panelists in a second to come in and talk about this issue and what political changes are needed to make sure that we have a better world going forward. I want to make this as interactive as possible, so I'll be looking at the comments for your questions so that we can put them to the panelists as we go throughout this session. So first of all, I'm going to just give you a bit of an introduction about one of our great panelists, Kathy Barr, who is the CEO of the Shared Learning Trust. It is a multi-academy trust currently comprising of 5 schools collectively with over 4,000 pupils across Luton and Central Bedfordshire. She's been a qualified teacher for 29 years and has been a senior leader in education since 2003. Although her first year of teaching was in Brisbane in Australia, so some great global experience there as well. But most of her subsequent posts have been in and around London. And prior to being a CEO, Kathy was principal of the Stockwood Park Academy for 5 years, winning Partners in Excellence and Specialist Schools and Academy Trust Awards for pupil achievements and progress in 2013. In that year, the Academy was also named as the 3rd most improved school in the country. And as the CEO of the Trust since 2016, she has established strong links with local authorities and partners, resulting in excellent opportunities for staff and pupils alike. So with that great introduction, can you just draw on your experiences, Kathy, and tell us what non-violence and the environment and what it means to you?
Thank you for that amazing words of welcome, Krupesh. I'm very honoured to be part of the discussion panel today. As you quite rightly said, my background and career has been in education. So for me, this is about making sure that our young people, and in the trust we currently have young people coming in age 2 into our nurseries and staying with us until they're 18, continue to enjoy life with clean air, clean water, and that sustainability of the resources, making sure that they are comfortable moving forward. I think it's a really important topic, and I'm looking forward to today's discussion, because for years we have taken from our planet, and now it's time to start replenishing and start putting things back into it. So thank you for inviting me. A very important topic indeed to be discussing.
Thank you. And next, I'd like to introduce Dean Russell, MP. Dean is the hardworking Member of Parliament for Watford, and Dean is the former Vice Chair of the Hearts Foundation of Small Business and a former member of the Hertfordshire Chamber of Commerce. Dean founded his own business where he advised small businesses and was appointed as a startup mentor in 2019 by London and Partners as part of their Business Growth Hub. Dean has delivered lectures on business and communications at many universities, including UCL, University of Birmingham, and Ashridge Business School. A former columnist for the Third Sector magazine, Dean has been active in the charity sector, including performing charity missions in the Philippines jungle and helped to give the gift of hearing to children with the Starkey Hearing Foundation. So some great background in business and in the charity sector, but also now in Parliament representing Watford. So could you also give us a bit of a flavour about non-violence and the environment and what it means to you?
Absolutely, and thank you for that introduction. I think for me, it's a combination really of throughout my life. I've been very environmentally aware, as I'm sure most of society has. I remember as a school child doing my GCSE art and choosing to do it about CFCs and how we could end CFCs that were damaging the environment. And even back then, I was very aware of the fact that you need sort of three aspects, I suppose. One is government policies and legislation. One is business and encouraging business to not just do the right thing, but make something sustainable that can work and keep jobs and grow jobs, but also a personal role in how we act and how we behave, but in a way that actually allows us to continue to live our lives and enjoy life, but in a way that we can actually make changes. And often I see that people talk about wanting to change the world, but they're less willing to change their own lives. And I think for me, what I think today is about, and I won't speak for too long because I know we've got some excellent questions coming up and even more brilliant speakers. But I think for me, it's about how do we get the combination right, about lifestyle change, about economic and business change, and also government change. And within that, I think from a personal perspective, the way I feel is that people are far more aware now of the environment than they ever have been. And this comes from me. I remember as at school, at junior school, even doing litter picking, so I think we've become more aware. But I think one of the most stark examples in my own life was when I was doing charity work in the Philippines after helping with a village that was being built in the jungle following the awful devastation of Typhoon Haiyan. And whilst that wasn't linked directly to climate change in any way, I think it really highlighted the power of the environment. And having seen people who lost everything, not just their belongings, but their family members, their livelihoods, everything, and seeing how people could come together and literally rebuild a village in the middle of the jungle, but also how that forges communities, how that builds society, how that helps empower individuals, give them their lives back quite rightly, and offer them new hope, but also look at how you can build in a way that's sustainable, that enables people to give back to the environment, but do so in a way that doesn't need to harm it. So I'll leave it there, but for me, it's a very personal passion and one that I look forward to exploring more in our session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, and quite like the example of CFCs, because actually there'll be children growing up in the UK, at least today, who won't know what it was all about. So it's an example of a successful campaign where actually people did come together and make those changes to I remember that the big talk being about the ozone layer back when that debate was going on. So thanks for that. Next, we have Councillor Sumara Kashid, who is a representative from Luton in Bedfordshire, and she's extremely and incredibly proud about that. She describes it as a vibrant town which has given her many opportunities to grow and excel in her life, and she got into local and community politics because it felt it was her time to give back to her community. As a councillor, she seeks to act as an advocate for all human rights and has always felt the need to advocate on human rights and injustices regardless of colour, ethnicity or race. She has spoken at events locally and internationally, and in the past has visited schools and colleges in Pakistan, giving speeches on education and career pathways. And in her hometown of Luton has organised peaceful protests for the rights of Palestinian nationals. Recently, she realised that the biggest threat that we are facing together is, of course, climate change, and it is the responsibility of each and every single person to tackle this issue. In her most recent trip to Pakistan, she donated and planted more than 2,000 trees, and she's now aiming to encourage and engage and educate people from all walks of life about climate change. So, Councillor Kashid, could you just give us a flavour of what non-violence and the environment means to you?
Thank you, Krish, for inviting me on this very, burning issue, which is affecting each and every one of us and and generations to come as well, to be honest. And this is a very decisive decade where we have to make serious pledges to ourselves, and to violence is in the shape of a physical, mental, or verbal, is a harm, which leaves victim in a detrimental situation. And there are always the consequences to be followed. If you remember that Gandhi and Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. They drove the movement of the 20th century of non-violence, and conveyed this as a part of a mandatory moral in our society. To me, how I see personally the non-violence is to a personal practice of respecting each other, behaving in a manner that you don't hurt anyone's feeling, their beliefs, their religion, their culture, and respecting their values, and approach in a manner which is a dignified way, which is acceptable to everyone. And going back to the environment, the environment is the place that where we live and where we excel, and it's going to how it's going to affect on our decisions and our well-beings. So it is quite important to to look at these things, and at the same time advocate and educate yourself and others with your actions, not with your words. So as you mentioned about my in the opening statement, that I believe in actions, and so I choose not to just say things. I try to be the trailblazer. So I had the opportunity in Pakistan, and I've realized that my hometown has given me quite a lot, and I think it's a good idea to educate my own community, my own people, by donating and by planting the trees, and to give them the message that how important it is to plant the tree, to combat the pollution, and to combat deforestation at the same time. So to be honest, I'm very much up for the debate, and looking what because it's very good speakers are there, and it will be a good opportunity to me to meet, to listen to them, and at the same time to gain more knowledge. So which I'm very much grateful to Go Dharmic team, to be honest, to organizing something which is going to provide knowledge at the same time, and you listen to the personal experiences of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I loved your reference to Martin Luther King and Mahatma Gandhi, because again, non-violence was very much their way of winning the struggles for independence, or championing the civil rights movement in America as well. And if it worked on those struggles, why can't it work for our global fight for a better environment? So love that comparison you made. Can you just draw, Councillor Kachid, on maybe some of the examples which your local authority is championing on this particular issue, as a representative of Luton Council?
Since the climate change is we take this is on a serious note and give priority and declare it is a climate emergency, and we hold Luton sorry, let me make sure that whatever I'm trying to share with you is correct. It's on the 11th of February 2020, Luton Climate Change Forum being held in Luton. And the main reason was it to involve people from all walks of life and to explore that how we can go carbon neutral. And also we, in order to do that, there's quite a lot of workshops being held, and in which that people has been given the opportunity to talk about it and to come back with the solutions, with the ideas. And also Luton has pledged that the 2040 vision that Luton will be a carbon-free town ahead of 10 years from the government plans. And also we are encouraging people to go cycling, to do more walk, and encourage them to use the public transport instead of using private vehicles. And as you probably be aware of that as a local authority, we own Luton Local Airport, the company called which runs by London Luton Airport Limited. And the aim is also to bring the green airport to combat the climate change. So there are a number of things that has been taken up, and on the serious note, and things are paramount to combat climate change, and we are closely monitoring also with our stakeholders. So I can assure you that we are on the right track in order to achieve the Paris Agreement of 2015, and we are working towards the goal of to make the Luton free carbon zone in 2040 vision. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Dean, some of the work maybe that you're doing in Parliament on this issue, can you draw on some of your experiences as well?
Yeah, of course. So, of course, from a national perspective, there's an awful lot going on this week. Of course, the timing this week is with COP26 happening. So you'll hear a lot this week of ongoing work around offshore wind, hydrogen, nuclear. The goal with regards electric vehicles, public transport. I mean, there's so much going on nationally. But I think for me, there's also a need to do much more locally and tangible things that people can sort of see and feel, and that includes education as well. So from my part, there's many different activities, but some that are topical because they're happening right now. So tomorrow, for example, I'm hosting an event in Parliament with relevant and distinguished guests from across Watford. And what we're doing there is looking at how we can end food waste in Watford, and where we can try and work together and encourage businesses to ensure that food isn't being wasted and thrown away by organisations from supermarkets through to restaurants, and how they can be better delivered to local people. So just yesterday, for example, I attended a fantastic event, which was the launch of a brilliant initiative in Watford called the Random Cafe, where they take food that would have otherwise been thrown away and make it possible so people can have that locally and enjoy it as well, not just being about worthiness, which is of course important, but also about actually having people have dignity and also have just really good food. So there's things like that are happening. there's lots of initiatives locally in terms of making sure that engaging with kids and with schools, and I've got an initiative that's coming up shortly. I can't announce it just yet, but to engage more with young people. And as an MP, of course, there's lots of work that goes on in terms of having meetings with relevant local groups. But I think for me, it goes back to a personal take on how do we learn from this? How do we make something that's sustainable in our own lives, but also as a community and as a society? And so within that, there's just from a personal perspective, I went vegan for 2 months at the start of this year. So for me, it was important to understand what veganism was and why people choose to have a lifestyle of veganism, and what benefits there would be for me on an individual level, so that when I'm speaking to constituents who are either vegan or vegetarian, I can understand the conversation properly, because I think sometimes it's very easy to read books and watch documentaries and so on. So that was a really valuable experience, and I'd gladly share some of those learnings later today with you. But also it's about the conversations in Parliament and making sure that when people feed into me locally, their concerns on both sides, because some people aren't so keen to push quick and fast on environmental measures, and then others are very much want everything to be quicker and faster and happen much sooner, and more investment go in. So for me, in my position, a lot of that is having those discussions, understanding them and weighing them up, but also making sure that within Parliament, not just on the public side, which you often see on the green benches, as it were, but also understanding that behind the scenes. And I think there's two other quick points I'll just make as well, if I may. One is I'm on the Health and Social Care Select Committee, and I'm also on the Joint Committee on Human Rights. And whilst the environment hasn't necessarily been front and centre over the past year and a half, because of course COVID has affected us all so much, what it has highlighted is actually there's huge opportunities within the green agenda around innovation, around better health, around how we can treat each other better more generally as well. So I think there's loads of things with this that intertwine with just daily life, that don't need to be like a separate thing that have to be separated out all the time. Actually looking after our environment and our health actually is paramount for us all. And so for me, it's a very personal passion to make sure that we do deliver on that, but in a way that people feel it's sustainable, that it can work for them, but also that we can still achieve the goals to make sure that we have a better world around us, really.
No, thanks for that, and great to hear about some of the personal changes you've made as well, which I might delve into after our next speaker. So, Kathy, could you just also let us know about the work you're doing with children through the trust and your leadership role there?
Thank you, Kripesh. Gosh, what great to hear of the many things that are happening. I've kind of split my thoughts a little bit. Just starting with the physical. Sometimes it's not easy being environmentally friendly in older school buildings. Fortunately, we're very lucky. We have 3 that are quite new. So we have a BREEAM rating, which is a sustainability assessment method. And for those that are older buildings, we're trying to use some of the capital money that we receive from the Department for Education to make them less drafty and rectify some of those defects that make them more costly to run. There's also the collective effort, and this is really where young people come into their own. It's about making sure that we turn the lights off, we use air handling rather than air conditioning in the summer to cool the buildings. Recycling is a really big one, and young people are really committed to this. So we have recycling bins in every classroom. We use vast quantities of paper, so it's being thoughtful. Do we need to print everything? It's going right back to basics. We're trying to reduce the amount of plastic that we have, so everyone has their own water bottle rather than getting a kind of a single-use one every day. And in some of our schools, leaders have purchased coffee cups, so again, you haven't got to keep buying new ones and throwing them away. So we've got that sustainability going on. It's also about teaching young people to love the environment at a really early age. And I think one thing that we do, and I'm sure lots of other primary schools up and down the country too, is to make the most of outdoor learning. So we've got gardening clubs, we've got allotments, we use our outside spaces. we have a forest school. So young people go out and they learn. They have fire pits and they learn about the trees and the environment, and that's so important for their development. We also have that ethos around not wasting things, and we've been really proud to work with Go Dharmic on a food distribution event. Now, this started early doors in lockdown, and it was initially weekly. And we started distributing maybe 50 meal kits every week. But as lockdown started to bite, prices went up. That grew significantly. And it's something that we continue, albeit on a fortnightly basis, to this day. Now, why I'm saying this is our young people have been part of this, and it's been wonderful to see our pupils come in and help pack the meal kits and help distribute that too. And you know, that's something really powerful. And the last thing that we've been involved in is the Chill Project, which is children's health in London and Luton. As Councillor Khurshid said, we do have an airport in Luton, we've got some busy roads, and it's really important that we're aware of how pollution might affect our young people so that we can take active steps to protect them.
Thank you. Just tagging on to, I think, some of the discussions that we heard maybe from the previous panel around Ahimsa and non-violence towards animals as well, and how that obviously has a knock-on impact. The evidence is growing in terms of meat consumption and the environment as well. Kathy, is there any particular work with children that you're doing around what they are consuming and trying to improve maybe the fruit and vegetable intake from young people as well?
That was very much part of the food distribution that we were undertaking, Krupesh. So the meal kits that we've been distributing haven't contained meat. But what they have done is contain lots of fresh foods with some recipes. Now, this is certainly not my idea. This is very much my team, led by Arti Patel at one of our schools. But the idea being to promote fresh cooking with fresh ingredients without always having to use meat as a staple. I think the other thing that we've been doing is we've been working with Tesco's on a cookery project. So again, young people coming along on a Monday evening, and following that, the cooking with these new recipes being distributed to homeless people locally. So we're very much at the early stages, but lots already there, and hopefully that we can build on for the future as well.
Thanks. And Dean, you actually drew on some personal experiences about you going vegan for 2 months. How did you feel for those 2 months? And is this a message maybe that we can encourage all in society to take forward? Not necessarily going vegan completely, because it's I understand it is a tough ask, but just reducing meat consumption in general, and maybe even having a day a week where you do have a plant-based daily diet anyway. So is there anything from your experiences you can draw from your 2 months?
Well, it was interesting actually, because I think someone had challenged me to do Veganuary, and and as I said before, you know, for me, I quite like to sort of be able to say that I've experienced something to be able to then understand it better. Obviously, that's not possible for everything, but to try and get a sense of it. So I went into it thinking it was going to be really impossible. And I thought it was going to be a really difficult challenge, if I'm honest, which probably was why I also wanted to do it, because I quite like a challenge on occasion. But actually what I found, and one of the reasons why I did it for 2 months, was because it actually wasn't that difficult. And I was quite shocked at how easy it was, and how many supermarkets now have many aisles with well, obviously many aisles already with fruit and veg and so on, but actually how many supermarkets had aisles with vegan products in them. And actually the replacement meat, as it were, I didn't go down the vegan route of just having vegetables. I had sort of replacement meat and some of the replacements things, which I know for some people go, well, what's the point in going vegan then if you're going to have something that's similar to what you're already eating? But actually, I really enjoyed them. They were very tasty. I was much more mindful of the food I was eating, but also what I was cooking. I found that from a health side, I have to admit, I didn't really feel. A lot of people said to me beforehand, you'll suddenly feel much more awake and much more energetic and dare I say a bit skinnier, but and a bit thinner. But those things didn't quite happen. I still felt pretty much the same as I had done. However, when I went back to eating perhaps how I had done before, I did notice actually more so the other way around, that I was a bit more tired. And so I have kept an element of balance there. And I won't say quite as much as 1 day a week, but I definitely am more mindful. I think what I was also very conscious of in those at the end of the first month was that I hadn't found it that difficult. So that's part of the reason why I thought, well, actually, why don't I keep on for another month? Because perhaps there'll be some point where I'll suddenly realize why people don't do it, why people find it so hard. And actually I didn't. And so I think for me, it's about getting the balance right. I'm not anti-farming at all. And I think, there's got to be balance in what people want and what they choose to eat and so on. However, I think what I found during that 2 months was that unlike perhaps when I was growing up as a sort of teenager or in my early 20s, when I had friends who were vegan then, and it was incredibly difficult back then for them to choose to have any particular meals. I remember cooking for a friend when I was a student, and they were vegan. I remember spending half a day trying to find something that would be tasty to cook for them, and still it turned out it failed because I'd included one of the dishes, something that was in there that had dairy products that I hadn't realised at the time. But actually today, it's very easy and not in a difficult way. You can still have really tasty meals, and there's lots of choice out there. So I think the main learning for me was that. But I think on a serious note, outside of my own time, was that when we look at things like fruit and veg, and when we look at the sort of having 5 pieces of fruit and veg a day, all of those things have been around for a long time now. So even if you don't reduce your meat intake, increasing your vegetable and fruit intake is still a good thing. But I think what I found was that as I started to reduce the meat intake, I wanted to eat more fruit and veg, and I think that's part of the benefit of this. That it's healthy for you, but also healthy for others as well, and for the world around us.
Dean, while you've been speaking, a question has just come in from the audience asking just about how the government can promote environmental sustainability by reducing support to businesses that use or promote the use of animal products. I suppose you can also look at it the other way around. Can they provide incentives to businesses who are not using animal products as well? So how do you feel about the use of government levers to encourage a more kind of non-violent based worth of non-violent methods of production on goods?
Yeah, I think there's lots that's been done and being discussed as well about how we make sure that farming is, particularly in terms of things like transport of livestock and so on, is the better conditions are there. I think it's a very difficult one because we are a nation that traditionally eats meat. I still eat meat now. I went vegan for 2 months, but I did go back to eating meat. So I don't want to sound hypocritical on this at all. But I think your choice of words there about sort of punishing businesses, as it were, versus, I don't know whether you use the word punishing, but lambasting businesses versus incentives is an important one. And I think the incentive approach for any of the measures around the environment are really important, because actually when there's an economic benefit to the business, to the individuals, to the people's salaries, to all of those things, it becomes a reason to do it, not a reason not to do something else. And I think often when we look at the measures that are coming through, and especially the 10-point plan by the government, the sort of green plan, as it were, I think a lot of that is about how do we encourage change of behaviour around electric cars, for example, around all these things. So I don't think it would be right necessarily to say to farmers who've had livestock and actually been very environmentally friendly for many, many, many decades, if not centuries, looking after the land, growing crops, all of those things, that we should suddenly make them feel like they are they are the bad guys in this, because actually they're the ones who've been looking after the environment for much longer than many people have now very rightly starting to think about it much more. I think there is a balance, though, of saying actually to businesses where with things like wrapping stuff in plastic that don't need to be there. I think there's lots of other measures around how can we make sure the environment's better. But I think the incentive approach is very important to make sure people feel like with the vegan food. I ended up doing it for 2 months because actually I enjoyed it, and not because I felt like I had to. And I think if we can get that balance right, it can then be sustainable and actually be a very powerful way of going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Khurshid, any thoughts on sort of government intervention in the market as such on promoting environmental sustainability?
I would like to echo on Russell's approach, because the thing is, it's very much difficult for a government to look after one set of people and ignore the others, where the detrimental effects has been causing by the others. There are so many other things that which is contributing the carbon emissions, and we need to look at to those things, because the thing is that this going vegan might suit to some people, and on the health wise it might not suit to others. So we need to look at the health prospect as well. So to me, I believe that we should look into the things which are causing more harm, such as plastic. I'm a huge say no to plastic, because wherever I go, I used to take my reusable bag, in curry. In fact, I was in Pakistan, and I was talking to the authorities there, and I was pressing them that why can't you be the first one to take that route to say no to plastic bag, especially the bags. Nowadays is causing so much issues in the if you remember, Gurpreet, because you and I share the same background, and you might remember the ponds, the water flows. They were quite natural and clean, and now you hardly find them, and it's all due to the pollution, the plastic, and the people. Sometimes they might not be doing it consciously, might be subconsciously they're harming. So I think it's a good idea to look into things which are detrimental to our planet. So rather than going making someone, especially after COVID has already taken a huge toll, and people are out of jobs and things like that. So I think it's a good idea to think on which can be more, we can cut back and we can do something about it. Thank you.
Kathy, do you have any thoughts on how the government may be able to promote environmental sustainability?
Yes, thank you. I think it's about giving out a clear message about what they want to achieve and how to achieve this, and what we can do to play our part. I was really fortunate this week to be talking to a group of 16 to 18-year-olds who are actually training up to be local youth ambassadors. And they were debating, they were learning how to debate. And actually the topic that my group chose was, is too much being made of climate change? Now, they picked that as a topic. They found it very hard to argue that too much was being made, but they had lots of ideas. But I think what they wanted was some clear steps. So they knew about sustainability, but what they really wanted to know was, what does that mean for them? What can they do? What materials should they be using? They were really passionate. They were talking about the planet. They understand we're in a crisis. What they don't understand quite so readily are what the solutions are. Now, in education, we're very fond of development plans, and it's trying to outline the steps that we want to take to get to where we want to be. So for me, it's that clarity from the government, from the department, so that everyone understands what their bit is. Young people are desperate to play a part in this, and they really want to know what they can do easily as well to play their part.
Thank you. And just to each of the panelists, a quick one-liner, because we don't have much time left, on what you would like to see change to make the biggest impact, whether that's locally, nationally, or internationally. I'll start with Dean.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main thing I would say is for, there's lots of campaigns and so on talking about what should be done, but I'd love to see people talk about what positive impact going green, changing things in their own lifestyles has made for them. Because often the green agenda, quite rightly, sort of saying about the concerns that are out there, and quite understandably. But I think actually there's great benefits from people going out, planting trees, from going in their garden, not using plastic. All of those things actually are really positive benefits, not just to the environment, but to people's lifestyles and their own health and so on. So I'd love to see more people talk about the positives of their own lifestyle changes and talk about that so that we can educate more people, not just young people, but everyone, about why this is a good thing. Because I think actually it is a really good thing. And actually, as we move forward as a society, the more we can talk about the positives that come out of it, while still challenging people like me on what we need to do more of, but very much talk about a personal experience of why things are better when they make those changes. I think that would be a really positive shift in conversation at times as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Kashid?
What I want to see a more closer relationship between people and interaction, which has been faded away, and which has contributed to all this to certain degrees. Because the thing is that when I was growing up, and I remember that people used to walk for miles. There was no food wastage. There was less traffic. There was people used to do grow their own vegetables. So going back to the mother nature is the way forward, which we need to to engage ourselves and our future generation. And one thing I would like to emphasize that we need to educate each and every one of us on this planet to about the climate change and the detrimental effects which are we going to have, and the generations to come. So it's very vital to educate each and every one of us.
Thank you. And Kathy?
Thank you. Just like the other panelists, really, I'd like to see more solutions. I think we all understand that this crisis is now, it's happening now, and we need to act now. So I'd like to see on the media lots of solutions, lots of things coming through that we can all quickly and easily do. Because when we all work together, you can achieve amazing things. The strapline in the pandemic was, we're all in this together. And actually, we're all in this together. Let's work together and let's work quickly to solve this.
Thank you. You've been amazing panelists. It's been great to hear about your views on this very important issue. Really some quick highlights from the panel. I really love the comparison to the civil rights movements and the struggle for independence. I think it was Councillor Kashid that came up with that analogy. And if we can do it in a non-violent way for those issues, why can't we do it to address a climate emergency? Really great to hear about Kathy's experiences working with children and starting from a young age to make sure that people are educated and know about food waste and recycling food waste, and making sure that actually they understand the importance of food. And Dean, actually very interested to hear about your personal experiences as well, and the fact that you did try and went vegan for 2 months, just so that you can see what it felt like for residents and your constituents and people across the country who had taken that plunge. I must admit, I tried veganuary about 3 years ago, and I haven't stopped. So that it's a great plug for anyone looking for New Year's resolutions in the lead up to January coming up. We're approaching the end of the year scarily, but I'd like to thank everyone who's tuned in today as well, and the wonderful team at Go Dharmic for hosting this amazing discussion, and also the whole program throughout as well. And I know that they've got plenty in store for you for the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Krupesh, for an amazing panel and all the panelists. Now, what we have doesn't need a lot of introduction. So, can we have, we've had some words from the mystic, the Indian mystic, as known as Sadhguru. So, Stani, can we play the video, please?
Yogi, mystic, and two-time New York Times best-selling author, Sadhguru is a spiritual master with a difference. Sadhguru has initiated award-winning and globally appreciated projects for ecology, health, and rural education, and is ranked among India's 50 most influential people.
We have the necessary resource, we have the necessary capability, we have the necessary technology to address every human problem on the planet. But the only thing that is missing is consciousness.
Sadhguru has been conferred the Padma Vibhushan, India's highest annual civilian award, for his exceptional service in offering tools for transformation that have touched over 1 billion lives worldwide.
It is only by turning inward that we can create a world full of love, light and laughter. Let's make it happen. 1,000 years ago, how people lived here, today how we are living here, we have comforts and conveniences that nobody could imagine, isn't it? So, from religion, people chose market, but now planet is taking the beating. In pursuit of human well-being, people wanted to go to heaven. That created havoc in different groups of people. Now people got together and now it's market. This market is not just harming us, it's just ripping the planet apart. Well, from religion, you should not have shifted to market. Market has always been there. To conduct some business, we have to do it. When so many of us are there, some transaction is bound to be there. But market need not have become the new heaven. Right now, market is the new heaven. We need to shift from religion to responsibility. Responsibility is here, not there. Right now, responsibility is there, so you can do all kinds of idiotic things. This is our time on this planet. This is not a simple thing. This comes only once. This is our time on the planet. How we conduct everything in our time is our business, our responsibility, yes or no? People think there are many problems. There are no many problems, there is only one problem: human being. Is there any other problem on this planet? If you and me, all human beings, all of us disappear, is there any problem on this planet? Everything is just perfect here, isn't it? So there is only one problem, human being. Suppose another species, any other species had landed here on this planet and done the kind of damage that we have done, we would have found some way to exterminate all of them, yes or no? Suppose 1 trillion locusts landed on this planet and started damaging it, we would have found some way to gas them, to poison them, to do something to exterminate every one of them. Would we or not? But now, we are those locusts. Not just ecologically, in so many different ways. But we cannot exterminate ourselves, because then we will have to exterminate our friends, our children, our parents, our loved ones, Yes or no? Everybody who matters to us. Exterminating locusts or some other species would have been easy. Exterminating ourselves is not a solution. It is not a solution. Essentially, you are referred to as a human being. Human being means, we did not call you a human creature, we call you a human being. This means you know how to be. If you know how to be, how would you be? So if only you knew how to be, because you are a human being, not a human creature, human being, that means you're supposed to know how to be. If you knew how to be, you would definitely keep yourself in highest level of pleasantness. Right now, if you're feeling very pleasant, do I have to tell you, don't harm this person, don't kill that person, don't rob that person? Do I have to give you morality? You are really… you're wonderful to everybody, isn't it? Hello? When you are feeling wonderful, are you wonderful to everybody? When you're feeling nasty, of course you share it. You do share it, isn't it? So this is the most fundamental thing we should have done with humanity. That first and foremost thing is, we are joyful and blissful human beings. Instead of that, the religions of the world try to manufacture good people. Suppose you are the only person living on this planet, would you know whether you are good or bad? So this is how you become a good man. Somewhere in your mind you put everybody down and now you are a good man. We don't need good people. People who think they are very good, they have done the most terrible things on this planet, most cruel things. But joyful people don't do cruel things. When they're very happy, they do pleasant things. Is that not true with you? When you're very happy, you do pleasant things, yes or no? This is all we should have fixed. We need joyful and sensible human beings, we don't need good human beings. Because goodness is coming from an idea. Goodness is an assumed position. Joy is a real experience, isn't it? Do you experience goodness? There's no such thing, it's an assumed position. I've put myself above everybody, I am a good man. All these lowly creatures, grasshoppers, because human beings think they are good, they look down upon every other creature, isn't it? See, if tomorrow morning all the insects on this planet, because we were talking about grasshoppers, I'm saying, all the insects, suppose they disappear, in about somewhere between 3 to 4.5 years, all life on this planet, including you and me, will be gone if all the insects disappear. If the worms go away, tomorrow morning all the worms disappeared, you worm, you called somebody like that? I'll tell you the significance of worms. If all the worms disappear in probably 18 months' time, all life on this planet will be gone without the worms. If all the microbes, microorganisms, bacteria and virus and stuff, if all of them go away, within 3 days, life will come to an end. Everybody. But if all the human beings die, planet will flourish. So the self-assumed significance of this human species has messed them up. These ideas that they put into your head, all other life is here to serve you. They're not here to serve you, they have a life of their own. Hello? If you pay attention, you will see whether it's ants or bees or grasshoppers or I'm not even going to the bigger life. The smallest little ones, they have a complete life of their own. We are not the only ones. We are new. Hello? We are new out here, but we are on top of the pile. Nature somehow overestimated us. They thought we are the most intelligent creatures, obviously we would do the most brilliant things. But we have been doing everything to disprove that. Well, that's happened till now, but if we make up our mind right now, can we?
So next we have somebody who's very dear to me, Krishna Das, and a great supporter of Dharmic's work. He'll be singing and chanting. I guess, you know, we've had hours of talks, 4.5 hours of talking, and now Krishna Das, I believe, sings to a place in our hearts which can heal a lot of what we talk about. So without further ado, Stanley, we can go over to Krishna Das.
Namaste. We start with a short prayer. It's a prayer to the love that lives within us. It's who we truly are. Pranavam Pavanakuma Kalabana Pavak Gyanagan Jasu Hridayaga Vasain Ram Sarachabadhan Atulita Baladham Himshala Badeham Tanujavan Krisham Kyaninama Graganyam Sakalaguna Nidhan Vanaranam Adhisham Raghupati Priya Bhaktam Patajatam Namah Roshpadi Kurtavarnisham Mashiki Kritarakshasam Ramayana Mahamalaratnam Andena Latmajam Anjananandaram Viram Janaki Shokanashana Kupisamakshahanta Ande Lanka Bhayankaram Ulangya Sindhu Salilam Salilam Yashokavahi Janakatma Jaya Adatane Dadahalanka Namamitam Pranjali Ranjanayam Manojavam Maruttatulya Vegam Jitendriyam Buddhimatam Varishtam Patatmajam Vanarayutamukyam Shri Ramadutam Sharanam Prapadhe Shri Ramadutam Sharanam Prapadhe Shri Ramadutam Sharanam Prapadhe Anjane Matipatalanam Kanchanadri Kamaniya Vigraham Parijat Tarumula Vasanam Bhavayami Pavamananandanam Yatra Yatra Raghunath Kirtanam Tatra Tatra Kritamastakhanjali Vashpavadi Paripurna Lochana Martinamat Rakshasantakam Bolo Bajranga Bali Hanuman Ki Jai. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram 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 Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Bhaja Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Devaki Nandana Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala. Gopala, 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 Gopala, Devaki Nandana Gopala.
Well, just as wonderfully as Krishnadas always touches my heart and sings to the heart within each of us, Dr. Nicholas Sutton, who's also a trustee of Go Dharmic, as well as Director of Continuing Education at the Oxford Centre for Hindu Studies, can really share his wisdom and his thoughts around Ahimsa and why it's the most crucial value for us to implement in our own lives. So, Stanley, if you could please add in Dr. Sutton, who will join us now and can really share. So, Director of Continuing Education at the Oxford Centre for Hindu Studies, can really share his wisdom and his thoughts around Ahimsa and why it's the most crucial value for us to implement in our own lives. So, Stanley, if you could please. So, Nick, I think you need to close your other panel of Facebook. So, Director of Continuing Education at the Oxford Centre for Hindu Studies, can really.
Is that okay now? What, shall I start now?
You can start. Stanley, you can take me off. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Hanuman Das. I was going to just say a few words really about Ahimsa, about Dharma, and about how these ideas relate to the environment. We've heard a lot of things said about Ahimsa, and generally it's been taken as meaning non-violence, which of course it does mean. But Ahimsa is a much broader concept than simply non-violence. The meaning of the term Ahimsa, it's derived from the verb hims, which means to, yes, to kill, but also to afflict, to damage, or to harm. And himsa means damaging, harming, afflicting. Ahimsa being the opposite, it's a negative term really. It means never harming, never afflicting, never hurting, never never killing. So, and it's said in the Mahabharata on a number of occasions and other places as well, there's a statement, Ahimsa sakalo dharmaha, which means Ahimsa is the whole of Dharma, the completion of Dharma, if you like, the very essence of Dharma. Everything that is Dharma can be contained within Ahimsa. And also it's the mark of Dharma, I think that verse was read earlier, the mark that distinguishes Dharma from its opposite is Ahimsa. It's the test by which we apply, is this Dharma or not? But it's not just about the physical actions that one performs, because it also says karmana manasa gira. Ahimsa is performed or is undertaken or is honored with one's actions, karmana manasa, but also with one's thoughts and one's words as well. Never speaking words that cause harm to another person, and indeed never even thinking harmful thoughts. So ahimsa is actually, it's a state of consciousness of mind by which one views and relates to the world in a manner that is utterly benign, absolutely benign. And I think it's fair to say, I was listening very closely to the discussion about religion before, that religion, all of religion, I think I'm going to go as far as to say, is contained within that notion of ahimsa. And when we're talking about religion, I suddenly remembered a verse that was composed, or a prayer, or composed by Basava, the great Shaivite worshipper of Shiva, who lived in Karnataka about 1,000 years ago. And he wrote these words. This is a translation from the Kannada that somebody sent me, from the Kannada language. It says, "What sort of religion can it be without compassion? Compassion must be there towards all living things. Compassion is the root of all religious faith. My Lord Kudala Sangameshwar does not care for religion that has no compassion." And so this is the essence of spirituality, if you like, is this mood of ahimsa, not just that what we do, but what we think, what we feel, so that the suffering of others, suffering of the world, we meet it with a mood that is completely and utterly benign. And in that way, it's for that reason it's said, ahimsa sakalo dharmaha. The whole of Dharma is contained within that concept of ahimsa, not harming, not damaging. Now, I said ahimsa is a negative term. It means non-himsa, non-harming, non-damaging, non-killing, if you like, non-violence. But we shouldn't think, therefore, that it means just not doing things. It also means being active in the world. Because, and I'll give an example, I remember for one of my philosophy classes, moral philosophy classes, years ago, that if perhaps you've been out and paid £500 for a brand new pair of leather trousers. I hear they cost such much. I don't possess a pair myself, but I hear they are quite expensive. And as you're walking along the road, you see there's a child drowning in a pond of water, and you think, I must go in and get the child out. But if I do, I'll ruin my newly purchased trousers. So you thought, well, they cost a lot of money. I'll just walk on by. That's not, you haven't actually put the child into that suffering, but by ignoring the plight of someone in suffering, again, the precept, the principle of ahimsa is breached. So ahimsa, yes, it is avoiding action that causes harm, but it's also taking positive action to relieve those who are in need and in suffering. And the whole of Go Dharmic, I think, of course, we avoid harming as much as we can, but it's a very positive idea, because we see the suffering of those who are in the world, who are deprived, who are hungry, children without enough food to eat. We can't walk by. We have to do something, and that also is ahimsa. Ahimsa means taking positive action. So I said, ahimsa sakalo dharmaha. Ahimsa is the mark, it's the completeness of dharma. So what is dharma then? There are many different translations of what is meant by the term dharma. Some translated, Professor Van Buitenen always translated it as law, the rules we have to follow. But generally, I think dharma means the way we should live, the way that we should conduct our lives. And there are rule books, of course. Most religions have rule books that followers feel obliged to follow. And there's interesting discussion again in the Mahabharata that Krishna brings up, where they say again, is dharma the rules that we must follow? And Krishna says, one thing I'll give you about dharma. Dharma was made for the sustenance of all living beings. Therefore, I say, dharma is whatever is beneficial for all living beings, whatever sustains all living beings. So if we accept that one core precept, because you're all intelligent, you all have integrity, you come to each situation, you will know what to do and work out how to do it. But that precept is always there in mind. It's not rules. It's about having that state of consciousness that is utterly benign, so that when a problem is perceived in the world, the first instinctive reaction is to solve that problem. This person's suffering. What can I do to relieve that suffering? These animals are being tormented. What can I do? So it's very much about activity, especially speaking to the younger people here who are more active than perhaps us older people. Be active, do things. It's up to you to do it now. Another feature of dharma, though, which I think is significant and important, is it also means the defining quality of everything in the world, of every creature, every plant, every object, and every person. And that means dharma of humanity is to be utterly benign, and that those, therefore, who are violent, aggressive, destroyers of the environment, in some way we're slipping away from our humanity. The fullness of our humanity is manifest only through ahimsa. Sometimes it's said that human nature is to do this or that greedy or wicked thing, but the idea of dharma is completely opposite. The fullness of humanity is to be utterly benign, giving and loving towards others. And so when one adopts ahimsa, makes ahimsa as far as possible one's identity, then one is becoming fully human. I think that's the point that we should make. We're experiencing what it means to be fully human. Of course, nobody, and even Gandhi said this, I think he said once, perfect ahimsa is like Euclid's point. It's a theoretical object that we all strive towards, but nobody has ever yet encountered it directly. So full ahimsa is it's the goal we strive towards. And then how then does ahimsa relate towards to the environment? Well, obviously the environmental catastrophe that we face, the crisis in the environment, has been caused by an absence of ahimsa. It's been caused by greed, by selfishness. And I think many of us are thinking, we're hoping that we're being very optimistic at the present time, which is good to be optimistic. The problem can be solved, but let's not kid ourselves that this is an easy problem. The world, each and every one of us, are in grave danger. It's a crisis that is absolutely looming, and it's not going to be solved overnight. Because if we look at the real root causes of the problem, and many of the speakers have mentioned this before, it's embedded in our culture. In the Gita, nobody wanted to trash the world. Nobody wanted to turn the Earth planet into a desert. But it's in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna asks Krishna a question. He says to him in the 3rd chapter of the Gita, Atakena prayuktoyam papam charati purushaha anichchanapi varshne. He said, why do people engage in these awful activities, papam charity, and ichchanapi, even though they don't really desire to do that? Nobody wanted to devastate the world, really, or maybe a few very perverse individuals, but nobody wanted to cause this crisis. So why on earth? And again, I can hear the voices of my own children and grandchildren asking me, why did you do this? Why did you trash the world? Why didn't you shout louder? Why did you just sing a few songs and then go away to quiet places and ignore it? Why didn't you stop it from happening? Why did anybody do it? The answer Krishna gives to Arjun's question, Anichchanapi, even though they didn't want to, is Kama Asha, Krodha Asha. It's desire, which then turns to anger, but essentially it is desire. And that's why I say this is a big, big problem that we're facing, because desire is endemic in our culture. In fact, our culture, created by capitalism, if you want to put it bluntly, capitalism depends on ever expanding markets. It depends on creating desire, karma, within the hearts of people. You want this, you will buy this. There's a new, I don't know what, iPad 97.35 that's come out, and you didn't know it existed, but you want it. Without it, your life is incomplete. We, I know myself, conditioned as children to believe that satisfaction in life comes through the status one achieves through consumption, driving the big car, owning more than anybody else. Useless stuff, really, that nobody needs, but it's endemic in our culture. And it's almost got to the stage where it's a quasi-religious belief that consumption and the ability to consume equals happiness and satisfaction in life. And as with all weird, perverse religions, they all have the potential to metamorphose into suicide cults. So yes, let's be optimistic, but let's not fool ourselves and think that this is an easily soluble problem, because it's not just about a few older men and women making a few adjustments. It's about coming to terms with the iniquities of the culture that the economic system has created. And therefore, that's the real answer that Krishna gives to the cause of the problem. Our culture that is rooted in desire and greed. How else could we allow the poverty and suffering of the world? How else, unless we were addicted to these things, how else would we just walk on by and not do anything? And therefore, the appeal I would make, I qualify myself as an older man now, is to the young people of the world, because we've made a mess of it, my generation. I mean, we protested, and I say we sang a few songs, but we didn't do enough. My generation has ruined the world for you. And it's up to you now to take the world back, to stop us from doing it anymore. So never stop. Ahimsa means getting up every day, striving, fighting, doing whatever it takes just to put a stop to us old people from ruining the world for you anymore. I remember I found my old diary that I have a few days ago. I was looking through it, 1974, the 19-20-year-olds reading through, and you think, what a stupid, idealistic, naive young idiot that person was who wrote that diary back there. But actually, after I thought a little bit, I admire that person. I only hope that in life I haven't let him down in some way, become flabby and I don't know, and overly contented with myself. So my call is to the younger generation: you are the only hope. The old men, they won't do it. They're addicts. They're completely committed to the doctrine of greed and consumption. It's up to the new people, the young people, to create a new world. So all we can do is say, I'm sorry, I wish we hadn't done this for you, and please put right the problems that we have caused for you. Thank you very much. That's enough from me.
Thank you, Dr. Sutton.
Okay.
Always a privilege to hear you and your inspiring words. Now we have our next panel. Apologies, we're running a little late, but I think it's worth it. We have our next panel, which is, I think, a very important discussion we're going to have. It's called Nonviolence and Climate Financing and Impact Investing. This panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Sandeep Tyagi, who is the chairman and MD of SD, and also the trustee for GD USA, the USA board member. We also have Mike Packman, who is the CEO and chairman for Keystone National Properties, Nina Lekhi, MD and chief design curator for Baggett, Anurag Harsh, who is the global chief data officer for Holcim, and Kirsty, who is evangelist, and I think her introduction, we will have a longer introduction by all of you. I just wanted to introduce the panel. Stani, we can have them on screen, please. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the panel on Ahimsa and the environment. We are very pleased to be here and participating in this day where pretty much the whole world is, certainly the leadership of the world is focused on this topic. We just heard Dr. Nick Sutton talk about that it's everybody's dharma to have and not do any, to do good to everyone and not do harm. My name is Sandeep Tyagi. As Sonal just mentioned, I'm part of the Global Dharmic team, and today my job is to help moderate a panel of experts and professionals from very many different industries. I just wanted to continue the dialogue that we just heard from Dr. Sutton and talk about where does this gap start to emerge a little bit to set the context. As a child, we all learn, don't do harm to your sibling. If you tease your brother or sister, you would get reprimanded by your parents right away. So we learn that, can't do violence onto your siblings. As we grow a little older, we learn that we can't go and beat up our neighbor. If we do that, actually before that, we can't beat up a fellow student in the class. If we do that, the teacher would come and reprimand us. So we learn not to do that. We learn that it's not okay to go beat up or slap somebody or push somebody down the stairs just to tease them. So on and so forth. Throughout our life, we keep expanding the definition of who we can't hurt, from our immediate fellow brother or sister to our class fellows, to the fellow beings, to where we have laws that you can't hurt any other living human being. But I think that's where we have missed the boat. We have defined it a little bit too narrowly on who we cannot hurt, who we cannot do hinsa on. We have defined that universe to be maybe fellow human beings who are within the same legal system, within the same country that we live in, and we have laws and systems and things available to control our impulses, our desires, to prevent that violence. However, the topic of the day is it's much bigger than that. It's actually a lot bigger than that, because if you commit violence beyond that, certainly we can commit violence against some other country and there are consequences to that, but we can commit violence onto our planet, onto our vegetation, onto animals, and we create an environment which is now coming back to bite us. So we have been short-term greedy and long-term foolish. That is the context in which we need to understand this nonviolence and environment. We are very privileged to have a distinguished panel. Let me invite them one by one. I want to start with Anurag Harsh. Anurag was named the #1 voice on technology in LinkedIn. He's the global chief data officer at the $30 billion Holcim Group, which is the world's largest building materials company. He's leading their efforts for automation, analytics, and AI in helping build the company of the future. He's authored 7 books and has got degrees from MIT and Wharton. Anurag, my question to you is, in the world of cement, and by the way, 1/3 of our carbon impact on the environment and the things that we talk about comes from making things. And one of the biggest things that we make is cement. So cement is one of the biggest impact that we have today. And we make equivalent of New York City every month around the world. And we'll probably continue doing that for next decades. And we just approved over $1 trillion in infrastructure spending in the US. So this is going to continue to be a very, very big contributor. How does the world's largest company think about it? How do you think us taking to net zero future?
Thank you, Sandeep. And thank you for having me as part of this very interesting topic on such an amazing day. The world emits about 33 billion metric tons of CO2 into the atmosphere every year. And the building materials industry, our industry, concrete, cement, aggregates, etc., it's approximately 8% of this number. So it's a very large number. By 2050, 80% of the world's population, close to 10 billion people, is expected to be living in cities. So the concrete industry is actively building low carbon solutions. You know, we've signed, and a lot of the cement producers have signed the 1.5 degrees centigrade pledge with intermediate SBTi targets in alignment with a net zero pathway. I can briefly talk about 2 building projects currently under construction in the United States that demonstrate this. So the first is Georgetown University's 12-story student residence in the heart of DC, Washington, DC. And the second is Boston University's 19-story Computing and Data Science Center. Now, both buildings use EcoPact, which is a low-carbon concrete achieving an emissions reduction that was the equivalent of removing 1 million miles of road travel by fossil fuel cars. BU's new Computing and Data Science Center, Boston University, that's due to be completed in 2022 next year. And it's one of the largest concrete pours in Boston history. I mean, the results are incredible. More than 700 tons of CO2 were saved. And that's the equivalent of taking 140 cars off the street for a whole year. So the concrete industry is looking at things like carbon capture, green products, building and optimizing plants, or factories with advanced AI, renewable energy, looking at alternative fuels, and really rather, building a circular economy that benefits the environment while simultaneously eliminating waste. The construction sector consumes roughly 40 billion tons of raw materials that are extracted from the planet every year. So we're actively working to substitute these fossil fuels and raw materials with waste or byproducts. So for example, in our case, Holcim, we are the second biggest waste reuser globally. We transformed 5 million tons of waste into alternative fuels, and then we recycled the minerals and recovered the energy. So co-processing alternative fuels is about 11% of all the waste that we recycle. That includes almost 2 million tons of plastic waste. And finally, water and air is a big component of the production process. It's not just concrete and cement manufacturing. For example, in our case, and the industry in general does that, but in our case, we measure our impact on water resources in the communities where we operate, particularly where there's water scarcity. You can't manufacture anything without water. I mean, most of our plants are right next to a river system. So for all of our production sites, we also measure air emissions. We monitor dust, oxides of nitrogen, especially atmospheric pollutants, and sulfur dioxide emissions from nearly all of the product that we produce. So there's a lot of effort that's going on in the industry, and their customers are buying it. The products are being used, and BU and Georgetown University are two examples here in the Northeast in the United States of customers that are actually using it.
Thank you, Anurag. We just heard that the types of efforts that the industry is making in cement. But whenever a new building is built, somebody is invested in it. Somebody has put in the money to build that infrastructure. So I'm going to bring in our next panelist, Mike Packman, who's the founder and CEO of KNPRE, which helps family offices make better impact investing choices. He's a seasoned entrepreneur in the space of private equity and real estate, and he has closed hundreds of millions of dollars of transactions over the past 2 decades, has built several successful businesses, and in addition to KNPRE, he's an active investor in several technology and wellness focused companies like Bundlefy and Yada Yada Yoga. My question to you, Michael, is, as I welcome you in, how do you see family offices making this trade-off, making this investment when they are thinking of, endowing a building, let's say, to a university? How important is it for them? And what do you see the trends in terms of making those choices? Dr. Sutton talked about that Kama and Krodha, we have desire to have better returns, a nicer building, a bigger building with the same amount of resources. How is that playing in the world you are?
Well, thank you, Sandeep, and very happy to be here and on this panel. I was listening to him, and it was very interesting hearing Dr. Sutton, his thoughts, and seeing what we do in the family office world, where the older generation was all about returns. We see the next gens are sometimes care more about doing good in the world than they do even about what those returns bring. There's some interesting stats on it too. I think it was a study done by Harris Poll, and about 1/3 of millennials either exclusively or at least often use investments that take ESG factors into account versus like 2% for baby boomers. So you can see the difference there. And the growth in sustainable investing, to give you an idea, it was $5 billion in 2015, grew to over $50 billion in 2020. And obviously that's, millennials are the reason for that growth. So we are seeing that the younger generation, especially the ones that are going to be inheriting billions and billions, probably trillions of dollars in wealth over the next several decades, are the ones that actually do care about the world. And another actually interesting fact, the Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, they did a study of impact funds launched between 1998 and 2004. And those that have been converted to cash have actually outperformed funds in a comparable universe that didn't have an impact focus. So, a couple things we're seeing is, one is you are seeing a huge interest in the younger generation for, not caring so much about making more money and caring about, helping the planet, helping, people socially, animal welfare, as well as seeing that you can actually make more money in cases by taking this philosophy, which is a very, very positive trend to see.
Okay, thank you. I would be a little concerned about that, because that seems to be still focusing on the karma aspect of making a little bit more money. In lots of this space, we've seen that the green choices actually do cost more. There is a green premium. If you want to have some of these things, they end up costing more, but it's great if they could be made into, you could have your cake and eat it too. That'd be great. I want to bring in our next panelist, Nina Lakey. She's a self-made entrepreneur. She's the MD and Chief Design Curator of the household vegan brand Baggett. Baggett delivers quality bags and accessories made out of cruelty-free material. She has also launched her biography called Baggett All, which recounts her journey. Nina, the question for you is, how did you think about creating a business which is specifically focused on that? And by the way, to set the context, the impact of animal and raising animals for basically humans' needs is a big contributor to the environment change. Somewhere about 19% of the overall impact comes from what we are doing in terms of tremendous consumption of these animal products, whether for eating or goods and other uses. In that world, what you are doing is one aspect of that, using leather products, and you are changing that world one step at a time. Please tell us your inspiration and what made you think about it and how is it working. You're on mute, Nina.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I started very, very early. I started when I was just 17. It was my first year of college and I flunked. And I was like, I'm not the kind who can flunk, I'm not a loser. I'm not someone who can fail and, live with that. And I wanted to just prove to myself that I can come out of this. So I really worked on myself, worked hard outside me to create a business. And today Baggett is a very, very popular brand in India and going to be going international also soon. But I think my heart really, really lies, and I was really excited when I was called for this event because, planet Earth, Mother Earth. I mean, I just call it my mother, just like how, you do anything for your mom, right? So it's the same thing, I think, for me, for planet Earth. And the handbags that we make, luckily, are not leather. I tried to do a little bit of leather when I was 17, and I remember bringing, a cow skin and putting it up in my veranda and, tanning it, just like how you go to the beach and you tan yourself. I was, oiling it and seeing the color change. But the smell of it, because I come from a Hindu background and my mom is very, very spiritual, and the whole smell of it, I couldn't digest, it was like, no, this is not my scene. And so I went into faux leather, and faux leather also has its own harms in a way if it's not taken care of. I am working on going completely, someday hopefully, plant-based handbags. But today our range is only a meager 5% is our plant-based handbags. So I'm going to the little villages around India where we just went to the Bangladesh border recently, and we made some cane bags out of different plants. You can make different kind of strength that they have, and all the fashionable stuff, that's the fan-shaped tote, that's a big trend, all came up in our basket of plant-based handbags. But that's just 5%. 95% of our products that we do are still products that are faux leather, which are recyclable. I always ensure that they are recyclable materials. There's a lot of Chinese products that come into our country which are not recyclable, sadly. But I think the awareness is increasing. We are doing that in our stores, bringing that awareness to our consumers, our employees. We have 1,000 employees and loads of customers, obviously. And we actually take handbags in the store that they have used, so it can go either to an NGO, because in India we have a huge ecosystem of, the lower strata of people who can't afford a handbag. Either it goes there, or there's a rag picker system, which we know that handbag will ultimately reach a recycling place. We also recycle all of our wastages of the factory. They make these rubber soles. I've been there personally. Ensure that it's sent there, not dumped in any landfill or anywhere like that, because then it won't be able to go through the entire recycling process. So at Baggett, I think I'm not leaving a little bit. Also, I'm just doing my best, our best. We also use, recently we did a range on, tires, so upcycling other industries, things that people use and throw away. We've done some sampling and some designs on that. But I think the awareness needs to grow for people to pick it up. And also, luckily, Baggett is a brand that is very, very durable. We have people use it for years, and if you go on our Insta page or anywhere, you'll be having customers who are saying that, listen, the bag doesn't give way. So we believe a lot in having it durable. We do the repairs for it, just like how in the old times. So it's not like fast fashion. It's a lot of classic fashion, which so that's where doing our best, I think, in the fashion industry to take care that we take care of the Mother Earth. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nina. Now I'm going to bring in Kirsty Mohini. She is the final panelist. She is a skincare professional who's worked for 25 years within the industry of beauty, skincare, and has worked with many, many leading companies. She runs her own brand agency, Skin Insight, and supports indie skincare brands on their brand journey. She has many interests, which we will talk about, which span a holistic lifestyle, including yoga, well-being holistically, and she's done yoga teacher training, and among other things. There is maybe a small aspect or a significant aspect in cosmetics industry about what we had earlier done in terms of cruelty on animals, and lots of people had talked about it, and I think we have changed our ways. But to bring you into the conversation, the scope of this conversation obviously ranges from something like Wholesome, which is building millions of tons of material, to a brand that is starting up to make a journey, maybe making hand made products. How does one think of that? How does one think of sustainability, cruelty, non-violence in that world of beauty and cosmetics?
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you so much, Dharmic, for having me. And thank you, fellow panelists. I've been listening throughout the day, and I've just gained so much insight, and really honored to be on this panel. So thank you for having me. I just want to firstly make a quote, because I am a person on a journey like everybody else, and I often read mindful books, listen to important people that have walked this path of Ahimsa on this planet for many, many generations. And there's a wonderful man, we know him, he's still here, Thich Nhat Hanh, and he says, walk as if you're kissing the earth with your feet. And I have to say, I try every day to follow practices of the 8 limbs of yoga. I'm fallible as a human, and I'm just trying to do my best on this path. As you've already mentioned, I work in the skincare and cosmetic industry, and like all industries, we are trying our best to address the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations published in 2016, the SDGs to be met by 2030. I've decided to become very active in this space. I would like to say I'm a climate activist, environmentalist, peace warrior, and an evangelist on well-being, because I believe that firstly we have to manage ourselves before we can manage anything out in our periphery. So I believe in a beautiful way of being, and I like to show that in my practice and pass that out into the world. So you've touched on the cosmetic industry, where like all industries, we have, I would probably say, a few black marks against our name, against what we've done to the planet through the entire journey of manufacturing, production, consumption. I am affiliated to 2 different organizations here in the United Kingdom.
I am a director of Cosmetic Cluster UK, and I steer the sustainability pillar in that. I've also recently become part of the British Beauty Council and the Sustainability Beauty Coalition. And both of these organizations are challenging the cosmetic industry in the United Kingdom and abroad to address sustainability. You have mentioned animal testing, and that is a very big concern in our industry. And there's been a lot going on with regards to animal testing. I don't know if you're aware, but since 2013, here in Europe, we banned animal testing. So that has not been allowed. However, they say that there are 1 in 4 countries around the world that still continue to test on animals for your cosmetic and beauty products. And that, of course, is quite alarming. Also, if you were doing business as a skincare or cosmetic brand with China, up until this year, May 2020, some of your cosmetic products that were entering China would have had to go through some form of animal testing. So the industry is definitely concerned about this and is doing their very best to address this. And I just want to mention that of May 2021, China implemented new updates to animal testing laws and regulations. And that has really been driven largely by a number of brands trying to enter China, but are hindered because of the animal testing regulations. Let's also not forget about all of the plastic that the cosmetic industry is responsible for, particularly single-use plastic. That is something we are very aware of and mindful. As a person who is very respectful of production and what it involves, I've had 2 panelists here talking about concrete. I would also like to just say that I'm not here to denigrate plastic as a product, because it is actually a phenomenal product and it has done a huge amount for us. But we have a real issue on what we're doing from the waste, what we have. Actually, according to an institute from the Environmental Protection and Research, every year about 8 million tons of plastic end up in the sea, and 7% of that goes into the waters of the Mediterranean. So we have a real issue in not only how we manufacture our products, where we get our raw ingredients from, are they sustainable, are we depleting our natural capital, but what are we doing with end of life? And these are very important questions we are addressing and trying to find solutions for here in the United Kingdom, and I believe abroad with all of the big global cosmetic companies. I just want to say that consumers are very concerned as well. A recent study highlighted in the new report that has just come out by the Sustainability Beauty Coalition said that a recent study of 23,000 beauty shoppers found that almost half are looking for more information, clarity about brands' values, commitments to the environment. They want ingredients, recyclability, packaging, animal welfare are amongst the frequently searched topics when a consumer is buying a cosmetic product. So it's at top of mind of everybody. And I'm very honored to be talking about Ahimsa today. Thank you.
Bit about it when Mike did his introduction. I'm quoting from Bill Gates' book on how to avoid a climate disaster, where he talked about that there is cost of obviously making these things in a way that has a net zero impact on the environment. And he quotes in that book that you can make cement at a price of $125 a ton, but if you want to do it after capturing carbon, the price will go up to $220 to $300. So there is a 75 to 140% premium. The basic question is if we could not do harm and still have everything we wanted, still have everything that we wanted to consume, that's a no-brainer. Nobody wants to do harm, as Dr. Sutton said towards the end of his talk, but it is our desires which comes into conflict, where we want things, but they are causing harm. How do we handle that? So my question to all the panelists, and please feel free to come up with the ideas from your industry. In your estimation, how much more does it cost to do things that you are doing in your world in a way that is sustainable, that's cyclical, that does not harm our environment? And if you'd share any examples on how you have understood that and tried to reduce it, that will be very helpful for our audience.
I mean, I can go because I'm probably the biggest polluter on the panel here. It's not about. There was a time as we actually started this journey on sustainability and ESG and green concrete and all of that. There was a premium, and some customers were not willing to pay that and whatever. But eventually, now it's reached a point, and Mike actually quoted, a lot of the millennials are now they're starting to adopt that with open arms. But we've seen a sea change in general in the customer base in the industry as well. I mean, the people are starting to really think about what's going on with the planet, and it's about doing more with less, using data analytics, creating efficiencies in the entire process. And it's not just manufacturing, but it's also the supply chain, the distribution, where do you actually produce the goods, all the way to how do you actually get the good to the customer. So if as a company you do your job right, you'll be surprised how much that premium is offset. For example, I already mentioned BU, Boston University, and Georgetown, but customers are starting to use and pay for such products, and the premium is very little. I'll give you another good example. This is it's a huge project towards more sustainable world. This is a project called Spheres. Spheres is a LEED Gold certified project, and it's a key component of a major office complex in Seattle. I don't know if you've been and you've seen it, but Spheres occupies some 3 million square feet, spanning over 3 blocks in the center city of Seattle. And the intersecting spherical domes, they range from 30 meters in height, and each of them is taking almost a half a city block. The entire thing looks like a greenhouse-like environment, and it really was conceived to provide an inspirational space where occupants can live, they can work, while surrounded by 40,000 plants from the cloud forests of 30 countries. So these kinds of things are starting to happen. And the result of something like this, for example, was 80% CO2 reduction over the industry average, saving some 400 tons of CO2 and stuff. So it's not about just the premium. I think it's about how do you do sustainable construction. We're recycling, for example, even in large scale, like Grand Paris Expressway. It's the largest construction project in Europe, I think, ever. And we're recycling the waste that's coming out, and using that in road construction from it. We're doing the same thing in Switzerland's Gotthard Tunnel, which is like this deepest tunnel in the world, and really starting to look at, not just green concrete or, how expensive it's going to be. No, but how do we actually optimize it using analytics and things like that, so that we can look at expected traffic, project lifespan, long-term weather conditions, other parameters like local resources. That allows us to build, earthquake-resistant roads in California or monsoon-resistant roads in India. And finally, also solar and wind. By 2050, almost 90% of the world's electricity is going to come from renewable sources, 70% from solar and wind. So the transition to renewable energy is kind of inevitable. So I think it's the right thing to do. It's not a question of premium. It's a question of creating the efficiencies in the entire process that reduces the need for a premium and makes the final product a better one for the environment. So I would say Ahimsa is the way to go in the future. Sandeep, I think you're on mute.
A question from audience for Mike Packman. Could you address how people can help preserve land from development? The question is specifically for US, and if you have that, that's great, but any comments on that part?
Sure. I like to just one follow up on the solar also. We have a large solar project we're working on, and where maybe if we had decided to go drill for oil and gas, we could have made a bigger premium on our investment. Solar is still a very profitable business to be in, partially because of the tax credits the U.S. government gives. So that is one way that kind of helps fuels the kind of move to sustainables is, when the governments do get involved and do give tax deductions or tax credits to help offset some of the costs, which does lead into the U.S. Which there's a couple of ways that private citizens can preserve land in the U.S. and be compensated for it. One is a part of the tax code called conservation easements, whereas if you have the right to develop a piece of property, but it also has wetlands and wildlife on it, you can put a development project together and then voluntarily donate those rights in perpetuity to what's called a land trust, which is a nonprofit that's set up specifically to receive those donations and to make sure that no one ever develops it, even many, many years from now. And in exchange, you get some very large tax benefits. And several very large landowners in the U.S. have taken advantage of that part of the tax code, and it can be very beneficial to them. But also now you have hundreds or thousands of acres of land that could have become mines or many, many houses or whatever type of building could have been on it, where the land would be displaced, and now it's preserved forever, and the government doesn't have to maintain that land. The landowner still maintains ownership of it and the responsibility of that land. So it saves the government some money, but you get a tax break today. And another similar parallel that is something called mitigation banking, which is something we're involved in, where not only do you preserve the land, but you actually restore it and enhance it. And what in many areas, when you're doing development, you have to buy these mitigation credits to offset the destruction that you're doing by developing the land. So if there's a ratio of, well, this much land has to be enhanced and restored, which is a lot more than they're developing over here, it produces a positive net impact for the environment.
Great. You addressed another question which had come in on how can some of these changes be funded. So one source is clearly government. But in all your journeys, have you seen other sources besides government supporting it on how does innovation happen in your sectors? And how do people make that transition from where we are today to a new, better way of making these things or consuming these things?
Well, I mean, I think, there's always going to be innovation. I mean, going back to the solar, manufacturing solar panels has gotten more and more cost effective. That's so in the beginning, if they cost X, but now they cost a fraction of that, it becomes much more profitable to do, so as just in anything, right? Technology is always getting better and better. So as technology is, becomes better and cheaper, there's less need to rely on the government, and they become more profitable just as a business.
Nina, coming to you, do you see your products in making those kinds of products? Are you able to build things which are comparable or better durability, looks and feel at the same price, or do you see that it's difficult to do that?
No, I think what we can do in our industry, in handbags at least, I think I've done it to the hilt. But yeah, I could create a lot more awareness to the consumers, to make sure that they give back the bag to us, maybe give them some amount, to make sure that happens, or to create a lot of awareness for them to use the cane bags and So we're giving it with all the efficiencies and the trends which you normally don't get. You get all the kind of cane bags, you get them at a beach resort, which you can't use for normal work. But we're treating them in a different way. So I think that awareness is where, through our social media is one big thing that we can do, which wouldn't cost us much at all. It would just be a focus area. And I think cost-wise, I get what you're saying, but I think we are pretty good. I mean, we've not left a single stone unturned, whether it be consumption to production, all of that.
Sure. Okay. We're coming to the end of this. I want to turn it over to the panelists, and to bring it home, I'd like you to address if you are making any personal choices or you see a big opportunity for you or your industry to do something which can make a big impact. And I know there's a specific question on how can we reduce carbon emissions. Anurag, why don't we start with you, and then we'll go around the panel to address this question. A personal choice or an industry choice that could be made to have a big impact now?
Well, we're starting to do that personally in our lives as well. But in general, I mean, I started researching this ever since I started working at Holcim. And one of the things I think everybody can do is to calculate your carbon footprint. And the EPA actually provides a very nice free carbon footprint calculator to help you estimate your annual greenhouse gas emission. So unless you understand where your emission comes from, you really can't take any steps to reduce your impact. There are some obvious things like, you can drive a hybrid car, you can eat low on the food chain, reduce, don't eat as much meat, things like that. That makes a lot of difference. Every day that you forego meat, for example, and dairy can reduce your carbon footprint by 8 pounds. That's some 2,920 pounds a year. So that makes a lot of difference. Air conditioning, I'll give you an example. If you set your air conditioning 2 degrees less during the winter or even higher in the summer, that could save about 2,000 pounds of CO2 gas annually. So or opt for fans instead of air conditioning, which reduces electricity. Obviously, reduction of recycling, reuse, those kinds of things that we're doing, or buying energy efficient products, and energy efficient models, which by and large, most of the appliances are. I would say, drive smart and less. If you drive less, it means fewer carbon dioxide emissions because people are going to save on gasoline. And then obviously, the last thing is I would say take care of your car. Make sure your tires, your vehicle properly inflated, things like that. And you save a lot of CO2 emissions just by doing those little things. So a lot of things like that, I would say, makes a lot of difference. Finally, I would say, because it's Ahimsa, go plant a tree. Trees absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and they give off oxygen. One tree absorbs around 1 ton of carbon dioxide in the whole of its lifetime. So, at the least you can do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think from an industry standpoint, what we're seeing is where, especially these next gen of the family offices, really have a focus on impact and ESG investments. I think there just needs to be more firms like ours that make a focus on that to have the products available. Because one of the things I was speaking at a panel at the Alternative Investment Conference a few weeks ago, and talking to it's a conference for advisors for the most part. You might get a few family offices, but it's mostly for the advisors out there. And they said there just really aren't that many choices for them to make in an impact or ESG environment. So I think if there are more companies on my side that say let's make a focus on these type of investments, there'll be more of them available and more investment in, which will help. And then from a personal standpoint, I think what we can all do is just be more conscious of everything. Just more aware of what we do. Christy said that she's tries to follow the eightfold path of yoga every day. I'm a big meditator myself and follow a lot of the teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda, and I try to incorporate as much of my life as she said. We're all human, and it's hard to always stay on that path all the time. But the more that we can all just be conscious of all of our actions on how we are to others, how we treat the planet, what our actions do, and kind of thinking forward, every action we take has a reaction for the planet or for other people. And the more we can bring that awareness in as much of our lives as possible, I think, it will, flow downstream to the rest of the world and the planet and the people in it.
Thank you, Mike. Kirsty, you want to address what's happening?
Yeah, thank you again. I just wanted to say, as the industry is taking this very seriously, and we are actually looking at our carbon footprint. One of the things that has been highlighted, and thank you for mentioning the carbon emissions, is actually how we use a product, our consumption. So there's a lot of talk about reusing, recycling, the circular economy. But one of the things that has been highlighted is, for example, how long you take a shower for. If a consumer is using a shower gel and they shower for 10 minutes, the entire carbon emissions of that shower is far greater on the impact of the environment than any of the production and distribution and supply chain of that shower gel in the first place. So what I would say is get educated, get informed. I've got a book here that I'm reading. I also went and studied a course at Cambridge University on circular economy and sustainable initiatives to understand exactly what my role is in my day-to-day life, and what the industry that I'm working in, how I can help be a seat at a table and make changes. One of the biggest things we are doing, though, is addressing the circularity of packaging and trying to get the reduce, recycle, refill process going within the industry. And that's really all I wanted to say from the industry side. I do want to leave with one statement, which is a quote from Martha Pulswaite, and it comes from Tara Brach, a fantastic spiritualist and meditation person. And it says, "Do not try to save the whole world or do anything grandiose. Instead, create a clearing in the dense forest of your life." And I think I'd just like to leave on that. Thank you.
Nina, would you like to go and close out with any personal choice or industry choice? Nina, you're on mute.
I think when I just said that we've done a lot and, we are doing the best we can in the industry. Harsh, I think what you brought forth did make sense, whether it be, carbon emissions in any way, whether it be our logistics that's doing it, the packaging. So we're working on every end. But I think ultimately it comes down to the human resource that we have in our company, in our organization. We had started a meditation program for them, and now maybe haven't given that much attention to it. But I think spreading that word of meditation to even our customers, offering that to them, I think, because whatever actions we do emanate from our inside, and being more happier people will automatically be caring and go dharmic in all of these ways that we just discussed. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you, everyone. We heard from one of the largest companies, to industries which are doing things, as handcrafted batches. Everybody can make a difference. This is all our journeys together. From my side, I would say I keep getting reminded of the way we used to live not that long ago. As I was growing up, I remember my father used to save paper and use the opposite side of it to make notes. My mother used to bring her own basket every day when she went grocery shopping, never used plastic. And, when we were told to go get something even from a restaurant, we were sent with little boxes. We didn't get packaged materials. We just, filled up those dishes into our boxes and brought them back. That's not that long ago. I'm not that old. But we forgot. We forgot because we got seduced by the convenience of a lot of stuff and consumption unchecked. And it was very comforting. And we forgot the impact it was causing along the way. So if we reduce our footprint and we use a little bit less and a little bit more consciously, I think we would be doing our Dharma and we'd be doing Ahimsa on our planet and preserving it for the future. That's all. Thank you. I think we would like to get back on time for the conference. So back to you, Sam.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists there and for your wonderful contributions. Next, I'm very honored to have Ella Gandhi with us and Mike McFarlane, who will also, Ian McFarlane, who will also be joining. Namaste, Ian.
Namaste, namaste. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you both for, and I mean, incredibly honored and humbled that you're spending time with us and joining us. Just to quickly set the scene, Dharmic is 10 years this year of our work, and it's been really a call to non-violence, a call to compassionate action, deeply inspired by the energy of Mahatma Gandhi. And I probably want to kind of start the discussion as an initial point. Elaji, if you could speak on something on the energy and the will to do something and the desire to do something. That's what Go Dharmic for us means, that like call to action and request to do something to make a slight difference and to make an impact. And I always think of Peter Marisburg and Gandhiji being on the floor after being thrown off that train, and then the thought to do something or the desire to act in that way. And I'm hoping you can speak something on that energy and that desire that you spent your whole life doing as well, and taking us to do perhaps a small amount of that energy in our own lives and trying to do something to make a difference.
Thank you so much. Indeed, that incident in Pietermaritzburg was a turning point in Gandhiji's life. And what it indicates to all of us is that just as Gandhiji changed maybe almost 10 years after the Pietermaritzburg incident, when he completely changed his lifestyle. And that is when he established the Phoenix settlement, moved out of the city and went to live in Phoenix settlement, where he lived close to nature and where he decided to practice all the principles of conservation, of waste management, of taking care of trees and nature and living close to nature. So that was the turning point in his life when he first established his first ashram at the Phoenix settlement, which is still there. And I'd be happy to invite all of you to come and visit it. And we are trying to continue to uphold that legacy. So going back to the point about Ahimsa and the environment, Ahimsa is the opposite of Himsa, and it has a very broad meaning. Namely, you can relate it to slaying, injury, hurt, harm, or causing pain to another. Not necessarily human beings only, because another can mean anything in the universe. Therefore, Ahimsa is not only non-violence, but is also an all-embracing philosophy which incorporates positive action towards protection, preservation, conservation, and love or agape. Ahimsa is therefore not just the absence of violence and does not only pertain to physical violence, but to all forms of violence. Moreover, it actually places a responsibility to take action towards building a positive energy towards a climate of oneness with the universe. And this is how Gandhiji would have defined it. Ahimsa requires us to conserve and restore our earth and our environment and encourage respect and compassion. Compassion towards all living beings and the universe. Through practical application of Ahimsa, positive Ahimsa, we can reduce environmental harm caused in all of the categories required for climate action and climate restoration, because these were all the things that he practiced at Phoenix Settlement, and that was in 1904. And Gandhiji wrote in 1920, and I quote, "Scientists tell us that without the presence of the cohesive force amongst the atoms that comprise this globe of ours, it would crumble to pieces and we would cease to exist. And even as there is cohesive force in blind matter, so must there be in all things animate, and the name for that cohesive force among animate beings is love." A close quote. Animate beings would comprise all life on earth. So Ahimsa in practice is that binding force or love which interconnects and all of us and all of nature. Take away that love and humanity will collapse. So following on this universal notion, in a declaration towards a global ethic, the Parliament of World's Religions in 1993 in Chicago, USA, said about our responsibility in respect of preservation and protection of life. And I quote, "A human person is infinitely precious and must be unconditionally protected. But likewise, the lives of animals and plants which inhabit this planet with us deserve protection, preservation, and care. Limitless exploitation of the natural foundations of life, ruthless destruction of the biosphere, and militarization of the cosmos are all outrageous. As human beings, we have a special responsibility, especially with a view to future generations, for Earth and the cosmos, for the air, water, and soil. We are all intertwined together in this cosmos, and we are all dependent on each other. Each one of us depends on the welfare of all. Therefore, the dominance of humanity over nature and the cosmos must not be encouraged. Instead, we must cultivate living in harmony with nature and the cosmos." This was said in 1993, and all the world's religions signed this declaration. So the world's religions adopted this declaration 28 years ago. So today, as we speak of climate justice and look at a faith-based perspective to climate justice, it is imperative for us to once again look at what we as faith communities said and committed to in 1993. From what I've heard today in this conference, it seems that all the things that were said in 1993 we are repeating today. Our world today is struggling within a situation where there is rising inequality, growing numbers of displaced people seeking shelter and sustenance. The refugee crisis is looming. Large numbers of people are living below the breadline. There are large numbers of homeless and unemployed, and there is a small percentage who are living in ungracious affluence, consuming a large proportion of the wealth of the world. We all need to once again be reminded of our universal moral duty to care and to love, both for every person, animal, plant, and the natural resources of the universe, earth, land, water, and air. This responsibility must be carried by all, regardless of poverty, illness, or age. The wealthy need to be reminded of this constantly, and their faiths need to speak to them, as unbridled consumption and hoarding is totally against the teachings of all our faiths. But the poor too need to be reminded that conservation of what little we have is equally important. Our climate charter must call for access to pure drinking water and for large companies to stop commodifying water. We must call for a return to organic, nutritious food and provide means to every person to be able to grow own food. We must call for the right to healthy, fresh air to be enforced and for rampant pollution by toxic emissions and fossil fuels to be stopped immediately. Let us enrich and keep our soil nurtured and fertile through reduction of cattle and encouraging expansion of vegetable plantations through providing incentives to people who grow vegetables, not to people who grow cattle. Monoculture, it has been shown, depletes the fertility of our soil. We must try to encourage biodiversity, which helps to both produce nutritious vegetables without the use of chemicals as the plants help each other and keep away pests. Every person should have access to good health care facilities so that lives can be saved. Everyone should have access to good nurturing education from educare level to university level so that the future generations are knowledgeable and can act with integrity and compassion and live a good, healthy lifestyle. This can be easily achieved if our trillions are moved from manufacture of nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction to providing healthy livelihoods to all. Our scriptures tell us to care for each other, to live close to nature and in harmony with nature. In order to achieve the balance we are looking for, the universal application of a basic income grant should be mandatory for all in every country. This will ensure that none shall starve. The climate justice is fully supported by all faith communities, and therefore, over the years, we have called, faith-based communities have called for the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals so that every person on earth can benefit from it. We call on the authorities to heed the clause of this charter that was written a long time ago. Let us also make every effort to change our ways into eco-friendly ways. In short, let us abide by the mantra of cohesion through love and environmental protection through reduce, recycle, and reuse. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those beautiful and relevant words. Ian, would you like to share something? You're on mute. You just have to. Yeah, we can hear you now.
You can hear? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ella, for the invitation to be here with you on your presentation, and I'm quite humbled. As I said to Ella, I can't say no, but how can I actually talk after or next to you as a, one of our icons, one of our Ubuntu icons, and in the Gandhi family, a great activist carrying on the lineage and the work. And Ella just said, well, Ian, just be there. We're all learning together. So she reassured me to just come and share some thoughts. And I work with Ubuntu Wellness, an organization. We're trying to, in a South African context, create jobs, develop skills, promote wellness, especially with plant-based and vegan solutions, and targeting also the vulnerable women of our communities. So I think what I would like to say is that we have this ethno-philosophical concept called Ubuntu in Africa, and it is known in different ways. It's not just a free Linux computer system, although that's also based on the idea of sharing and equity. But Ubuntu became very well known through Madiba and Archbishop Tutu as Ubuntu icons, who really helped to steer South Africa away from civil war, and Ubuntu is a fascinating philosophy. It actually is very similar to Ahimsa. I want to draw out that parallel. When we hear of Ahimsa, we can think of Narendra Modi, who came to South Africa, and he said Ubuntu is like our Vasudev Kutumbakam from India. The world is one family. We are one global family. And with Ubuntu, we are reminded that we have a interconnectedness that is we're inextricably linked, not only as humans who umuntu and gemuntu gebantu, I am because you are, we are literally connected together, but also the nature, the planet itself falls under our moral obligation to sustain each other and to ensure that the lives past, present, and future are taken care of. So Ubuntu is this wonderful philosophy that if Gandhiji were alive today, no doubt he would be called Ubuntu icon, as is Ella, and he would no doubt also be placing the food systems at the heart of our climate solutions. So with Ubuntu, we can say that the lifestyle, like living a vegan lifestyle, a plant-based lifestyle, is a way to update the philosophy of Ubuntu to be very relevant for what we need to do right now. And Ella alludes to that. She lives an incredible life of activism. She's been a social worker, a member of parliament. She's a social injustice activist of the highest order. And for her to step in now to speak of Ahimsa, the environment, for me, this is a great updating of the concept of Ubuntu for our modern times. So thank you, Ella, for that work that you do, and for helping to integrate all the different aspects and the interconnectedness of all violence, the human health, environmental effects, our spiritual responsibilities connected through that, and also making the connection between the that we can't have peace on the planet if we have violence on our plates. And this is the most important. Issue and a simple solution to address if we can get the planet to mass adopt plant-based as a expression of true Ubuntu, of Ubuntu wellness, that the planet itself cannot be healthy and well until we do that en masse. So there is a context and a heritage for this in Africa, and Ubuntu is a bedrock philosophy that through which all other attitudes and concepts flow forth from, and therefore we can tap into Ubuntu and update it and utilize Ubuntu to help engineer the solution that the planet needs right now, and to truly free ourselves.
That's amazing, and it's good. I actually find that among all of the ancient traditions, you have this idea of oneness and removal of suffering, to not bear the suffering that exists for others or for our planet. And I think Gandhiji, from a very early period, spoke about plant-based diets, and he said that he was convinced that the plant world has enough for proper sustenance for us all, and at a point where people around him, I mean, even 15 years ago, people didn't believe that veganism was a possible situation or widespread acceptance. And for his early vision to feel that we didn't need to consume animal products to live well and to thrive and to be fine. Elodie, would you please say something along on that? A recurring theme of today's conversation has been animal agriculture, and the fact that even our world leaders today, who are at the World Leaders Summit, are being served non-vegetarian food at the most important climate meeting of our lifetimes. What would you say in that regard, universally, as a message for perhaps the leaders at COP today?
I think, as Gandhiji said, earlier, that we have to look after our earth. And if, and as we know, there's ample evidence that, the dairy industry actually contributes to so much of carbon emission in the, in the atmosphere, and also the depletion of the earth itself. The fertility of the earth is harmed by the footprints of animals. To breed animals as the dairy industry does. And I would refer you to a film called Cowspiracy, C-O-W, Cowspiracy, and it tells you, it tells you in very graphic terms what the dairy industry does to the environment, to the earth. And I would say that living close to nature, understanding nature, understanding the earth and our planet is the most important, part of it should be the most important part of our education and of our lifestyles. Thank you.
And Ian, we just have probably 4 or 5 minutes left before we need to pass on with so many speakers joining us to share their love and compassion and wisdom. Perhaps just in a minute or two, a final message for people listening today from you.
I did ask Ella, and she said it was fine. So I'm going to just do a little plug for one of our projects. We have just released a book today on Amazon, which is called Healing Diabetes and Other Lifestyle Diseases with African Vegan Whole Foods. This is a companion book to a 21-day diabetes reversal project that was inspired, the Ubuntu Wellness Challenge, inspired by Dr. Shah from India, who received Indian President's Award for, I think in 2016, already having reversed over 20,000 diabetics with vegan, whole food, plant-based diets. And we want to bring that to Africa. This book localizes and taps into Africa's heritage with a very strong plant-based background, and there's almost 100 recipes from 6 countries in this, and incredible thoughts, including from Dr. Sailesh Rao on the link between climate and health. And we'd like to just sort of let people know that we would love to have that shared or to partner in this project, because in Africa we have over, I think they just announced at the AgriHealth in Nigeria last year, the big conference, that non-communicable diseases like diabetes and other lifestyle diseases have now eclipsed for the first time ever communicable diseases like TB and HIV, and the curve is growing. But this is easily switched off. We go back to plants. We go back to the way that we used to be connected to the ground and the earth and the soil, and we can switch off Africa and I'm sure the rest of the world's disease profile with a very simple solution. So we'd love to partner with people on this very important Ubuntu and Ahimsa project. Thank you very much.
That's amazing. Please do share that with us, and we'll definitely circulate it amongst our community and people who are connected with Go Dharmic. We'd love to spread that word and learn more about Ubuntu, as well as African traditional foods which are vegan and enjoyable. Elaji, just finally, I'd like to ask you, what would Gandhiji say? What do you think your grandfather would say today to all of us with the environmental situation that we're facing, and how, you know, non-violence, which was used so powerfully against political injustice, should be used for our environment?
I think, you know, if Gandhiji was alive today, and if he sees the situation in the world, he would be very, very upset that none of his teachings seem to have really been accepted by the governments in particular, because largely many of the problems that arise are because of government non-cooperation with Gandhian principles. So we see violence being used, we see weapons being produced, we see weapons of mass destruction like nuclear weapons and chemical weapons being produced. And these pandemics arise because of that, you know, abuse of resources of the earth. And so I think he would have been very upset about that. And I think, on the other hand, he would be very pleased to see what the young people today are doing. The Thunberg people, you know, Thunberg example of the youth who are following that line to bring about changes. So it is many, many years after Gandhiji started these lessons that the world has turned a full circle and come back to his ideas. But the fact is that we have to celebrate our youth for doing what they are doing today and taking up that challenge. And I hope that everyone will follow, and that our governments will begin to realize that this is the way to go, to conserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you for joining us. I hope we can be together in person one day, and you know, I really appreciate everything you both do, and for sharing so much of your wisdom with us. So thank you so much.
It's such an honor and a joy to be together today at this critical conference on Ahimsa and the environment. Sometimes when we talk about these spiritual tenets, especially the ones in the Sanskrit language, sometimes we can mistakenly think that they are purely ideas for those committed to a life of yoga, or that they are theological ideals or precepts, but that they don't actually hold that kind of inherent value in our day-to-day life, in development, in moving through the world as engaged, active citizens of our planet. And that is where the misconception needs to change. These tenets we've been given, whether we've been given them like Ahimsa in the teachings of yoga, when the sage Patanjali gave us the 8 limbs of yoga, that which is called Ashtanga Yoga, that moves all the way up to Samadhi, where the 8th limb is that ultimate goal of union, of oneness with the divine. Well, what's the foundation? The foundation is Ahimsa. The very first precept, the very first tenet of what you could call the 10 commandments of a righteous life. Note, not a Hindu life, not an Indian life, not a Vedic life, but a righteous life, regardless of how we worship, regardless of how we conceive of the divine, by what name, by what form, in what way, with a name or no name, with a form or with no form, doesn't matter. These 10 commandments, what we call yam and niyam, or as they tend to be called these days in the West, the yamas and niyamas, are the ways to live for people who are committed to righteousness, committed to living a life in awareness of our inextricable connection, interdependence, interconnection, oneness with each other. Those 10 commandments form the foundation of these 8 limbs of yoga, that of course include breathing exercises, physical exercises. But the foundation, the very first of those 10 commandments, is Ahimsa. When we think about Ahimsa, though, we have to think about it not only as an act of commission, something I do. I go out with a baseball bat or a gun or a knife or a bomb or a missile, and I harm someone. That's an act of commission. But we are also, and very critically so, engaging in acts of omission, which are just as violent as acts of commission. A lot of us feel like, oh yeah, I'm practicing Ahimsa. I'm very nonviolent. I haven't beaten anybody today, hit anybody today, kicked anybody today, stabbed anybody today, blown anybody up today. Like, I've got an A+ in Ahimsa. But we don't realize these acts of omission are just as much acts of violence. So if someone is starving and you did not feed them, that act of omission, that not acting, is an action. If someone is hungry and you didn't feed them, you have acted. In the same way that if someone in front of you walking down the street trips and falls and you don't help them up, that is an action.
That is a choice we have made. And when we speak about ahimsa, it's critical to look at both acts of commission as well as acts of omission. And what I want to speak about today is not the stuff over which very few of us have any control, meaning multinational corporations, policies that governments are putting into place. Yes, obviously, we have to use our votes to vote for people, the planet, rights, human rights, like rights for all beings, rights for the future generation. But we actually have something even more powerful that we can do. It's not just about who we vote into office. It's not just about what we like or share on Facebook or petitions that we sign online to get corporations to stop engaging in certain ways. Those are also important, critically important. But we also have another way, which is in our own lives. Every minute and every moment of our lives can be a choice for ahimsa that actually protects and preserves our environment, as well as all of our sisters and brothers with whom we share it. The primary way is by going vegetarian. Animal agriculture, the meat industry, is the single greatest contributor to climate change. Now, these are statistics by the United Nations. They have since been supported, again studied, again published by so many different institutions of great repute. But the United Nations itself came out with a report called Livestock's Long Shadow that detailed the role, the enormous role, the matchless role that the meat industry was playing on the destruction of our environment. For example, the amount of water. We know that we are in times of critical water scarcity. Almost 1 billion people on Earth don't have access to clean and safe water. And yet, the amount of water that goes into the production of 1 pound of beef. So you and a couple friends sit down for, quarter pounders, a few of you, have a few hamburgers. The amount of water that goes into that is the same amount of water that you use in bathing for 6 months. It's about 2,500 gallons, approximately 10,000 liters of water. That's about the amount that you use in bathing every day for 6 months. So the question becomes, are you prepared to not bathe for 6 months in order to offset the water that has just gone into that one meal of hamburgers? Chicken is about 1/3. So for a meal of chicken McNuggets instead, you'd have to just not bathe for 2 months. It's phenomenal. We all try to turn off the taps when we brush our teeth, which is great. Do it. But you're saving a couple liters of water. Make the choice that's actually going to save an extraordinary amount of water. The meat industry is also the single greatest deforester of the Amazon rainforest. We know the Amazon are the lungs of the planet. They provide about 20% of oxygen. They absorb about 20% of the carbon on this planet. They store about 20% of the world's water and provide it in the trees and the leaves. And yet, this precious forest is being deforested at the rate of about 1 to 2 acres a second. Each time you clap, Another 1 to 2 acres is being deforested simply to graze the cows who will become the hamburgers on our plate. The amount of carbon emissions that goes into that meal of hamburgers is approximately the same as if you drove your car nonstop, morning till night, for 3 straight weeks. So this incredible ability that we have to make a choice about what we eat can actually transform that which is happening with climate change, with water shortages, and food as well. Because when we talk about the environment, of course, we talk about the people who live in that environment, our sisters and brothers. The amount of grain that goes into the production of 1 pound of beef is 16 times the amount that goes into the production of a pound of grain. So it takes about 16 pounds of grain, wheat, rice, corn, soy, to give you about a pound of beef. And what that means, every time you choose beef instead of vegetarian food, instead of bread or rice or pasta, is that we're saying, I deserve the food for 15 other people. Let them starve because I want to eat meat. So a simple shift in what we eat. The fish industry, we know, is decimating our oceans. We talk about a global food shortage, a global water shortage, a global land shortage. But ultimately what we have is a global consciousness shortage. Let us raise our consciousness to realize this inherent unity, oneness, connection of all of life. There's a beautiful teaching in the Upanishads that says, Isha vasyamidam sarvam, yat kincha jagatyam jagat, tena tyaktena bunjita, magridaha kasya swidhanam. And it means everything in the universe is pervaded by the divine. There is nothing, no one, nowhere that is not pervaded by the divine, that is not divine. Therefore, be very careful. Take only that which is needed. Use only that which is absolutely needed, because it does not belong to you. It belongs to the divine. This consumerism of more, cheaper, is destroying our planets. Our planet is sending our sisters around the world, our daughters around the world, into sweatshops. Those factories are spewing their waste into the air, into the water, into the ground, because we want to buy more, cheaper. So let us become conscious eaters, conscious consumers, conscious citizens of Mother Earth. And to remember, we have the power. The choice is ours. Every meal, every shopping trip, everything we buy, everything we wear. Is it organic? Is it fair trade? Is it being grown with chemicals that are polluting the soil, polluting the water, polluting the air? Or is it being grown sustainably? Yeah, it may cost a little bit more, but ultimately, how many pairs of shoes do you really need? How many handbags do we really need? Let us become conscious citizens of this beautiful planet, such that we can leave this beautiful planet healthy for our children and our grandchildren. Leaving them all the money in the world isn't going to work, isn't going to benefit them if there's no air to breathe or water to drink or soil in which to grow healthy food. So thank you so much for this critical program that you are doing. And so, so much love to you all.
Namaste, Satishji. How are you? I hope you're doing well.
I'm very well, thank you.
Just to introduce you to everybody who's listening today and following Ahimsa and the environment, Satish Kumar is one of my heroes and really an inspiring person to everybody at Go Dharmic, and the whole idea of Dharma being love and compassion and kindness for all, and us being responsible human beings. Your work on the environment and the fact that you walked, 8,000 miles to promote nonviolence and to speak up against nuclear proliferation. At that time, also meeting Dr. Martin Luther King and so many wonderful people along the journey is really inspiring. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for speaking with me today and for sharing your messages with people around the world through this event and through this platform as a great ambassador for the idea of Dharma and Ahimsa in the world today, which I think we so greatly and badly need to remember, recall, and practice. So I just want to take that moment to say thank you for everything that you have done and for being here with us today.
Thank you very much for your very kind words and kind introduction. It's my pleasure to be on your program.
Thank you. And so, as our event is called Ahimsa and the environment, I think it's prudent to ask, what do you mean by Ahimsa? What does the term mean to you?
You know, we are facing grave crisis at this moment. Our environment is in great peril. The climate change is one of the big issues, and whole world is worried about climate change. But they don't understand that why we have climate catastrophe, climate crisis. We have it because we have been very violent to nature. We have been violent to the forests. We have been violent to the oceans. We have been violent to the soil. We have been violent to animals. And the consequence of our violent behavior is climate change. So at the moment, many people are trying to find solution through technology. They are trying to find solution for renewable energy. They are trying to find solution through nuclear energy. They are trying to find some other solutions. But no solution will be enough unless we reduce our violence to nature and we start to practice non-violence to nature. That is the main message that I want to give to the world, that Ahimsa or non-violence is at many levels. It has many levels. First of all, we have to be non-violent to ourselves. Quite often, people are violent to themselves. Then we have to be non-violent to other people. Whatever your religion, whatever your nationality, whatever your politics, whatever your system of governance, we have to practice non-violence in our relationship with all nations, all religions, all races, all colors. All people are one human family. And then we have to be non-violent to nature, to non-violent to animals, non-violent to forests and to oceans and to the atmosphere. Unless we practice non-violence at all these three levels, we cannot solve the problem of environmental catastrophe and environmental catastrophe and biodiversity diminishing, and all our natural world is in difficult time. So non-violence has to be brought into this debate in a very active way.
Thank you. That's really a beautiful description. And what would you say to a person who doesn't understand today what ahimsa means? How can they, from a personal perspective, start to practice non-violence in their life? What kind of things could they do for a modern young person, perhaps a young professional trying to find their way in the world today, just coming into the world of work through education and so on? What would be your message to that young person who is the custodian of the future growth of the planet now, seeing as, you know, older generations now move on? What would your message be to those young people?
My message is very simple. Why we have environmental crisis, and at the moment young people are waking up. Actually, I have a great hope from young people like Greta Thunberg in Sweden, and hundreds of thousands of young people around the world, in America, in Europe, in India, in China, in Australia, in Africa, in every continent. Young people are waking up. So my message to young people is that, first of all, I congratulate you. And I say, well done. The future generation will remember you, that these young people have pioneered the new way of life. But I want to say to you that non-violence is fundamental principle, because at the moment we have problems of environment due to our waste and our pollution. So create an economic system or a production system which has no waste and no pollution. Waste is violence. Pollution is violence. Actually, waste and pollution are sins against nature. Waste and pollution are crime against nature. So if young people can focus on this, that whatever I do, as long as there is no waste and no pollution, then it is non-violent way of production and consumption. If there's any waste and any pollution, there's a violence to nature. That is, the young people have to create a new kind of economy. The older generation has created economy which is wasteful and which is polluting. And so young people have to create a new kind of economy. And so we also need a new kind of education. At the moment, the schools and colleges and universities are training young people to go in the industry in the same old way. The educational system we have today was designed for the 19th and 20th century, when economic growth was the dominant paradigm. But now we are living in the age of ecology, the age of environment. And our educational system has to become more nature-centered, eco-centered, rather than ego-centered. At the moment, our educational system is very ego-centered, egotistical. Always, when children and young people leave universities, they are saying, I want to be successful. I want to get big job. I want to earn lots of money. I want to own a big house. I want to have a high position, power, control, prestige, status for me, me, me. So our educational system is based in me culture. I would like to change that education, and I would like to see moving from me culture to we culture. It's all of us together in this planet Earth, and how we live in harmony with ourselves and in harmony with nature. That is our project. And in harmony with nature and harmony with people, if we live, then we will be fine. We will be better off. And so everybody's interest is interrelated, interconnected. No one person can be successful and be happy and an environment be sustained. It cannot be done. This is why we have problems of injustice and environmental problems. So this is my message to young people. Create a new economic system which is non-violent economy. non-violent relationship with nature, and production, consumption without pollution and without waste.
That's nice. And what would you say around, I mean, one of the really concerning things is the loss of biodiversity on the planet. Since if we consider that 50% of the animals of the world are now extinct just in the last 50 years, it's a horrifying fact to hear about the amount of animals that are facing extinction in the near future. How are we treating the vast biodiversity, and what is your view on that? It is a violence, right? Like it's a great violence that we're committing to lose such biodiversity that many animals, many future generations won't even know existed.
The biodiversity is diminishing because humanity has come to believe that human species are superior to all other species. And therefore, we have the right to use all other species for our benefit, and particularly the industrial system. And so we have been encroaching and impinging more and more and more wild places and wildlife and wild habitat. So we have to change our way of thinking. We have to think that human beings are not superior to nature. Human beings are nature. There is no difference, there is no separation between nature and humans. Humans are as much nature as mountains and forests and animals and birds and insects and water. We are made of earth, air, fire, water, time and space and consciousness. And all living beings are made of earth, air, fire, water, space, time and consciousness. And therefore, we all have equal rights. We honor human rights, of course, but we also honor rights of nature. Forests have right to survive and live happily. Animals have rights. Oceans have rights. Rivers have rights. All living beings have rights. But we humans have somehow reserved human rights for ourselves. And we think that no other species have any right to live. They are there only for our use. We can kill them, we can eat them, we can cut down the forest to make more farms. And 30 to 40% of food is wasted. We are producing so much food to make profit and money, but 30 to 40% of food is wasted. And lots of food we are using to turn into biofuel. And we are turning lots of our food like potatoes and a corn into plastic. That's a waste. So on the one hand, we are diminishing biodiversity and turning that land which we produce food into plastic and into biofuel. What is madness? So I would say we need to understand the intrinsic value of all life and not think that human beings have right to impinge and encroach and destroy and use other lives just for our interest and our profit and our consumption and our production and our economic growth. If we can have that new awareness and new consciousness, then I think biodiversity can be protected.
And in terms of meat consumption for diets around the world, especially particularly the Western diet, so heavily based on meat consumption, I think meat in the past in Asian diets across Asia was a small part for the communities that did consume meat, and it was largely vegetable driven. But here it seems that many people will consume animal products at every meal, at every opportunity, in such high quantities. Although there's a movement now in this last decade of plant-based culture, of veganism, I can see a lot of energy around and an economy that's growing around plant-based diets. What would you say to somebody who's consuming animal products today, and how would you convince them to consider a path, a more non-violent path for the environment?
I come from the Jain community, Jain tradition. And our Jain tradition from 2,600 years ago, the vegetarianism started. And also Buddhist tradition had the vegetarian tradition. And so we have always considered that you don't need meat for protein. And my family has been vegetarian for 1600 years, and I'm 85 years old. Is there any lack of energy I have? Somebody asked me in a school, which is your favorite animal? I said, an elephant. And the child asked me, why? I said, look, elephant is a vegetarian, and still it gets so big and so strong. So you don't need to eat meat to be big and strong. Then the child asked me, what is your second favorite animal? I said, a horse. Why? Horse is again vegetarian and has so much horsepower. So I think this idea that we need meat for our health and for our energy, and we need protein, is completely misguided. And 25% of greenhouse gases come from meat farming, and a huge amount of water is needed. Huge amount of chemicals are needed. Huge amount of greenhouse gases are produced by animals. And therefore, I think we have to increase plant-based diet as much as we can. That should be an important part of our climate action, that we need to reduce, if not altogether, eliminate meat eating. And I was in Italy recently. I was invited by the Vatican. I went for a conference. I had a great privilege of meeting the Pope Francis himself. and the meeting was co-sponsored by the British Embassy and the Italian Embassy to the Holy See. And I was invited for dinner at the British Embassy in Rome. Grand building, a wonderful garden, and there were about 100 guests for the dinner. And I was deeply impressed, inspired, and touched by the dinner served there. But all vegetarian. Can you imagine British ambassador giving dinner to prestigious guests around the world, representing all religions and scientists, and the president of the COP26, Alok Sharma, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, all there, and we were all completely 100% vegetarian dinner. That if a British embassy in Rome can do it, everybody can do it. So I think, I think reducing meat consumption is an imperative for our time in order to address the climate change.
And it's been wonderful speaking with you and understanding. I've certainly learned a lot from what you've said today, and find it really inspiring, your energy and your passion and your kind-heartedness. What would be your final message to people at COP26, but also to wider society? It's all of the world leaders on the day that we are screening this event, Ahimsa and the environment. The World Leaders Summit is happening.
My final message to people gathered in Glasgow for COP26 is that the energy which comes from underworld, deep down under the earth, the coal and the oil, the dark energy coming out of the underworld. This dark energy is coming, and I call it energy from the hell. So don't use the energy from the hell, because that energy from the hell will create hell on earth. Energy coming from the sun and the rain and the wind is coming from heaven. It's a light energy coming from the sky. And therefore that energy is energy from heaven. Use the energy from the heaven to create heaven on earth. Because we have used the energy from the hell, we have created hell on earth. If we use energy from heaven, we will create energy from heaven. So stop using energy from the hell and start using energy from the heaven, then we will have heaven on earth. That is my message to people in COP26 in Glasgow.
Thank you so much for everything you've said and for taking the time to speak with us. I hope to meet you in person very soon and work with you in any way possible. So thank you for everything that you do. and for your messages here today.
You are very welcome. Thank you.
Om Shanti and Namaste to everyone. It's a privilege to join you all, especially on this very important theme of non-violence and the environment. This word Ahimsa has actually a deeper meaning than just violence, but it could also mean do no harm. Now that's a very beautiful idea. And of course, we're used to this word Ahimsa, having heard about it, non-violence, from Mahatma Gandhiji. And we know that the power of non-violence was able to achieve so much, not just at that time, but also today. But we don't often use it in the context of our own personal lives and our relationship with the environment. And so I'm very pleased that this is a subject that we are focusing on now, because absolutely do no harm, non-violence applies to everything that's happening at the current moment in terms of the environment. And of course, the question comes, what is my personal carbon footprint? How much harm am I doing to the world around me? Can I reduce that carbon footprint? And in what ways can I do that? So I'm sure it's going to be a session that's going to explore all of these myriad ideas. And I want to start with something that we all do, and we could change the way in which we do it, and that is eating our food. So what is the food that I eat? Is it food that is plant-based? And if it's plant-based, it's likely to cause the least harm. And if my food is not plant-based, but anything else, then it means probably there's some type of violence involved in that. And I speak not just of plant-based food, but also plant-based drink, because I know that milk is said to be nutritious, milk is said to be healthy, all of those things. But yet, in fact, at the present time, the consumption of milk is creating a huge problem. It's definitely not Ahimsa, given the conditions of today's factory farming and so on and so on. But also cattle rearing and also meat. The two activities are very closely linked together, and most people are not generally aware of this. And so, can I reduce my carbon footprint in a big way, in a very big way? Because food and agriculture actually create about 14% of the carbon dioxide that's being released into the atmosphere and all the problems that that is causing. It's a natural and easy way to live, and very delicious and very nourishing. The elephant survives on plants, definitely nothing else. And it's a big creature with a heavy weight, but also huge amount of strength, enough to uproot trees if it wants to. So all those things that we heard about health actually now take on a very different form when I understand more deeply how I can have food and drink which is totally non-violent and does no harm to anyone at all. I want to take up the subject a little bit differently now in terms of biodiversity. And agriculture, of course, the mainstay of many, many economies across the world, even now. And of course, not just the economy, but the production of food, without which we wouldn't be here today, we wouldn't survive. And some years ago in India, I came across a farmer and the work that he had done at first in Maharashtra, and then it got taken to Punjab and Gujarat and many other places. But this is a type of agriculture which is called yogic agriculture. You've heard about normal agriculture, which has pesticides and insecticides, and you know how dangerous that is and how it's killing the different varieties of species, including actually human beings. The impact of that on our body is disastrous. But I'm talking about agriculture which is not just organic, but a step above that, and that is yogic agriculture. So definitely it's organic. But also, in ancient times, it was a ritual that everybody practiced, and of course, with time and modernization, we've forgotten. But now this one farmer had this idea. At that time, there was drought in Maharashtra. Farmers were committing suicide because they didn't have seeds. The seeds that they had been given, they'd used, and the drought came. They didn't flourish. There were no more seeds. And in some cases, it wasn't just because of drought, but because they had been given the impression that these seeds are going to give you greater productivity, greater product. But in fact, those seeds were non-fertile seeds, and so they could only be used once. They did not generate anything further that could be used. So under the name of modernization and productivity, farmers had been cheated in a very, very nasty way. So another subtopic, but definitely do no harm. How much harm is commercialization and so-called modernization doing? I leave it for you to explore. But this farmer decided to go back to ancient habits. He gathered his family together and they sat in meditation to empower the seeds. They went out to plant the seeds. Again, they practiced meditation and so on and so on. From plantation, pre-plantation to harvest, every time along the journey, every day there was more meditation, more meditation. And universities in India have been researching on the value of all of this. And what they found was that definitely the growth of good bacteria within the soil was plentiful, and the bad bacteria seemed to disappear, and the value of nutrition of the vegetables, of the fruits, everything, the grains, all of these things, the nutritional value had increased considerably also. And of course, no expense. And so that was also of great benefit to people who at that time were in great need. And so this system of yogic agriculture has really passed through many different places in Bharat, in India, and many are now practicing this. So definitely a great support to biodiversity and whatever else there exists here on the planet with us. So the concern for animals, the concern for all forms of life, very, very important. Another thing that we've been doing for about 20 plus years now is focusing on renewable sources of energy. And so whether it's photovoltaic systems or whether it's parabolic mirrors, using all of these things in a variety of different ways. A few years ago, we were able to commission India One, which was the first solar thermal power plant in India. I hope now there are plenty more, but this was the first one of its kind. And this was in Abu, where we have our headquarters. And this thermal power station, they were able to devise a system that was able to store energy. Solar energy normally is available during the day, but of course you need electricity at night. And so the thermal power station was able to store that for 24-hour cycle. And so we were able to have enough electricity for our campus, a township which has around 25,000 people in the days pre-COVID. Now we have to see how things are going to get sorted out. But we had these gatherings about 12 times within a year, 25,000 people, and the solar plant was able to supply whatever our needs were for that. And so I'm seeing how change of consciousness, change of heart, changes our behavior. And so we're able to sustain ourselves with a life that's much more simple, not a consumer society, but a life of simplicity, leading to reusing, recycling, and actually even reducing whatever it is our needs may be. And so a spiritual lifestyle is very definitely the foundation of Ahimsa, non-violence, do no harm, and definitely we see excellent results from all of this. We've been able to create not just solar energy systems in Abu, but also at our campus in Delhi, at our retreat place near Gurgaon, also other retreat places across India and also outside of India. We've been able to replicate these systems by sharing that knowledge freely with other organizations. At one point, our kitchens were we had the largest solar cooking range in the world, but we were happy to share that knowledge and information. And so now another organization has that title, and we're very happy about it. So Ahimsa means let all flourish, but especially it means to have the right consciousness and the right behavior and attitude to humans, to animals, all forms of life, and the elements of nature themselves. And I know that as we practice this change of heart, change of consciousness, there can come a time when our harmony with the world, with the universe, can again be restored, so that we are able to create a brighter future for all on this planet. Thank you. Namaskar. Om Shanti.
Greetings of peace and prosperity. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you today in the eve of COP26, where we have all our eyes on and hearts with. This is one of the last opportunities for humanity to make peace with nature. Let me start by quoting a sentence from a speech made by Mr. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, early this year. He said, and I quote, "Humanity is waging war on nature. This is senseless and suicidal. The consequences of our recklessness are already apparent in human suffering, towering economic losses, and accelerating erosion of life on Earth." End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, our selfish wants and greed to exploit nature is an act of violence against the gifts that God bestowed upon us to live and prosper. Our behavior and attitude towards nature has taken us not only to degrade lands, pollute the oceans, and extract natural resources to the last drop, or even to fiddle with wildlife, causing notorious viruses to attack us, but also we have invaded the skies with debris of thousands of space junk. We currently consume around 1.7 times the capacity of natural resources of our only planet. And with the increasing population to 9 billion in 20 years, we will need 3 planets to live the way we are living today. This is if we don't reach the point of no return in the coming few years. by crossing the threshold of 1.5 to 2 degrees according to the IPCC report. What we need is a revolution of ethics and values, a peaceful, non-violent revolution that creates a new social and environmental contract that adjusts our relationship with nature. We need to reflect the value of making peace with nature in our politics, economic systems, policies, and development plans. Such transformation will need a wake-up call and will need solidarity in the face of the triple planetary crises of climate change, nature destruction, and pollution. We have many opportunities to hook onto. The 2030 Global Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, the multilateralism that connects us all, and our spiritual values and beliefs. Among those is the concept of Ahimsa. Ahimsa is not only a concept of Jainism, Hinduism, and Buddhism, but also a concept of all other religions believing in living in peace with one another and with our surroundings, including all living things. This unification of concept provides an excellent opportunity to all believers to unify and correct the course of humanity that is taking us to a bleak future. The international community has realized the importance of non-violence, and the General Assembly of the UN has adopted the 2nd of October of each year an International Day of Non-Violence, commemorating the birthday of Mahatma Gandhi, the leader who led the Indian independence movement but has inspired many other nations to live and practice his legacy. Martin Luther King is another great figure who said, "In spite of temporary victories, violence never brings permanent peace." Ladies and gentlemen, given the interconnected nature of climate change, loss of biodiversity, land degradation, and air and water pollution, it is essential that these problems are tackled together. Response options that address multiple issues can mitigate multidimensional vulnerability, minimize trade-offs, and maximize synergies. We are facing the risk of the extinction of 1 million biodiversity species. Therefore, changes in global patterns of consumption are critical to transforming food, water, and energy systems. Improving access to safe, nutritious, and affordable food for all, while reducing food waste and changing dietary choices and consumer behavior in high-income countries and groups, is essential for the achievement of hunger, biodiversity, waste, and climate goals. Ensuring sustainable food production from the oceans while protecting marine biodiversity requires policy action to apply sustainable harvesting approaches to fisheries management and address threats such as climate change or ocean acidification and pollution. Environment and peace are cross-cutting issues that are intrinsic to sustainable development. While natural resources are vital to achieving sustainable development, there are also increasing acting as drivers of fragility, conflict, and violence. Engagement of faith-based organizations and faith leaders can be a tool for addressing peace and security challenges. This can be achieved through mediations, dialogue, and working towards one global goal to protect the creation of God, our one and only planet. Today, more than 80% of people in the world are associated with a religion or a spiritual community. However, many people in the world still lack access to even basic goods and services because of their religion, gender, origin, and skin color, among others. In this sense, the value of peace and tolerance are at the top concern for providing equal opportunities for sustainable livelihoods. Peaceful societies mean that everybody should have the right to access the same goods and services. Interfaith efforts can help resolve or avoid disputes in the most conflict regions in the world, as well as improve the conditions of millions in civil strife. As important as it is to preach behavior and change, faith-based organizations can be the change themselves by greening the many and varied assets they own. Faith-based investment institutions are the fourth largest economic power on the planet. Faith-based organizations must divest from dirty energy and put their wealth into investment that back a green and nature-positive future. Over 40 faith-based organizations with over $1 billion in assets have already committed to a divestment. But that is not enough. The economic power of faith turned into responsible investment and green economy can be a major driver of positive change as we recover better from the pandemic. Faith provides practical support to billions of people, especially in times of crisis. We are seeing this in action during the pandemic as faith-based organizations around the world offer support, food, housing, donations, and work with charitable organizations, an important and very admirable efforts. It is time to focus the full transformative power of faith, the love, the respect, and the wisdom inherent in its teachings onto creating a greener, fairer, and more sustainable and peaceful world. It is important that faith organizations and their leaders use their platforms to advocate for change in the public and political spheres. Political lobbying by faith leaders can be a powerful tool to encourage the diversion of funds and efforts towards ecosystem restoration, fighting climate change, and protecting nature. Thank you very much.
Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I congratulate my sisters and brothers of Go Dharmic Humanitarian Charity for organizing this Ahimsa and Environment Conference. Ahead of COP26, bringing Ahimsa into practice and into our everyday is the need of the hour. I am so glad to see that this is the focus and objectives of your virtual event is. The first step is to understand the concept of Ahimsa. Second is to become conscious of all that it encompasses. Third is to be mindful of how much Ahimsa we actually practice or not practice every day. Fourth and last is to increase our scope of mindfulness into every moment and every minute. To begin with, the first step. Our scriptures speak of Ahimsa Paramo Dharma, that the first dharma, our primary duty as human beings, is Ahimsa, non-violence. In Yoga Sutras, the first step to leading a balanced, healthy and yogic lifestyle is the yama, self-regulation, moral restraint, means of Ahimsa, which is not merely restraining from violence unto another human being, but also to not cause any pain to any living beings by thought, word or deed. Ahimsa then is the root of all other yamas and becomes the first step to leading a healthy, happy and harmonious life. In fact, in our tradition, Even before plucking a leaf, a flower, a blade of grass, small or big flower, we must first offer a prayer to God and seeking permission to do so. Can you believe it? What a minute detail has been kept in mind to maintain ahimsa. One of the core tenets of Hinduism is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Our world family is not only all human beings, but all living beings. We are intricately connected. We are linked and locked together. We are one. In Sanskrit, in our scriptures, it is so beautifully said, Mata Bhumi Putroham Prithivya. The earth is our mother and we are her children. What happens to her happens to us. And it happens to us all. When our mother is ill, we must come together to act and to take care of our mother. When we hurt the planet, when we don't care for and protect our mother, we hurt ourselves. This is the basis of the principle of ahimsa in our tradition. If we are all just one family, then who to hurt? Who to steal from? In the pandemic, we have the opportunity to reflect that when we go into lockdown, our rivers, our trees, Mother Nature, and Mother Earth are able to heal and revive. It is the tragedy of our times that we need to be ill in order for nature to be healthy. And COVID has shown us. But it doesn't have to be like this. Today it is COVID, tomorrow it will be something else. Today, Corona has come as an ambassador of Mother Earth. Let this be our wake-up call. And we can and must change this. We need to understand that we are not masters of our nature. We are merely custodians. Our actions and conscious mindfulness of raising the hinsa, the harm that we cause to others merely from our unconscious and mindful actions is the way we must begin. And this is our dharma. And the mantra for dharmic action is nature, culture, future. There is always a plan A or plan B, but there is not any planet B. We have only one planet, only one Mother Earth. So we must preserve and protect it. If we want to save our future, we have to honor our culture. And that culture says, save the trees, save water, save the earth. Mahatma Gandhi said so beautifully, there is always enough for everyone's need and never enough for any man's greed. Let us learn and teach and preach the importance of consuming only according to our need, not according to our greed. Let us move from a greed culture to a green culture, a need culture to a new culture, a culture of living with less and sharing more. As conscious citizens of our planet Earth, we must be the change and also bring the change. We must be the change we want to see in the world. So beautifully has been said by Mahatma Gandhi ji. The future is in our hands and it depends on how we live in the present. So let us take care of our culture, take care of our nature, and that will help us to take care of the future. And thank you being together, and thank you all the leaders coming for this great call. Let us work together, walk together, and act together. Thank you.
Warning: sensitive images.
Praise to God Almighty. Greetings to you all, lofty souls in God's embracing love. Thank you, Dr. Sailesh Rao, Chairman Hanuman Das, and all esteemed organizers and volunteers for your invitation to this exceptional event for the benefit of the world, and best wishes to your success. My humble salute also to all kind, distinguished participants, wishing you all God's grace. We really need more of this noble outreach to awaken our people to the extreme catastrophe that is befalling our world right now, and to inform all how to escape. Yes, our mutual goal is clear. We want to end all unnecessary suffering and violence in the world and to rebuild Eden on earth, especially now with all occurring disasters everywhere. We start to realize the urgency of our planet's state because we are witnessing really something unprecedented due to our own unkind actions, events that threaten our very own survival. Unprecedented disasters such as floods, droughts, tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanoes, fires, drying lakes, disappeared rivers, gone or sinking islands, and famine, accelerating temperatures, and of course all kinds of diseases, deadly energy roaring all over our planet. And we are not doing much, are we? The measure to minimize and stop all these calamities has been so slow, crawling at a snail's pace, to the worry of all concerned citizens. But we are still waiting for the powers that be, trusting the government leaders to do something utmost important to save our world. But still, sadly, not much has been done. It's just talk, cheap talk, little action, or just some minimal actions that are too little to stop all the brutal disasters that are rolling all over our world. But we cannot blame nature's violence, because our own violence is even more overwhelming, more than any expectation, more than any humane nature could explain or understand. We are violent toward every life on earth, everything that moves or does not move, even toward our own selves by our own reckless, unkind lifestyle. We are violent toward the defenseless, the innocents, animals and humans, and even unborn babies. We are also killing them before they have the chance to see our world even. The babies who are helpless, harmless, utterly defenseless, so pure, so innocent, so angel-like. We kill them without remorse. We kill them even legally. The law protects such murderous action. These unborn babies, unborn angels, the future citizens of our world, they have absolutely nothing to do with these perilous upheavals around us. These upheavals, unprecedented, powerful, and destructive, are the result of our own violent lifestyle, from the madness of unwise, unsustainable choice that we take. Every day, every minute, every second of our life, we are destroying our planet with it. We are killing ourselves and killing all we can around us, including the protective environment such as soil, forests, seas, rivers, lakes, streams, etc., which we definitely, absolutely cannot live without. We don't even follow the regulations that we ourselves laid down. You see, on one hand, we sign animal protection laws that anyone who harms, hurts, abuses animals in any way will be fined, punished, and do jail time. But on the other hand, we condone the maiming, torturing, abusing, molesting, murdering en masse of these defenseless animals in all slaughterhouses around the world, so that we can stuff the dead carcass into our mouth by our own hands. The mouth that proclaim righteous condemnation laws and the hands that sign the animal protection laws, as if we don't know what horror the poor innocent animals have to suffer all the days of their lives. Just go look in the animal factories, or you people, the lawmakers, if you dare. Then you know exactly what it is like. It is the absolute opposite to the laws that you pretend to make. It's the extreme mockery of humans' intelligence and comprehension. That means you have been breaking the laws and are breaking the laws and will be breaking the laws if you don't stop supporting the murdering en masse of the animals. No one can explain or even laugh at all this utter stupidity, hypocrisy, and criminal behavior. Perhaps someday you will drag yourself to the court and serve a prison term for murder and for breaking the law, like all criminals in this world. Now, evidently, all turbulences in our society are created by the violent and oppressive way we treat the innocent and vulnerable beings. We are destroying the plant kingdom, poisoning our food and water, killing helpful insects, animals, and killing humans as well, including our own children and babies, that is. And this got us into a cycle of endless war. We are at war with nature, with animals, and with our own human neighbors even. Everyone knows wars can never bring us prosperity and security. Any so-called victory is reaped at the expense of many innocent lives and costs us so much financial downfall. So how can we then even call it a victory? War is the complete opposite of peace. It is only up to us now to finally wake up, choose the opposite direction to save the world and our own selves. We have to cease all harm doing and increase good deeds to help others and help ourselves and help our planet. Only then can we have real lasting peace. It will be the beginning of a new, fresh era, which we all desperately need. Ahimsa, or nonviolence, defines a life principle, a righteous way of life, which creates peace, safety, and a humane existence for all. Our planet, too, is a great benevolent being, generous, kind, protective. However, at present, all nature on Earth is reacting unfavorably to our harmful actions to the extent of making the Earth backfire. Billions of animals are slaughtered for meat consumption every week. They are also being horrifically oppressed to produce milk and eggs. We are doing the unthinkable as of what would be expected from a true human being whose nature is supposed to be loving, kind, and protective. For that violent life choice, we sacrifice all that matters to us, such as our forests, our oceans, our soil, the food for millions of starving humans, the poor innocent animals, the climate stability, and ultimately our noble self-nature, our God self-nature. All livestock farming is haunted with that oppressive, torturous, murderous, and utter suffering energy. All that tormented energy, and we're living in it. Then, of course, by consuming these dead animal products, not only our soul will recognize it as unbefitting, cruel, wicked, and devilish, but also our physical body will revolt, and then sicknesses come. Now imagine that kind of energy is being consumed by the mass of people globally and daily. Do we still wonder why our world degrades to this extent and suffers the way it does? Let's pray for the quick rescuing of our planet, and that our leaders and co-citizens alike will take heed of the warnings from nature, because nature is our own reflection. May God help the message of peace, mercy, and benevolence to reach everyone's hearts and open our minds to make the right choice, thus repair and sustain our only earth home. May God still be merciful and bless us all as we begin anew to live as good stewards for life on earth. May all beings find peace and harmony with each other in an Eden-like world. Let us embrace the glory of loving kindness and harmonious coexistence. Thank you all, my loving co-citizens of the world, for your kind attention. Let's pray that God still gives us a chance, and all humans will change to Ahimsa, thus rebuild a benevolent world. May it so be. Amen.
Hello, my name is Claudia van Zuiden. I'm the founder of Solution Ways and the co-founder of Conscious World Agents. I like to speak about compassionate leadership, and thank you for allowing me to speak about 5 minutes about why compassionate leadership is so important nowadays, also with ethical values for the environment. I believe that the focus has been over the last decades on purpose-driven businesses. And also in our personal lives, it's been very much the focus on material wealth. And we have therefore seen that some decisions have been made that have been detrimental to the environment and also to ourselves. So I believe that when we become more aware that we've actually lost the connection with nature itself, we also started treating it as such. Why do I feel that compassionate leadership is important? Because if we become more compassionate, first of all to ourselves, we also start to realize that others also want to be happy. And we want to alleviate some of the suffering of others. This also means when we then become more compassionate that we see that also the environment is suffering. And when the environment is suffering, we want to take action. We maybe become more aware that we've neglected the environment, we've neglected the relationship that we have with the environment because we've been so busy focusing on material wealth, on growth in that way. So I believe when we then start to look at mindfulness practice in the workplace, in our personal place, in our lives, we can start to explore how this reflects in our work, in our businesses, in businesses at large, in the corporate world. What we need to do is talk about compassionate leadership, introduce ways of how to develop this compassion that we all have within ourselves. We all have this innate capacity to be compassionate human beings, to take care of each other. We see this in many cultures all over the world. We also see this, for example, in Africa, in the African continent. South Africa has a beautiful saying called Ubuntu. I am because we are, and because you are. So I am because you are means that we are all connected. We're all interconnected human beings. We are, as Thich Nhat Hanh says, one of the spiritual leaders, we are interbeings. Well, I believe this is also the case with the environment. We have the fishes in the sea, we have all the mammals in the sea, and we have the animals on land, we have the trees, we have the clean water. But what we've forgotten is that water doesn't just come out of the tap and we can just put everything through our sinks. No, we can start to think, what actually am I putting through the sink? So as a mother of 3 children, I'm very aware of how I live my life that way, and I hopefully have brought my children up in a way that they have respect for the earth, they have respect for the water, and so forth. So how can we bring this in leadership? How can we bring this in leadership roles? Well, first of all, leadership starts with personal leadership. So when we become more aware of how we go about in our daily lives, what our actions are in our daily lives, what do we throw through the sink, what do we throw away in the rubbish, do we become more aware of that? We actually start to cultivate already some kind of compassionate way of living. And this, of course, is going to benefit ourselves, but it's going to be beneficial very much for others, for the future generations, and it's going to be beneficial for the earth itself. We all want clean water, we all want clean air, and so forth. So how can we do this? How can we start implementing these way of ethical leadership principles into every corporate business, into every personal life? Well, I believe that this is sort of re-education, unlearning what we've thought was so incredibly important to have a wealthy life. I believe what is very much important is a healthy life, and a healthy life also starts with developing compassion. Science is showing that when we become compassionate leaders, our team wants to become much more involved with the company, much more involved with they call it the tribe. The whole company becomes like a big family. They want to go further for the company as such. So imagine if then also the ethics change in the company, what we can do as a whole group of people making ethical changes. And this, I believe, is very needed in the world, and I would love to have a dialogue around this with people. What can you start doing already that is simple, practical, and therefore develop already a kindness in your heart, a kindness towards yourself, a kindness towards nature, rather than seeing nature as something that only benefits us and we don't want to give anything in return. It's like this reciprocal way of living. You take something, but you take it with gratitude and you give something back. And that is one way we need to learn how to do that again. Unlearn the material lifestyle and become more aware of the grateful living lifestyle. And that, I believe, is something that starts with compassion. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody who's joined us today for this incredible day of love and service. The final message which I just want to say is thank you to everybody. I hope it's been useful to understand these ideas around oneness, around non-violence, and I hope that it makes us do something to embrace the idea of love and non-violence in our own lives. As Jalaji's rule, which we find in the Mahabharata, causing no harm to any living being, or at least as little harm as possible. This is the rule by which I live. Please let's try to understand non-violence for our environment, to walk kinder, to walk gently upon this earth, and to do whatever we can to make a difference. Thank you to all of the speakers today for inspiring us and sharing their wisdom. And I hope little by little we can plant more trees. We can reduce the harm we cause through our diets. We can go vegan and reduce animal agriculture. We can look after each other in a way that looks after the poorest people in our societies and do everything we can for our environment. Ram Ram, and thank you, everyone.